The Grand Army of the Republic had the actual all-terrain armored transport. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is all about the HAVW A6 Juggernaut, aka the Clone Turbo Tank. We will do a complete breakdown using things like a cross-sections and a tour of this vehicle via Battlefront 2, as well as get into its history, going from its time with the Republic up through the Empire, and see how rebels and primitive tribes found ways to overcome this thing. And we'll close out with some behind-the-scenes facts, but let's start with the history. It was produced by Kuat Drive Yards, the same company that would create the Venators and Imperial Star Destroyers, as well as all the walkers we know, being produced either directly at the KDY orbital shipyards, or through their subsidiary Rathana Heavy Engineering. What the Republic paid for these was never declassified, but it is estimated to have cost around 350,000 credits. The cost of most other walkers is unknown, but that would be about 4.5 times the cost of the AAT, which is just a really great deal. Though we don't see them in the very beginning of the Clone Wars, they were definitely deployed by 21 BBY. Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Ahsoka were leading an assault on Felucia when their forces were overwhelmed. Ahsoka, perhaps drunk off the awesomeness of riding atop a Juggernaut into battle, refuses to retreat and almost has to be physically pulled off the battlefront. As they escape via LAAT gunship, she looks down and watches her HAV-6 explode. There's some debate as to what exactly caused this vehicle to blow, since it wasn't hit by any explosives, no tanks, or even wrist rockets. It's stated that the plates that cover this vehicle are, quote, thermally superconducting armor that absorbs energy beams and spreads heat harmlessly over a wide area. With hundreds, if not thousands of droids firing on the Juggernaut at the same time, no matter how you spread it, there'll no longer be just a harmless amount of heat. The interior may have been cooking, and may have set off some of the Tabana gas and/or rocket stores that are located in this section, causing the cockpit to pop right off. Or the simple solution is that it was just scuttled, intentionally destroyed by the crew so that it wouldn't fall into the enemy's hands. But this whole evacuation happens very fast, so I don't know if there would have been enough time to set charges. Maybe it would have been as simple as throwing a grenade into the rocket pack on the way out, or that the Juggernauts all have a pre-programmed self-destruct command that could have been easily issued as they fled. I really feel like the way it was shot was supposed to demonstrate an overwhelming amount of small arms fire, but definitely let me know what you think down in the comments below. For me, the idea that on some battlefront there could have been hundreds of clones inside being cooked to death if there was enough droids blasting it is both interesting and terrifying. The following year would see another use of Juggernauts on Felucia, again being accompanied by ATTEs and Ahsoka. Then in the final year of the Clone Wars, they would be seen at the Republic Center for Military Operations. It's unclear if they are moving to a location for deployment, or to be serviced, or just on patrol so that the crew can get some hours behind the controls. And it is important to note that throughout the war, it is claimed that the CIS was stealing shipments of Juggernauts that left the KDY orbital facility. But we can find no visual confirmation of a CIS Juggernaut in use, so whether they were just kept to study weaknesses, or just a rumor, is unknown. But the most notable use would be during the Battle of Kashyyyk. Here there would be at least 9 Juggernauts deployed, and seemingly from just a single Venator. Their offensive abilities proved quite impressive, though really they could have just literally rolled over the invading CIS forces. So since this is the perfect place to take a closer look, let's head down to the sandy beaches of Kachiro with our cross-section in hand to see where everything was and how it all worked. We gotta start off with a relatively mundane aspect, cargo and fuel. You see, the Juggernaut was capable of hauling tons of supplies, or munitions, food, water, and Bacta for other clones and allies. It is unclear if this behemoth runs in a form of liquid gas, electricity, or just the same Tabana gas used for its laser cannons, but whatever it needs, it is pumped in through these hoses that draw from the Venator. Venators have one of the most versatile hangar sections in all of galactic history, so it could carry fuel for both starfighters and land vehicles, depending on the mission. The overall size was part of how it got its name, at a height of 30.4 meters or 100 feet, if you measure to the top of the observation post. That would be nearly 1.5 times the height of the AT-AT, but just the main body was about a Wookiee shorter. At 49.4 meters or 162 feet long, it was 2.5 times the length of the AT-AT, or about 5.5 AATs. The width is 19.6 meters or 64 feet, which is about 3 Wookiees wider than the AT-TE. And just to show you how ridiculous this vehicle is, let's do a comparison for just the wheels. Each was about 7.6 meters or 25 feet tall, making it taller than a snail tank and nearly twice the height of the AAT. And it was also about half as wide as the AAT, so it could easily run those things over. Now, if the Juggernaut ever landed here on Earth, the lookout would be about as tall as a 10-story building, would be wider than 5 lanes of traffic, and longer than 3.5 school buses. but still nothing on the Bagger 923, which was more than 3 times as tall, and more than 4 times the length of the Juggernaut. This of course is an awesome size, but even better, it serves some very practical functions. It could carry up to 300 troops, while having enough provisions on board for 20 days, along with fuel for 30,000 kilometers. For reference, the diameter of Earth and Kashyyyk is only around 12,000 kilometers. It could also carry 30 tons of cargo, which is some of the crates that we see all around, and which is a weight equal to 37 dewbacks. Now, as we look around this interior, we can see that there are way less than 300 seats, meaning those were most likely reserved for higher ranking clones, and there would have been a lot of clones stuffed into these open areas. There are 8 gunners for the multiple weapons which we'll look at in a minute, and 12 pilots. That's a lot, but it's because there are 2 separate pilot crews, each located in a separate cockpit. You see, there is no true front of the clone turbo tank. Each cockpit has full control over the vehicle, and the drive and gears are built such that it is just as fast and maneuverable no matter which direction you're going in. That being said, let's be real folks, this is the main cockpit. It has the lights, forward-facing weaponry, and both lookout points view in this direction. Sorry clones in the back, nice trying to make up for your smaller cockpit. Now this one that we have to tour had its cockpit blown apart, but we can see how it would have looked, with the pilot up front here, followed by the navigator, and then a gunner. Commanding officers and Jedi could climb up into this opening to get a better view of the battlefront, while this spotter would be way up here. This was of course the most exposed position, leaving you vulnerable to all sorts of droid sniper fire, but it was considered worth the extra intel gained. He would get into position via these hatches on the roof, and these rungs would retract, allowing the telescopic pole to retract as well. This is a heavy laser cannon turret, followed by a rapid repeating heavy laser cannon over here. Each can rotate 360 degrees and be fired from inside of the Juggernaut, with a cool detail being that the gunner station displays a 3D holographic representation of the battlefront to each gunner. Up here is the communication dish and scanner, important for both acquiring hostiles nearby, but even picking up various encoded transmissions that might indicate an ambush being set up, or even a nearby, previously undetected CIS base. I do want to point out that perhaps these openings work like weapon hardpoints, allowing different things to be fitted into these slots, because with different Juggernauts we do see different weaponry on the roof. Like with Ahsoka's escapades on Felucia, there was this heavy blaster turret with a clone trooper dangerously exposed, instead of the gun that we see on Kashyyyk and in this cross-section. But there is even more firepower. A medium anti-personnel laser cannon extends out of the side here, with this tube in the center being its targeting sensor. And then there's this retractable munitions box on each side that can fire rockets or grenades. These boxes are not rockets, but instead headlights, which not only project visible light, but also wavelengths like infrared in order to provide additional data to the navigator. But this sort of jaw would open up to reveal twin anti-personnel blaster cannons. Now what most likely destroyed the cockpit of these Juggernauts was either the ridiculously powerful cannons of the MTT, one of which we can see right here, concentrated fire from AATs, or some precision bombing from hyenas. Why I don't think this is snails or spiders is because this scarring on the sides is said to be the worst that they can do to a Juggernaut. Now the guns, armor, and tech is usually the most badass part, but we gotta show some love for the amazing engineering that gets this thing moving. First off, let's actually appreciate how high off the ground this thing is, allowing troops to easily walk underneath, acting as protection from enemy air support and mortars. The drive shaft is said to run almost the full length of the undercarriage, with these enormous cylinders housing the steering pinions. Remember, it can drive the same forward or backwards, with steering taken over at either end. And each of the wheels is connected via its own independent suspension. Shock absorbers and the fact that it is 10 independent wheels rolling over the surface allows for the smoothest ride possible. And the wheels being so wide helps for a couple reasons. One is just that the incredible weight of the Juggernaut is now spread over the width of 10 points, instead of something like the AT-ST or AT-AT, which have all of their weight bearing down on a few small points. This made it less prone to sinking into soft or muddy terrain, though it should be noted that it was often paired up with ATTEs that could use its wench to free a stuck turbo tank. Sometimes it would get high-centered by rolling over a rock that lifted the wheels off the ground, but the ATTE was strong enough to pull it free with its wench. That being said, it was a beast on nearly all terrain, due to the fact that each wheel was actually comprised of 3 independent spinning segments. Then look at all the grooves on these sections, and you can see that really they were controlling 30 independently spinning wheels, with the same power forward and reverse, allowing them to tear up any terrain they wanted. and it also must be one of the most difficult vehicles to learn to pilot. On top of that, the clone turbo tank was no misnomer, as its top speed was 160 km per hour or 99 miles per hour, meaning this enormous machine tore across the battlefront at nearly 3 times the speed of the AAT and ATTE. Both its speed and power were on great display during the Battle of Kashyyyk, where it helped the Republic and Wookiees secure a victory over the CIS invaders. And unlike many Republic creations, it was not decommissioned or destroyed by the Empire. In fact, there was even a successor made called the HCVW-A9 turbo tank that was used to transport prisoners around the Wobani labor camp, where we saw Jyn Erso get rescued. Many of the A6s left over went to Outer Rim worlds, where they encountered opposition by rebels and primitive native populations. Aha Kista had a segment of the population that was set on keeping Imperials off their world, and to stop the Juggernauts, they came up with the idea of zone runners. This was an incredibly dangerous role, where they would run right up to the tank and throw a high explosive satchel right onto the pinion. This wasn't enough to destroy the whole beast, but it would prevent or greatly hinder the Juggernaut's ability to steer. Then on the planet Meridan, we see how the primitive Amani species were able to best the HAV-6. The Imperials had backed up against Eclipse side to set up a base, knowing that the Amani can launch attacks from the dense jungles and tall grass. But the natives scaled the mountain and rained down on top of the lookout tower, killing the trooper and presumably throwing explosives inside of the tank via the hatches on the roof. With the press of a button, they detonated the charges, causing a chain reaction that blew apart the Juggernaut from the inside. Overwhelmed and forced into the grass, Amani swarmed up the sides of the beast and fired into the cockpit with stolen Imperial blasters. A true display of how tactics and creativity can beat any machinery. Later they would be used during the Imperial attack on Hoth, and even after the Empire fell, they would be used as late as 13 ABY by Imperial remnant forces like the Restored Empire. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. There was a predecessor called the A5, which was based on concept art for Episode 5. The expanded universe used this in some books and comics, but it was only about half the size of the Juggernaut that we eventually saw in Episode 3, so that one got called the A6. Apparently the A5 had some terrible maintenance issues, combined with even worse service by the Republic and Empire. An excerpt from the log of an Imperial machinist on Dathomir reads, Day 17. Forward drive shaft on Juggernaut 11 has snapped. Requesting replacement drive shaft. Day 22. Resubmitting request for replacement drive shaft. Day 38. Drive shaft still has not arrived. Please advise. Day 50. Awaiting drive shaft. Day 123. Awaiting drive shaft. And then Imperial turned Rebel Crix Madding said that this was true for the A6 Juggernaut as well. Now there's a really funny reason for the name Clone Turbo Tank. This is so Hasbro could produce toys of this thing, but the problem was that Toy Biz owned the rights to make a toy called a Juggernaut, secured for making the Marvel character. This is so silly because it's not even a rival character, just a vehicle, and Juggernaut is a word, not just an X-Men character's name. But alas, that's why we got Clone Turbo Tank. Hasbro would later get this Marvel character's name's rights, but they kept their new name for the toy, and you see it on different stuff like the LEGO iterations as well. Now there are a ton of references and appearances of this thing, with that cross-section coming from the Episode 3 cross-sections, and it's also in the complete cross-sections. So here are the sources, split into canon and legends, and if you want to pick up your own copy of those, please check out our links in the description. But most important of all, remember, the Juggernaut and ATTE are the only true all-terrain armored transports, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerds? This video is all about the CIS rival to the LAAT, the Heavy Missile Platform Droid Gunship. We all know that the LAAT gunship was a Republic workhorse present at the very opening of the Clone Wars, but this droid gunship doesn't appear until 2 years later, presented during the Civil War on Onderon. It was produced in conjunction with Bactoid Armor Workshop and Howard Charles Engineering, making this thing a product of some of the strangest and creepiest bugs in the galaxy. Let's look at some of its raw stats before we get into its history, and take a look at its cross-section. This may just be separatist propaganda, but it's been reported that the HMP only costs 60,000 credits. This would make it the same cost as a TIE fighter, and less than half an ARC-170. I doubt this number because of just how much is packed into it. Its payload was a whopping 14 missile tubes, 7 on each side, but these could be swapped out for various munitions like concussion missiles, torpedoes, and Discord missiles, just to name a few. Then you have its 2 light laser cannons on the wing, and 2 dual medium laser cannon turrets, as well as this central medium laser cannon. That's 7 laser cannons, with 5 of them being medium laser cannons. That's more firepower than almost any starfighter. But to be fair, that's true of the LA-AT gunship too. But if that wasn't enough, those light laser cannons on the wings were modular, meaning they could act like hardpoints to accommodate other weaponry. These included everything from long-range laser cannons that allowed it to act like a hovering sniper droid, radiation emitters to damage organics through shields, EMP bombs for taking out electronics, incendiaries for thick vegetation, or concussion bombs with yields more than 600 times your standard rocket. All that, and we still haven't talked about its role as a troop transport. These racks on the ventral side allowed it to carry 12 B-1s or B-2s, and perhaps 4 super battle rocket droids. I'm not aware if it's ever been shown, but I can't imagine why there couldn't be modified racks to accommodate droidicas, or even aqua droids and LR-57s. With all these weapons and droids packed onto it, you think it might be slow, and well, it kinda is when you compare it to other starfighters, but its 600 km per hour or 373 mile per hour top atmospheric speed is only 20 km per hour less than the LA-AT. This is due to a newly tested type of super dense radioactive fuel, which packed an incredible amount of power into a relatively small fuel tank. Its overall length was 12.46 meters or 41 feet, making it about 2 Wookiees shorter than the LA-AT and a baby Jawa shorter than the X-Wing. At 11 meters or 36 feet wide, it was 3 Wookiees thinner than the LA-AT, or about half the width of the ARC-170. Its height was 3.1 meters or 10 feet, making it about half the height of the Republic gunship, or 1/3 that of an AT-ST. But let's go ahead and see how it was actually used during the Clone Wars. In the year 20 BBY, the new king of Onderon, Sanjar Rosh, wanted his planet to join the CIS. But many citizens were willing to fight this, laying down their lives for the independence that kept them out of the devastation of the Clone Wars. To fight this growing rebellion, tactical droid Kalani informs the Puppet King that the CIS will be using this theater to debut their new gunship. This is a good time to remember that almost all of the CIS starfighters and vehicles are actually droids with their own AI. Some droids are programmed to serve Java Juice, some are programmed to serve concussion missiles. General Kalani just talks to these gunships as if they were another droid unit, because they are. They aren't humanoid shaped, so it's easy to think of them as just vehicles, but you just talk to it like you would a B-1. They even respond with their own vocoders in a deep and intimidating voice. Now these Onderon rebels are some of the most fearless in the galaxy, so when presented with these mechanized terrors, they don't cower, they just try and take them down. The droid's battlefield intelligence is high, making sure that they knock out the big guns first, but the rebels still try their small arms. Blaster bolts are harmlessly absorbed, and even when Saw Gerrera perfectly lands a thermal detonator, the HMP's shields just shrug it off. Though they continue fighting, panic starts to creep into the back of their minds, and just listen to how Ahsoka pleads with Anakin and Obi-Wan to send help.
It's a full-scale war! They need our help! Please talk to the Council!
Anakin hates sitting back, but knows that Obi-Wan is right. They can't just throw Republic assets at a problem that they were never supposed to be involved in the first place. The real question is, where else could one get the kind of firepower necessary to take down a ray-shielded gunship? Or as Obi-Wan words it,
who in the galaxy would be running around with an extra batch of missiles?
Hondo.
Anakin is tasked with getting these missiles delivered to Onderon, and his frenemy Hondo Ohnaka takes great pleasure at seeing a Jedi getting involved in the illegal arms trade.
Now why would a Jedi need to deliver arms illegally?
Paid very well, the Weequay pirate delivers 6 of these state-of-the-art shoulder-fired rocket launchers. An ambush by commando droids nearly intercepts the rockets, but they are repelled, and the weapons are rushed to the battlefront. Without an explanation of where they came from or even how to use it, an eager Saw grabs one and lines up a gunship in his sights. A single rocket is fired, hitting the side of the wing, but packs enough punch to break through the ray shielding and send it spiraling down into a fiery grave. Watch again how the purple bubble of its shielding flickers in shock. These powerful new weapons are split up amongst the rebels, right as they get word that the gunships had moved on the True King's position. Its laser cannons rip through fleshy organics, but as Steela approached, we see another of its features on display. When she fires a rocket, the droid's sensors alert it and direct its repulsors to dart out of the way. Whipping around, it locks onto her flying mount known as a Ruping, but cleverly she jumps off. As the gunship tracks it, she uses this diversion to lock onto the droid again and fire away. This shot hits it right in its own missile payload, instantly overriding its shields and sending a chain reaction that ignites some fuel. Wedged right in between the payload and the fuel is the repulsor lift, the thing keeping the droid up in the air. Without even knowing it, Steela hits this new gunship in one of its most vulnerable areas. That's 2 gunships down, but the real problem is that the King is being pursued by commando droids. Some expert shooting by Steela helps to end this threat, but 2 more gunships come racing towards them. These had a fresh payload, which makes for a much larger explosion when these ones get hit. We get a great view of this with Saw's shot, seeing how individual missile pods are going off. This wrecked the repulsor systems, which combined with it going forward at full speed, sent it recklessly spinning forward. I won't go too crazy with the speculating here, but it's possible that it crashing into the King's location was no accident. We already talked about how they have a complex AI system and features that do tend to produce a sense of sentience, like being able to receive and share their ideas via its sensors and vocoder. We see this time and time again in the Star Wars universe, that the more advanced the droid, the more sentient behaviors it tends to display. This final gunship seems like it is putting everything it had into eliminating its target, trying to steer itself with the last of its energy into its enemy. This dedication to its mission is profound, as even in a mangled heap, it pushes through and finds a way to move its medium laser cannon. When it opens fire, Lux shows some amazing reaction time and accuracy, but also Ahsoka just got blasted by a medium laser cannon at pretty close range. That's a gun way more powerful than your strongest sniper rifles, and like we said earlier, something that you don't even see in many starfighters. You have to get up into ARC-170 territory to see those kinds of cannons. Let me know how you think she took this shot so well, and if you think that the droid is showing a drive above and beyond just raw coding. That last push by the HMP cost Steela her life, and would consume Saw Gerrera with regret and hatred, spending the rest of his life fighting a war without any rules. After this battle, we can see how they were used in space combat during the raid on General Kenobi's Venator. The Negotiator was boarded by a team of Vulture droids, Grievous's Sheathipede, and gunships with squads of B-1s and B-2s. Then during Tup's transport to Kamino from Ringo Vinda, they are ambushed by an HMP with 4 Super Battle Droid rocket troopers. You can see that these larger droids are carried on these larger racks, while the missile pods are now packing the much larger Discord missiles. Each Discord missile delivers a cloud of terrifying buzz droids. What's interesting about this attack though, is that you would assume that the Republic cleared this sector after fighting in the orbital ring, so where did this ship come from? It is space, so it could be hard to detect the ship anyways, but I think we should keep the idea open that although these do not have hyperdrives listed officially, there may be some special units outfitted with their own hyperdrives. Or perhaps they emerged out of some sort of cloaked CIS capital ship. We next see them being used on Scipio, where they were instrumental in the CIS invasion of this Mune world. As Coruscant Guard shock troopers attempted to protect Padme, Hyena bombers made quick work of the LA-ATs and C-70s, while the HMPs swooped in for the troopers. Its laser cannons cut down a squad's worth in seconds, while their battle droid delivery finished off the rest, including the heroic Z6 wielding trooper known as Thorn. That same year, in the final moments of the Clone Wars in 19 BBY, HMPs provided aerial support to the snail tanks and dwarf spider droids as they attempted to take the Wookiee homeworld of Kashyyyk. Here, a daring gunship nearly changed the course of galactic history with a single shot that barely missed the little green Jedi Master. After the Clone Wars, there wasn't too much to be heard about this droid. I think it's safe to say that Palpatine prioritized the decommission of these deadly gunships, and the only time we see them fighting against the Empire is in the use of Geonosian CIS holdout Geyser Delso.
A Geonosian separatist who'd somehow escaped Lord Vader's efforts to wipe out the remnants of the CIS.
He was actually able to use some to board an Imperial-class Star Destroyer.
Sir, the droids have landed on our ship. We can't launch our fighters.
Calm down, pilot. Get out there and destroy that transport.
But I like to think that somewhere out there in the vast galaxy, some rebels or pirates came across one of these Clone Wars droid veterans. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. This logo with 3 9s or 6s making a circle is from King Addo Iman from Karam 5, a mid-rim planet that dedicated their massive manufacturing plants to help the CIS pump out droid gunships. The HMP was inspired by early concept art for the LA-AT, and in the script for the Clone Wars TV show, it was referred to as the HMP Predator. I don't know about you, but I think that's a pretty fitting name for it. For gameplay purposes, the HMP is piloted by a droid unit so that a player can operate it. Cross-sections come from the Revenge of the Sith Incredible Cross-Sections book, with additional information coming from Ultimate Star Wars, Vehicles and Vessels books, and the Star Wars Complete Encyclopedia and Guide to Warfare. When it says in its deep robotic voice, "by your command," that's a reference to Cylons from the Battlestar Galactica universe.
By your command.
And the whole Onderon arc was inspired by the US and Soviets' interactions in Afghanistan. One major factor for the Soviets withdrawing from Afghanistan was the fact that the rebels had been provided Stinger missiles. Soviet air superiority was one of the hardest things to counter, but once the CIA secretly supplied the rebels with these advanced weapons, the rebels finally had a chance. It's said that Mujahideen using these Stingers were able to get a 79% kill ratio, taking down approximately 269 aircraft. Influential Russian writer Alexander Prokhanov said that the Stinger was a turning point. And Tipping Point is the name of the episode in which the rebels get these weapons. So that's it for the HMP Droid Gunship. But most important of all, remember, always ask the important questions, like what about the Droid Gunship attack on the Onderonians? And the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerds? This video is all about the Slave 1, a Firespray 31 class patrol and attack craft that was used by both Jango and Boba Fett. Interestingly, it was manufactured by Kuat Drive Yards, the same people who made the Venator and Imperial-class Star Destroyers. The cost of your standard Firespray is unknown, but the Slave 1's modifications gave it an estimated cost of 726,500 credits, almost twice the cost of Bosk's ship, the Houndstooth, and 12 times the cost of a TIE fighter. It was nearly as wide as it is long, with a length of 21.5 meters, or 71 feet, which is more than twice the length of an A-Wing, and at 21.3 meters, or 70 feet wide, it was about a Wookiee wider than an ARC-170. And at a height of 7.8 meters, or 26 feet, it was taller than two AT-RTs. Its top atmospheric speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, or 621 miles per hour, meant that it was faster than a TIE bomber, but slower than an X-Wing. Its hyperdrive is much more impressive, with a Class 1 under Jango, and a Class 0.7 under Boba, taking it from as fast as an A-Wing, and into the elite circle of ships that actually come close to the Falcon. It always had a great armament, but it differed under each owner. Jango's configuration was 2 twin blaster cannons, 2 rapid-fire laser cannons, 1 concussion missile launcher, and a mine layer, which usually contained 9 seismic charges. As competition between bounty hunters increased, with the rise of violence in the Clone Wars, and in an effort to secure lucrative contracts with the Empire, Boba had to install more and diverse forms of firepower, with 2 twin rotating blaster cannons, 2 concussion missile launchers, and a separate 2 proton torpedo launchers, along with an ion cannon and tractor beam, while retaining some seismic charges as well. This ship had 2 seats for a pilot and a co-pilot, while also having room for 6 passengers, along with 1 force cage that was specially designed to negate the effects of force users. And of course, it had a ton of equipment that was dedicated to keeping them off the radar, with cloaking devices, signal decoy systems, and sensor scrambling and jamming equipment. If we take a look inside of this ship, you can see the general layout of the rooms, with a ladder that leads down to each level, with the personal quarters up top, followed by the cockpit, then a storage area, and main hold which contained a swoop bike, with the boarding ramp for loading up prisoners here, and then the actual detainment area over here, followed by this section containing most of the armament. To look at these areas in even more detail, we can check out the cross sections, which shows that the weaponry and life support systems were located here, and moving towards the cockpit, we see the weapons control panel, tractor beam generator, and the sensor array, with the hidden ion cannons tucked in here. The pilot's sleeping quarters was just below, and we can better see the prison bunks, which looks like they just held the captives locked to their bed in separate stackable chambers. In the main hold, you'll also see that the seats move into position when the Slave 1 goes into fight mode, but when it was owned by Boba Fett, the artificial gravity projectors would switch orientation, depending on if it was docked or when it was in flight mode. And then moving out towards the wings, we see that they contain the repulsor lifts that got it off the ground, and which could be used to help with its maneuverability. Beneath all this armor plating, we can see the wide array of sensors, followed by the main engines and power generators for this ship. and then continuing down towards the rear of the ship, we see the mine layer magazine, followed by the ion drive, and how the power generator feeds into a waste pump and heatsink that were assisted by this long curving radiator fin. And an interesting part of the cross-sections book for Jango says that this hallway was reclaimed by a Corellian starliner, and it does look a lot like the hallway in a YT-1300. Its history starts off as only one of 6 prototype fire sprays that were ever produced, and which were used to patrol the prison colony on Uvo 4. Jango stole the ship that would become the Slave One, and destroyed all the other prototypes, causing Kuat Drive Yards to cancel the fire spray line, though they would reintroduce it some decades later. Funny enough, it was actually the elevator manager that told Jango about this ship, and in this whole event, his previous ship, Chaster's Legacy, was destroyed by the guards. After Jango's death on Geonosis, the ship passed on to Boba, and shortly after this it was stolen, but eventually recovered, until Dooku had Boba captured by Aurra Sing, and the Sith said she could just keep the Slave One. Once Boba recovered it again, it was his for good, though he would work together with Aurra Sing for years, even allowing her to continue piloting his ship. At Florum, Ahsoka was able to inflict heavy damage to the ship, while Boba was captured and Sing left for dead in the seemingly destroyed Slave One. Hondo Ohnaka would discover this wreck, save Aurra Sing, and claim the Slave One for himself, painting it red and green and slapping on his symbol. It is unclear how Boba got his ship back, but possibly it was given to him out of respect for Jango, and shortly after this he embarked on a mission in which he would cross General Grievous. Grievous almost kills him, but he escapes and was able to attack Wat Tambor's ship, causing Ventress to come to its aid and fire on the Slave One with her Genevex-class starfighter. Anakin inadvertently saves Fett, and after pursuing the bounty hunter, the pair landed and decided to trade armor repairs by Boba for Anakin's abilities to repair his ship. In the Imperial era, Darth Vader would call in Fett's service to track Galen Merrick before he took it to Kuat to install all those customizations that we went over earlier. 2 months before the Battle of Yavin, Solo was ambushed by Boba, but the smuggler was able to escape through hyperspace. In the year 3 ABY, the Galactic Empire and Jabba the Hutt placed a bounty on Solo, which led to Fett tracking him to Cloud City, and on his way to Tatooine, he was attacked by IG-88C and IG-88D, a battle in which Boba Fett destroyed the final IG-2000 ship. When he escaped the Sarlacc pit, he stole the Houndstooth from Bossk, leaving the Slave One in atmosphere. Boba then used the Slave 2 for some time, and there was even a Slave 3 and 4, but he eventually salvaged the Slave 1 and restored it to its former glory, before using it in the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. The last times we hear about this ship is in 40 ABY, when a medical droid upon the Slave 1 was unable to save a fellow Mandalorian, Brika Jebin, and a year later he narrowly escaped authorities by using the ship's decoy system to have the Slave 1 appear as a speeder bike on their sensors. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. It was widely believed that the design for this ship was based off of the light post outside of ILM Studios, but the art director has claimed that it was instead based off of a radar dish. And of course, over these many years, there have been changes in its depiction in different cross-section books, and in the Clone Wars TV show. So that's it for the Slave One, but most important of all, remember, no incineration, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will pull from all material from Canon and Legends to do a complete breakdown of one of the greatest vehicles ever produced in the galaxy far, far away. This is one of the first vehicles to enter production with the purchase of a clone army by its mysterious benefactors, with the Kaminoans using the prestigious and ancient shipwright Kuat Drive Yards to provide all the ships and vehicles. Kuat had been a staple of the Old Republic thousands of years earlier, and with the roughly 10 centuries between the destruction of the Sith and dissolving of the Republic military via the Ruusan Reformations, the shipwright was eager to earn the kind of credits you only see during a galaxy-spanning war. Kuat had many subsidiary companies that each had their own specializations, and Rathana Heavy Engineering would be charged with crafting most of the land vehicles, like the ATTE, SPHA, but also the LAAT and Acclamator. which is the first look at what we'll see were countless brilliant decisions that start all the way at the top with good leadership and project management, not as exciting as weapon engineering, but crucial to making sure that this army would work at such a large scale. By having Rothana build the Acclamator, LAAT, and ATTE, all these designers could work with each other, planning around each other's needs, and had shared supply lines. With the Acclamator having its power systems and crew right down the middle, this main area on the sides are dedicated to the racks and conveyor belt systems full of gunships, and had the tanks packing the nose and lining the perimeter, produced as units to make sure that each Acclamator that left Rothana was fully loaded. And there was a seamless transition, having that insanely fast 0.5 hyperdrive, scrambling across the galaxy, rapidly deploying LAAT infantry and LAAT carrier variants, with the spacefaring and decently fast gunship having enough power to be a flying tank on its own, escorting the LAATC with its ATTE, dropping it off in a matter of seconds with a quick release of the rounded mount on the middle legs, and it hit the ground running. Also keep in mind this holy vehicle trinity were each the main troop transports, with the Acclamator carrying 1,600 troops, more than twice the Venator, and the LAAT and ATTE being the respective air and ground ways to move clones around the battlefront. And to go one step further, they could even pack in 2 AT-RTs for scouting ahead or setting up ambushes. The official mission directive for this Republic Walker was to act as a multi-purpose assault vehicle, capable of carrying out everything from the movement of clone platoons across any terrain, even when under heavy enemy fire, and also have the firepower to destroy the enemy's position once it arrived. The shape of the Walker is based on the Arctic horny whelmer, a hardy animal native to the planet Rothana. Like a 6-legged armadillo with 2 separate armored sections and a tough cartilage part in the middle, they had based other vehicles on this in the past, like a very successful old patrol vehicle they made for a mining company, and so the ATTE's design is able to navigate terrain so well because its proportions and body were shaped on a creature that could scale the icy and rocky mountainous terrain, which is why there is this flexible concertina section at the middle of the Walker. At a height of 5.7 meters, a length of 13.2 meters, and 5.32 meters across, it was about 1/4 the height of the AT-AT, 3 Jawas longer than an AAT, and wider than the fattest Hutts. With its top speed of 60 kilometers per hour or 37 miles per hour, it was stomping along just faster than its hovering Seppi rival, but the TX-130 was 5 times as fast. Though the whole point of not using repulsor generators like most craft, and being a mechanically powered walker, it could walk through enemy shields, something impossible for craft utilizing electrogravitic fields to float. The ATTE was also impervious to normal ion attacks due to a robust electromagnetic shielding layered into the armor, and that it was grounded through the feet. Some other important stats before we head under the armor plating is that it had a 40-ton cargo capacity, fuel for 500 kilometers or 310 miles, rations and air supply for 3 weeks, which meant that it could act as a mobile space fort dropped down on asteroids, moons, or harsh planets. But let's start by looking at the feet, or foot pads. They were packed full of terrain sensors and tractor field generators, a tech usually seen in Star Destroyers in the form of a tractor beam projector used to capture smaller ships. But they scaled this tech down to fit into the footpad so that each step had the effect of bonding to the surface. This is why it can scale 90-degree sheer cliff walls, and this ability was designed to be able to walk up fortress walls. And it's crazy that we don't have an example of this, but it said it was designed to also provide a unique angle of attack, climbing into massive cave systems or underworlds of ecumenopolises like Coruscant, so that they could hang upside down from the ceiling like a spider and rain down fire from above. Or as Skywalker showed, it could easily climb over enemy capital ships just using a magnetic feature, which was also put into these feet. So you see, Rothana took that directive literally. This thing could go anywhere, being completely sealed off with a pressurized interior, that 3-week supply of oxygen, which even if you were in a Type 1 atmosphere, it would still help with everything from dust, smoke, fire, and of course be necessary in outer space, when underwater, or in toxic atmospheres. And later in the war against bioweapon attacks, which the CIS did deploy a few times. It required 7 specially trained crew members, like pilots and CCs or clone commanders. These specialized tanker clones were trained for this role since birth. The pilot worked the 6 legs, while the spotter sat above him and worked the sensor suite station to scan through different data displays providing intel on friendly and enemy activity, atmospheric conditions, and different wavelengths of light. The spotter would then relay the info to the 4 gunners tucked in each corner, with the front 2 working the pair of anti-personnel laser cannons, while the ones towards the rear worked a single cannon, making for 6 in total. The final crew member had the best job but the lowest lifespan, sitting exposed behind the controls of the mass driver cannon up top. He got here via this simple ladder, opening this hatch and slipping in. While there was an effort to provide some armor protection, being enveloped on the sides, back, and even this headrest wrapping around to try and save his head, he would still be exposed to shrapnel and explosives that might not punch through the armor plating, but would easily blow through his plastoid body armor. Each of these sections would hold 10 troops, for 20 total, with their blasters standing up on these racks located here. Under the floor is where you find the ammo storage for the main cannon, which the troops had to manually reload onto this ammunition belt to be fed into the cannon. These could be any combination of munitions, from burrowing bunker busters, heat-seeking projectiles, sonic charges, or your standard high explosive shells. And what would become very common was a sort of plasma bolt generating round that made it work like a standard laser cannon. A shell that helps to think of it more like a magazine, being packed full of a certain number of shots that are activated with each trigger pull, and then ejected when you went through all these shots. This combo allowed it to work like a mobile artillery vehicle, and the targeting system was accurate enough to calculate for these different rounds, and even shoot down slow-moving aircraft or intercept incoming rocket fire. A really unique design feature are the acceleration compensators packed into each of the troop sections. Usually only seen in starfighters, this tech was another form of gravity manipulation like seen in the feet, but in this case it's for reducing the G-forces felt by the troops. This is required in starfighters and capital ships, which could kill a person with their acceleration, the person normally surviving about 5 Gs, while the Executor class had a top acceleration of 1000 Gs. The compensators in the Walker were likely far less powerful than on a capital ship, but worked as a way of reducing recoil when hit by a massive round, or when falling off a surface and smashing into the ground. It's not the role this tech was invented for, but it had the effect of preventing a deadly whipping of the neck or flying out of your seat and being crushed to death by the reduction of that felt acceleration. The canopy cockpit up front opens via this hinge, and the way you get up is that this bar would pivot down to act like a stepladder. These notches are for holding clamps inside of the capital ship hangar. You can see the actuator pistons here. There are 4 exits, 2 at the front and 2 at the rear, for the troops to spill out and not just have one ramp for the enemy to focus all their fire on. And if we look close, we can see the life support air reprocessor here. We also get the comment that clones complain that they did not have specialized armor that was more streamlined and smaller for operating in these tight positions. You'd imagine they were taking that helmet off as soon as they were away from a stuck-up clone commander, but the whole suit was said to be cumbersome and just felt silly to wear your little blaster-proof armor while within one of the best armored vehicles in the galaxy. There were variants with a main loading ramp that could move supplies, ATRTs, or speeders, and some were built out to act as a mobile command center, establishing a network with that synergistic trio, the Acclamator being the HQ for the Republic forces, talking to the forward command dropped off via LAATC, which in turn coordinated with the mobile command centers inside of various walkers during a large-scale offensive. This trio of Rthana craft were some of the first ships and vehicles ready for use, and they made sure that every iteration from prototypes to the final product were being shipped to Kamino to use in their sprawling training centers, which utilized everything from adjustable terrain features, holographic projectors, droid enemies, and weather simulators to prep the clones for any planet in the galaxy. These were large enough to accommodate battalions and multiple armored units, working in conjunction with the UT-AT, SPHA, Juggernaut, and various speeders. When the clones say,
Just like the simulation.
sometimes they mean the video game style, but also these massive multi-day war games. In 22 BBY, Grandmaster Yoda arrived on Kamino and ordered the immediate scrambling of a sizable portion of the army that he had only learned about a few days earlier. And though it was their first time seeing real combat, all the pieces were moving with deadly efficiency. Most of the droid units seen during the Battle of Geonosis were completely legal. In fact, they had been used to enforce trade deals, protect Trade Federation assets, or by the Mune bankers in seizing property from someone that fell back on their payments, or just taxes. And with all that experience killing poor people and pirates, the banking clan's Hailfire droid was a seasoned vet, and knew how to exploit a weak spot. One of the simplest and effective vehicles in the galaxy, it just connected 30 powerful rockets to a droid brain solely dedicated to seek and destroy, drop it on fast all-terrain wheels, and we see that the first ATTE tank commanders were meeting a shockingly fast and fiery end, with rockets blowing through the legs with so much power that the tanker's underside slammed into the rocky ground, igniting the fuel reserves that line this bottom layer. Everything from the fuel for the engines and all that fancy gravitation tech, not to mention the Tabana gas used to power those 6 anti-personnel cannons, was all stored in this belly, and then chain reaction explosions would set off the mass driver shells, which were packed under the floorboards. Others showed off that droid brain by having the rockets rain down and hit it on the weakest part, the flexible connecting middle, or punching right through the ball turret to successfully exploit the line of Tabana gas and energizers that would be in this weapon. Of course, every walker that landed a hit on them was an instant kill, but the slower rate of fire had it looking like the tank battalion would be overwhelmed, until the gunship swooped in and took advantage of the droid's lack of shielding or armor, easily slicing through to cut off the advance. Once the walkers were in position, that terrain was solidly in Republic hands. Coordinating with the Acclamator and those forward stations, they were able to count the first Battle of the Clone Wars as a decisive Republic victory. A celebration of the saviors of the Republic was held in the form of a military parade on Coruscant, a show of strength for both Republic citizens and a threat to shakily allied senators, while only the most attuned masters could sense that this could also be a threat to democracy and the Jedi Order. When Palpatine first laid eyes on this army, of the ATTE walkers specifically, he said, quote, "These weapons of war would be awe-inspiring if they were not so terrifying." Almost immediately after this, these walkers would be crucial in the defense of Christophsis, though again we see that many were lost. As this battle drew on, the clone Slick would reveal that he had joined forces against his brothers, convinced by Asajj Ventress that the clones were nothing more than slaves fighting for corrupt Coruscanti elites. When he was cornered by Rex and Cody, he fled through the ammo depot, and was able to detonate explosives set on several walkers and gunships. On a battlefront where even the slightest advantage could decide the victor, the next days would see even more walkers lost, though clever thinking by the Jedi would force the Separatist surrender, and they were quickly reinforced by more troops and armored units. The assault on Teth would be one of the most stunning uses of these walkers, with the monastery being in a perfect defensive position, anti-aircraft batteries crowning the top of an enormous plateau, so the Republic had to rely on the gravity-locking footpads to make the long 90-degree ascent, with Ahsoka Tano using her saber to keep the pilots safe from incoming fire, and making it to the top just in time to save her brazen master. But they needed to immediately switch to defense. After just destroying all the anti-aircraft weaponry to take the monastery, now the Seppies were descending with multiple C-9979 landing craft, intent on making this ancient holy site their grave. As the B-1s and Spiders start to make it into the main courtyard, we see the mass driver cannon firing rapidly like a laser cannon. Not as powerful as shells, but this higher rate was why that variable munition option was so great. And we see that while the front canopy windows are immune to small arms fire, the heavy blaster cannon of the Dwarf Spider explodes through and kills these two clones. After faking a surrender to buy them some time and drop the droid's defenses, Rex and his boys are able to hold them off by hiding beneath this downed behemoth, until Cody's forces were able to come to their rescue. Sometime after this, droid units started calling these 6 legs and 6s. It might not be 8-legged, but instead of dreaming of electric sheep, these B-1s were having nightmares of 6-leggers as horror stories were shared between battalions, which is a really interesting insight into the droids' minds, in that even though they weren't organics, there was still some element of psychological warfare. The next major use was during the Battle of Ryloth, where we again see some very smart tactics from the Separatists. Mace Windu and the 91st Mobile Recon Corps were leading an armor division through a narrow canyon pass on their way to liberate the capital city of Lesu. AATs waited to open fire until all the walkers were far along the path, and then took down the lead walker, bringing them to a halt, and then worked to close the rear.
Now order our cannon to target their rear units. We'll box them in and blast them to pieces.
Mace ordered his recon troops to deploy the ATRTs, then used his powers in the Force to break the canopy glass and free the unconscious pilot. Was probably very glad he was wearing his full armor that day, before calling deep on the Force to push the massive walker out of the path and free up the rest of his units. Expert use of frog walkers outmaneuvered the AATs and cleared the way for the tanks to push towards the capital city, where Wat Tambor and his tactical droid were examining the weaknesses of this infamous Sixer that would soon be shelling their defenses. With the help of local resistance fighter Cham Syndulla, the 91st boys approached the city to make sure it was free of droids and provide rations for the Twi'leks, only to witness the latest of CIS war crimes, as hyenas slaughtered the civilians before they could even think of joining Syndulla's resistance. By now, stories had spread of ATTE battalions leveling whole mountains to get to the target, so the T-Series calculated that their best option was to use the captive Twi'leks as living shields, putting their encampments all around the walls. The combined 91st and local forces launched their attacks as MTTs were returning to the capital, hoping to cross the energy bridge in time, only for the droids to show how willing they were to sacrifice each other.
Oh well, too bad for them.
But the two troops and Mace were able to reactivate the bridge, and the RTs and Blurgs storm over and fight their way into the city, with Mace taking Wat Tambor hostage. And when the walkers were finally within the walls, all could celebrate this hard-fought win, with the ATTEs playing a part in the victory parade. Though we do not see this, there are several reports of how this walker was susceptible to mines. He got 6 legs to step on a mine, each walking pretty close to the other, and it wasn't that far off the ground, so worse than losing the foot, the mines usually penetrated that belly full of fuel, with similar effects to what we saw with the Hailfire missiles. The AT-HE was an evolutionary link between the Republic and Imperial walkers, having longer legs than the TE, but not as long as the AT-AT. For whatever reason, there are no images of this vehicle, but I believe this has to do with the fact that Kuat and Rathona had some insider intel. A certain embodiment of the dark side may have told them to focus on building a towering fortress and to not worry about the next iteration of wartime tank, because it is said that they began work on the AT-AT before the AT-HE was even finished. After Cad Bane captured the holocron and kyber crystal required to locate all known Force-sensitive children, Anakin would deploy these walkers in another novel way.
You are not thinking of using those to transport the clones to that frigate.
Well, they are pressurized.
And they're equipped with magnetic feet. Good call.
As the walkers were released, they gently floated down to make contact, and we see that they are using the rapid-fire laser charges during this rescue mission of Master Opal, not wanting to blow up the ship with explosive shells. These walkers would go down with the enemy ship, but the mission was mostly a success. Ki-Adi-Mundi and Kenobi would lead one of the largest offensives of the entire war, during the Second Battle of Geonosis.
Once we have landed, we shall knock out the shield generator. That is our primary target.
Y-Wing bombers would first try to take out the gun emplacements near the LZ, but Geonosian cannons were still operational and firing away on the LA-ATs racing through the flak, along with growing numbers of Nantek starfighters.
Get the tanks on the ground, now!
Mundi's forces were shot down short of the LZ, and Kenobi's were shot down as well, but crash landed a bit closer, while Skywalker was in position but lost all of his ATTEs.
Skywalker's tanks are gone, and they're trying to contact General Kenobi's forces for support.
Falling back on one of the oldest and most successful tactics, they circled the wagons, or walkers and gunships, to create an impromptu armored base to try and hold off the bugs swarming with sonic blasters, speeders, and AATs, while also trying to coordinate with Yularen and Atmosphere to locate the downed generals. As the clones fought through the chaos, they find the only survivor of this 212th group were Kenobi and a single clone. Mundi used his saber to cut through some of the anti-tank barricades and made it near Skywalker's position, as the lead Venator was now being strafed by the Nantex fighters. Skywalker was able to bring down that defensive wall blocking their path to the shield generator, and the flame troopers were clearing out the tunnels. From this vantage point, Kai could see that the LZ was about to be overwhelmed, and is able to call in air support just in time. By now, most of the walkers had been disabled, but Kenobi believed there was still enough to pull off the victory.
You'll be able to temporarily jam their scanners so they are unable to target the incoming tanks. Once the tanks knock out the shield, Master Mundi can bring the rest of the troops in with the gunships.
This is one of the best examples of that genius decision by Rathona to make a tank without repulsor tech. The ATTEs were able to walk through the shields and open fire on the generator with their high explosive shells, and the gunships perfectly coordinated to swoop in just as the protective plasma layer fell apart. The next target was the main droid and weapons factory. Luminara and Dooley's forces were coming in with fresh gunships, tanks, and hundreds of troops. As they pushed through, it was looking like an easy victory, but the first bad sign was the ambush launch from the tall, rocky spires. And while the tanks were encircling the fortress and defending the clones from enemy infantry, for the role of actually punching through the thick fortress walls, that task went to a row of AV-7 cannons. But then a new model of Bactoid tank emerged through the thick plate doors. The simply named Super Tank would unleash a barrage of mortar fire that was unrelenting for several minutes, easily destroying the unarmored cannons, and just through accuracy by volume, were able to land devastating hits on the weak spots of the ATTEs. While the armor of the Super Tank was impenetrable to even the mass driver cannon, having no weak spots on any forward-facing section, perhaps only near the launchers themselves, which is why we see it has an armored hood that only peels back when firing. Ahsoka and Barriss Offee used this weapon to hit the main generator and bring down the entire factory, surviving by being inside of this indestructible new tank. In Felucia, we got to see the walker being used in the role of long-range artillery, and quickly switching into an armored troop carrier role to take a CIS fortress. And after years as a beloved workhorse of the Jedi Generals, its most famous use would be to try and kill Kenobi, when Cody executed Order 66 and immediately moved to kill the traitorous general. Though it wasn't a high explosive shell, it also wasn't one of those smaller anti-personnel laser firing shells either. This equivalent of a heavy laser cannon bolt may have been subtly guided by the Force, as Obi-Wan would just barely make it out alive. As soon as the Republic became the Empire, these walkers near instantly went from a symbol of proud fighters of democracy to symbols of oppression. Walkers all across the galaxy were moved to protect political centers, and used as an implied threat of force against the citizens. And when they deemed that the protest became a riot, those 6 anti-personnel cannons would open fire. Or like we see on Raxus Secundus, the Coruscant of the CIS had millions of citizens that were not instantly kneeling to their new emperor, including their leader.
I can no longer condone this unjust occupation.
As the people started to resist the clones, the ATTE stepped in to help squash any thoughts of rebellion, and noticed that all the Republic coloring is grayed out, both on the troopers and the vehicles. When Bad Batch rescued Senator Avi Singh, they had to get past Walker patrols, and as they escaped, they commandeer one, exploiting their intimate knowledge of this vehicle to take out the entire crew, Wrecker chucking them out of the forward side hatch. The Imperial clone gunners were able to load a heavy plasma charge and angle the gun to sink a shot that disabled the rear legs, forcing Bad Batch to jack another one, only for a third Walker to land a second shot. With tech's repairs, they are able to get the damaged Walker operational, spewing thick black smoke and leaking oil as it dragged itself to a spot designated by the Senator. When the enemy Walker caught up, a shot to the midsection scrapped it, but using the wreckage and a thermal charge, they were able to collapse their escape tunnel entrance and lose the Imperial clones. Some Imperial variants would open up the sides of the rear section, keeping a protective front, but then allowing the troops to open fire from this raised platform as they moved into the rebellious populations. While this made it able to engage threats on the side, of course this opened it up to grenades, while others had a flat top for moving large amounts of cargo. Over the following months, these engineering marvels were being scrapped, along with all the other remnants of the Clone Wars on the junk world Braca, sharing a mass grave with their enemy, as everything from Venators to Lucra Hulks ended up here. 15 years later, by 4 BBY, Ahsoka wanted the Spectres to reach out to old allies hiding out on the planet Selos, and Kanan, an Order 66 survivor, is teleported back to his youth when he sees the allies' mobile home.
Now that is a work of art.
Looks like an old Republic tank, used during the Clone Wars.
When they approach, the man who saw clones kill his master is quick to ignite his blade, triggering Wolf to take some shots, but Rex gets Wolf and Gregor to calm down, while Ezra reminds Kanan that Ahsoka told them to trust these allies. When they get inside, we see that it looks like a mobile command variant of Walker, or perhaps a variant that had the top flattened for cargo, with the clones adding parts back like the main gun and other repairs. There are tons of accents to make it feel like home, from wind chimes to lights, and practical mods to make it a multi-story home with balcony handrails to dry your clothes and towels, and a flat seating area that doubles as a landing pad. Here the Walker was used to hunt the massive Jupas, and either just due to age or the mods, it is pumping out black smoke with each shaky step. It looks like some legs were replaced, and the front step-down ladder on the canopy now works as a lookout spot for the hunts. They connect Zeb to an energy line that acts as a harpoon, and with some teamwork they do bring in the beast. But before the Spectres can leave with Rex's coordinates for potential rebel bases, the betrayal by Wolf brought the imps to this remote world. Wolf didn't want his brothers dragged into the rebel conspiracy, and got ahead of any accusations by contacting the nearest officials. Though he apologized and regretted it, the Empire was already on the way. The first TIE got shot down by a rocket launcher, and in the lull before the next wave, Rex gives the new generation a lesson on the mass driver cannon.
The Traverse controls are over here on the left, and the elevations on the right.
But it isn't long before they spot a trio of AATs closing in on them. Facing off against their Imperial replacements, Rex has to admit he is impressed with this new behemoth.
Reinforced armor plating, heavy cannons, and anti-personnel blasters.
Turning to race into the sandstorm, they are able to take advantage of the Jedi's powers to sense the enemy when all other sensor systems were down. By trusting the Force, Ezra puts a perfect shot into the AAT's weakness, the flexible neck. When they emerge from the sandstorm, the clones help the Spectres get off in their ship, but they know that the old heroes have no chance against the two Walkers. While the clones were deciding to go out in a bang, full steam ahead, eating powerful bolts that drop it, only to rise up again, spewing smoke and slamming into the legs of the Goliath, while trying to fire at the second. But as you can see, the energy shots are harmlessly dispersing across the surface. And as the AT-AT seems immovable, the mass driver cannon loses power. Rex screams at the imps to come out and fight him, before accepting that he will be disintegrated by these turrets. He closes his eyes as the Spectres return to blast into the enemy, dropping down to hijack one and use it to open fire on the other, providing a shocking defeat for the Imperial forces that would lead to Vader's Inquisitors getting personally involved. In the views of some military strategists, the AT-AT overcorrected for the worry of mines. It wasn't as stable, but did hit the main objective of everything Imperial at this time. It struck fear into the population. You drop one of these down and it acted like an instant castle, towering over a city and able to rain death from above like some angry god. As the Rebel Alliance was formally organized, and the Galactic Civil War was raging on, this discarded masterpiece was being rebuilt by mechanics all across the stars, and pressed into the fight to restore the Republic. At least one fell into the hands of a Weequay gang, who placed it at the Sreeler spaceport to extort payments from visiting spacers. which resulted in it having its back legs blown off thanks to a concussion missile fired by Chewbacca. Months after the Battle of Endor, in 5 ABY, the New Republic was pitted against these during the Battle of Kuat Drive Yards. Perhaps the most logistically important battle of the entire war, the Imperial remnant threw everything they had into the defense of the largest supplier of Republic and Imperial ships and vehicles. In the shipyards that made up the massive orbital ring, AT-ATs and AT-TEs crawled along the surface to try and shoot down NR forces. Though this final battle with the Walker was a loss, it would be forever loved and respected by factions all across the galaxy. That's it for the breakdown, and as for behind the scenes facts, one of the longest running standoffs on vehicle lore concerns that mass driver cannon. A lot of the early cross-section books were just worked on from images of ships and vehicles, without actually seeing them in action, and a lot of what happens on screen was for plot and cool special effects purposes, and the lore comes second. Movies and later shows were king, and though the Walker always looks like it's just firing a laser cannon, the whole idea of it being a mass driver firing a physical shell has never faded away. It was re-established in every Legends and even now the new canon books, though it's finally addressed on why it looks like a laser by vaguely saying that it could load shells that fired plasma bolts, which is what I meant by saying it kinda works like a magazine. Many of the same stop-motion animators for the AT-ATs in Empire Strike Back were brought in to work with a CGI team in Attack of the Clones, to try and capture the same feel of the movement. But there was also a deliberate choice to make them not seem invincible, like each side of the Clone Wars was devastatingly powerful, and it would not just be an easy win for the good guys, which is why we see them blown up so quickly upon their first deployment on Geonosis. In the Battlefront games, they act as mobile spawn points, and in Battlegrounds they can be built in mech factories. All the technical info comes from the Attack of the Clones Visual Dictionary, complete cross-sections, Imperial Handbook, Encyclopedia of Starfighters and Other Vehicles, and Rise of the Separatists. Please hit that like button, leave a comment, or share the video. These are the best ways to help me out. Subscribe to see more videos like this, check out the membership, or one of these videos that I'm sure you're gonna love. But most important of all, remember, no armor can stop plot-based projectiles, and the Force will be with you, always. We all know how Krennic got his credit stolen with the Death Star project, but also the amazing Delta-class shuttle would have never been produced if it wasn't for the keen eye of the director.
We stand here amidst my achievement, not yours!
What's up, MetaNerds? This video will be a complete breakdown in history of the Delta-class T-3C shuttle. It was most famously used by director Orson Krennic, and it has a ton of features that make it one of the most unique shuttles in the galaxy. The Delta-class was manufactured by Cygnus Spaceworks and Sinar Fleet Systems, the creators of all the Empire's other iconic folding wing-style shuttles. These were officially called the Abecedarian line of shuttles, and the ship's engineer Lamia Tion got the inspiration for these wings from her love of paper folding art, the Star Wars origami, and saw that it had a practical purpose of reducing the footprint in the hangar. With the wings in the upright position, the Delta had a height of 25.1 meters, or 82 feet and 4 inches, which is roughly an Ewok plus a Wookiee taller than an AT-AT, while its length of 14.39 meters, or 47 feet 2 inches, was more than twice that of the TIE Fighter. There are no official numbers for its width, but it appears to be around 50 meters or 164 feet when in flight, which would be about 8 TIE Fighters across. Now these long wing-like structures may seem impractical, but they were the result of some really interesting engineering. Almost all of the Imperial shuttles produced by Sinar Fleet Systems and Cygnus Spaceworks have these origami-inspired wings. The first reason was, as I mentioned, just to take up less room in the hangar. When its 4 landing pads came out, there was a nice sturdy base, with all of its profile going up instead of out to the sides. We take this for granted with the Empire, but just imagine how impractical something like the Naboo ships would be sitting inside of a military hangar. These wings also gave it better stability in the wide range of atmospheres that the Delta-class would be slicing through. But I would say the most impressive engineering aspect is that each of these wings are lined with deflector shield projectors. Ships have deflector shield generators usually located in the main body of the ship, often right near the bridge or cockpit, but it is your projectors that send out the shield to create a protective bubble around the ship. That's why you can have phrases like,
"Switch all power to front deflector screen."
Try and hold them off. Angle the deflector shield while I make the calculations for the jump to light speed.
So it isn't like there's separate shield generators in each of those locations, but shorthand for saying that you want to put more power into projecting that shield to a particular area. But in the case of the Delta-class, they actually did put 2 separate deflector shield generators, and then designed these wings so that they split up space around it into 3 separate parts. And each of these wings were lined with multiple shield projectors. 2 generators and numerous projectors gave you a highly refined response to any incoming attacks. And we can imagine that mastering this complex shield projector system required some of the top talent in the Empire. And the Delta-class had a 6-man crew, a pilot, co-pilot, navigator, gunner, comms operator, and engineer. and with their talents they were able to triangulate the projection of the shields, or even triangulate to multiple locations at once since you had those two separate generators. All of this meant that it wasn't just a vague forward or rear, but pinpointed to anywhere in this sphere of coverage. The wings also housed the secure HoloNet and subspace transmitter arrays, allowing the Delta class to stay in constant contact with the Empire, even while in the most remote parts of the galaxy or even in hyperspace. And then the tips of each of these wings also had their own laser cannon, in addition to the two dual laser cannons mounted on the hull. All of these systems required an enormous amount of power and fuel, which made up a majority of the volume of the interior of the main body, which is also where they house the enormous pair of ion engines. We get a good look at the thrust that these can generate when it took off from the secret weapons facility on Iadu. When the engines engaged, they sent Jyn Erso flying off the platform. These SFS 215 ion engines could get it up to a top atmospheric speed of 1,000 km per hour, or 621 miles per hour, making it just a bit slower than the X-Wing, tied with the Sentinel-class shuttle, and an impressive 150 km per hour faster than the Lambda. This engine array would also house the hyperdrive, which included the top-of-the-line SFS IG-45 Class 1 hyperdrive, along with a backup Class 10. This gave the shuttle the ability to transport its VIPs across the galaxy in as quick a time as possible, being faster than an Imperial Star Destroyer, and only highly modified ships like the Millennium Falcon were faster. On top of all this, the entire ship was wrapped in this radar scrambling skin, this black paint job containing material that was similar to the Death Trooper's armor, which was covered in a spray polymer called Reflect, something that would alter the electromagnetic waves utilized by most sensors. As for its history, originally Sinar Fleet Systems created the Delta class as a sort of concept ship, something that could test the theory of a stealth shuttle with these great shield projecting wings, but like most awesome concept designs, they never intended to actually produce these in great numbers. No Delta class shuttles were slated to be incorporated into the Empire until director Krennic set his eyes on the design. He was attracted to the look, but he fell in love with the ship's capabilities, being the ultimate shuttle for one who wished to traverse the galaxy quickly while remaining undetected, and all the while be impervious to any chance of attack by pirate gangs or rebels with that impressive shield array. The official cost once it was sold to the Empire was 160,000 credits, which is only 20k more than the Lambda, and a little more than 2 TIE fighters, and the one that Krennic picked up was designated ST-149. But to put this ship in context, it's important to remember that most of the Imperials wanted their position for the privileges it provided. In the time of the Empire, political power was the ultimate status symbol and best means to luxury. No longer strength, hard work, intellect, or your credits. As you would expect, the Imperial shuttles had lavish quarters for the important imps on board, but not Krennic's shuttle. The cabin was specialized for the 6 Death Troopers that escorted him everywhere, and even his personal quarters were very Spartan. The Delta could carry 30 passengers, which in Krennic's case might just be filled with more troopers or other research VIPs. And your standard amount of supplies on board were said to last for 3 months. Though not a mainstay like the Lambda or Sentinel, Krennic would use this ship for over a decade. We saw it in 0 BBY being used to go kidnap Galen Erso, later at the research station on Iadu, and then to Mustafar to visit Darth Vader's castle, before meeting its ultimate end on Scarif. The shuttle would have likely been destroyed by the debris raining down from the main tower on Scarif after Krennic got sniped by the Death Star. If not by this debris, then it was likely vaporized as the explosion spread. That's it for its breakdown, but there's some really cool additional facts and behind the scenes stuff I wanted to mention. There was one other person that was known to use the Delta class shuttle. It was Imperial Inspector Magna Tolvan, who used it during her hunt for the hacker and archaeologist Dr. Afra between the years 0 to 3 ABY. There's also kind of a funny lore play on the intense rivalry between Krennic and Tarkin, with Tarkin always finding ways to appear more important than Krennic, being something that is mirrored in their ships. Tarkin has an actual stealth ship, the Carrion Spike, that can go invisible not just to equipment but even the naked eye, while Krennic of course only has the next best thing, just under it, number 2 on the list of best stealth ships in the galaxy as it were. Also, the Carrion Spike was considered to be the fastest ship in the Imperial Navy, despite both having a Class 1 hyperdrive. This may be the result of a variety of factors that make it slightly faster when traveling through the Blue Void, but it's also hilarious to think that they might be the same speed, and Tarkin's ship just gets the title of fastest in the Empire. There's also a funny story with Krennic's personal aide, Captain Dunstig Taro, whose role it was to keep Krennic up to date with important Imperial messages, while also acting as the ship's pilot for a majority of the time. Taro came to love the Delta class so much that he nicknamed the ST-149 the Pterodon, the ancient flying reptile having a similar profile with its enormous wings and its head protrusion, while also being a play off of his own name. The comic that was mentioned earlier was Dr. Aphra 16, but when it appears here and in the Rogue One comic adaptation, it has a red engine glow despite being blue everywhere else. The Delta class also has its own Lego set, and a ton of books that have expanded on its details, including the Rogue One Visual Guide, Cyclopedia of Starfighters, and most in-depth was the Dawn of the Rebellion RPG guide. So that's it for the Delta class T3C shuttle. Be sure to hit that like button if you liked it, subscribe if you want to see more, and be sure to check out the description. But most important of all, remember, Urso had the genius, Krennic had the vision, but Tarkin understood politics. And the Force will be with you. Always.
They're back. Oh. The Empire. They're back.
What's up, MetaNerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Class 546 cruiser, which is essentially the Imperial successor to the Arquitens-class command cruiser. We'll use everything available to do a complete breakdown of the ship, from its weapons to complement, a tour of the interior, and take a wider look at the role of this ship, and even some speculation on the manufacturers, and some interesting behind-the-scenes facts. The Arquitens had been constructed by Kuat drive yards for use by the Republic during the Clone Wars, and they would continue producing this vessel into the Imperial era. There were some models that were not altered in any way except for the paint job, but most did receive some updates that cost up to 4 to 5 million credits, and included changes to the interior and weaponry. Racks for the new TIE fighters were installed, while the interior was redesigned for the dramatically increased crew, and storage for all the consumables that they would need. And then there were even some special Arquitens that received an even more dramatic overhaul, like the Thunder Wasp that got a larger hangar bay, and was a vessel upon which the then Captain Thrawn served as first officer. This craft was crucial to the Imperial victory over the Battle of Umbara. By the time we see Moff Gideon, circa 9 ABY, Thrawn is believed to be involved with some military presence in the galaxy. I should point out that one of the things Thrawn was known for was critiquing Palpatine's obsession with making ever larger ships, thinking that battle stations like the Death Star and Super Star Destroyers were a waste of resources. Better to have a more nimble fleet of ships in the size from Arquitens to Victory, since they all had more than enough firepower. And just in case someone sprinkled some force magic on their torpedoes, or flies a tiny A-wing into your bridge, you don't have to lose a spaceport-sized asset. It is possible that this is not Moff Gideon's flagship, and perhaps he does have an ISD out there somewhere. But I think Thrawn's philosophy makes even more sense when you are an Imperial remnant force. This vessel, its armament and complement, is more than enough to oppose any opposition they would face, while also being more easily supplied and staffed, as being able to adapt to the abrupt collapse of supply lines after Endor had to be one of the most difficult parts of retaining power from the Imperial into the Remnant era. Almost all Imperial ships artificially increased the crew number from the Republic era, often by ridiculous multipliers, that led most to believe that this wasn't as much a statement of the technological needs of the vessel, but the result of Imperial politics. The Emperor wanted to have as many people as possible in debt to his war machine. So while the Republic Arquitens crew maxed out at 100, the Imperial variant now stated that it needed a crew of 750. This more than 7 times increase cannot be explained by anything else. It's just another example of how Palpatine was willing to kill 3 birds with 1 force choke. With these larger crews, it was a great way to deal with the potentially rowdy young people from the lower economic rungs of society, giving them jobs while also building an allegiance to the military.
You entered this facility as children, and in a few short weeks, you will leave as soldiers. By the time you complete your training, you will be prepared to serve your Emperor.
Big Palpy was providing you credits, and the rebels were the ones killing your friends and trying to take away your paycheck. But of course, once those rebels proved victorious over Endor, these bloated crews had to be cut back. And though there are no official numbers for the crew sizes of the Class 546 cruiser, it's safe to say that it would have been a lot closer to that 100-man crew. As for the changes in weaponry, like we saw with the larger capital ships from the Venator to the Imperial Star Destroyer, there was a decrease in pure offensive and destructive capabilities, and an increase in things like tractor beams and ion cannons, reflecting a change in enemy from hordes of powerful droid fighters and CIS capital ships to the sneaky and fleeing rebel hit-and-run vessels. No more heavy port and starboard quad laser cannons, but it did retain the 4 launch tubes for missiles or torpedoes, and the dorsal and ventral pair of twin light turbo lasers, while adding a tractor beam projector for trying to detain rebels. Interestingly though, there was a variant of Republic Arquitens that did have a ventral laser cannon. The shot fired by the Class 546 that took out the Razor Crest could be a turbo laser blast, but every time we see those being fired, it's all 4 of the guns firing at once, never just that one bolt. So perhaps it was a separate weapon like a ventral gun. Though I admit I cannot find it, but if you think you spot something, be sure to comment it down below. And as a side note, we get a very unique look at the ship's heat signature. Note that it's showing that the hottest parts of the ship are the engines and the shields. Interestingly, not the weapon that was just fired, proving just how demanding those hangar shields are. And as for the sublight engines, there are 3 primary engines, while it adds 4 secondary ones for improved maneuverability and acceleration, while likely staying with a Class 2 hyperdrive, as that was what almost all of the Imperial capital ships possessed. Only things like Starfighters and the Venator had faster Class 1 hyperdrives. The most unique tool in Gideon's arsenal are the 3rd generation Dark Troopers. They would deploy from these side hangars, while being stored in their own designated chamber. This was a room along the outside edge, and like many on spacefaring vessels, it could be vented to remove unwanted cargo or dangerous materials. The midsection of this ship is one enormous hangar that has port and starboard openings, while there was also a smaller ventral bay. This may be similar to this area on the Venator, which had a crane that could secure a ship or vehicle, as well as move cargo. So although it's a small space, the compact TIE Fighter rack design does make it so that this space could contain a few TIE Fighters. And then there was the most impressive part of this ship, that central launch tube. This isn't just an exit, but is described as a launch tube, and notice how the TIEs accelerate, jolting ahead here faster than their normal acceleration. These blue lights that line the opening are not found in any other ship, and can be reasonably assumed to be making this opening function as a railgun that shoots out TIE Fighters, either through magnetic force or a series of repulsors. These 4 exits made for an incredibly rapid deployment of its complement. Just another thing that would be right up Thrawn's alley. Having a powerful mid-sized ship that could deploy a swarm of deadly fighters quicker than any other vessel out there. The railgun being perfect for the near zero resistance environment of space. Official reports say that it held at least 8 TIE Fighters, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 12 or even 24 total, since a squadron is 12 fighters. So it would be weird if it carried less than 12. And remember, these TIE Fighter rack designs are a great use of space. These hangars also contained at least 2 Imperial transports, the apparent predecessor to the First Order transport. And so while the Dark Troopers had their jetpacks, these transports were perfect for moving Gideon's wide array of specialized equipment and troopers, having both mortar troopers and E-Web gunners, in addition to the previously shown flame trooper, proving that the Empire retained its strength if it did lose its size. Moving to the exterior, we see the docking tubes on the port and starboard sides for connecting to larger ships and spaceports. Just another way that these main cargo areas could be filled with everything from food, fuel, explosives, and weaponry. And perhaps to carry even more, this section where the body meets the engine array has been extended from its predecessors. Notice how the Arquitens comes to a point at the junction with the engine array. Here the Class 546 adds these modular containers, 8 on each side. 16 massive containers that can make this thing stay out on missions even longer. There's also a slight change in that central rectangular strip along the dorsal side that's been widened a bit more and raised more than its predecessor. But one of the biggest changes is on the bridge. Look at how narrow the bridge was in the original Arquitens, but in the Class 546 the space is now closer to that of the Venator or an ISD, having multiple terminals being operated by engineers, pilots, shield operators, communication specialists, security officers, and others, while the center of the room contained a large hollow terminal. This allowed Gideon to pull up high-res scans of locations and design battle plans, and we know that this ship has the ability to send long-range encrypted messages.
When we come out of hyperspace, send an encrypted message to Dr. Pershing. Let him know we have got our donor.
That message is possibly going to Kamino, Coruscant, or Biss. My speculation is that cloning researcher would be on the cloner's homeworld, or maybe the capital of the galaxy, hiding in plain sight where he could surely get access to anything he needed, or on Biss, where Palpatine was resurrected in Legends. As for some other details, like most ships of this size, there are elevators that connect each deck, and surveillance cameras that line every hallway and room. It is interesting to wonder if much of this ship is empty. When this ship gets attacked, it's not like they faced off against hundreds of stormtroopers. So since this ship was likely built during the Imperial era, there may have been whole sections for barracks and mess halls that were just completely abandoned. a potentially subtle form of demoralization, as you might have a remnant trooper being driven to avenge those that were lost, but he may also be growing to lose faith in the Imperial propaganda, likely having joined out of financial need, or at most out of a hope to be part of such an incredibly powerful military. Now looking down empty corridors and sitting in cavernous mess halls may have left some troopers feeling like they were holding on to a lost cause. Another thing to keep in mind is that Arquitens' production stops in 4 ABY, but pirate groups and security bureaus held on to a few, and in Legends at least, were able to hold on to them at least until the year 20 ABY, which would be 11 years after the events of The Mandalorian. And while we've been assuming that this was retained by Gideon throughout the fall of the Empire, it is possible that this was produced after Endor. Gideon, or perhaps even Thrawn, may have requested a ship with certain specifications to be fulfilled by the shipwright. As for which company that was, it could not be Kuat Drive Yards, as they were captured by the Rebels/New Republic forces in 5 ABY. So we can take a clue by the manufacturers that would end up working for the First Order. The company that supplied the capital ships was Kuat and Trala, and the TIE variants and shuttles were from Sinar Jamis. Execs and engineers from Kuat Drive Yards and Sinar Fleet Systems fled after the New Republic takeover and found partners in the smaller but still capable shipwrights on the planets Entrala and Jamis, which were located in the Outer Rim, conveniently being the 2 planets directly flanking Munilist, the homeworld of the Mun banking clan that had funded both sides of the Clone Wars. I have a separate video breaking down this ridiculously obvious clue as to who funded the First Order, so check out the card or description if you want to see that. Whether this ship was an Imperial holdover or something designed by Gideon or Thrawn, I think it is perfect for the Imperial remnant. So that's it for the breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these behind the scenes facts. Sadly, I had to leave the size breakdown to the end here. This was confusing the Bantha out of me, and then I tried seeing if anybody else was having luck with it, and there were a couple great threads on Reddit and Twitter that I found. Shout out to these guys, as this was way more detailed than what I was doing, and it does focus on the Lambda versus the TIE Fighter size. On Reddit, we see how really the size of the Arquitens has been off from the official stats and what we see on screen. But I really liked user ProPeach's post showing that it could be the 546 cruiser at 650 meters, which is reasonable for what is essentially an Arquitens 2, and the Empire always makes a bigger version of the predecessor, and would make for a cool spot between the Arquitens 1 and Victory. But that doesn't make sense with the launch tube. What the Twitter thread shows is that the only way to have that opening make sense is if this is some sort of mini Lambda variant. Less than half the size, but then that doesn't really make sense either with what we see on screen. So sadly, this may just be one of those ship sizes that we shouldn't think too long about. I still think it's a cool and useful design, and I'm sure there'll be some sort of official size for it in the future, even if, like with the original Arquitens, there's some inconsistency with how that's shown on screen. But what did you guys think of this ship? Did you like the TIE Fighter railgun idea? And do you think a ship like this makes more sense for remnant forces than something like a bigger Imperial Star Destroyer? And what do you think about this maybe not being Gideon's flagship, that maybe he has a larger fleet hidden somewhere else? Let me know in the comments down below, and leave a like if you like this video, as liking and commenting are the best ways to show your support, since they really do help promote the videos on the YouTube algorithm. But most important of all, remember, cool factor always comes before stats, and the Force will be with you, always.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
What's up, MetaNerds? This video will be an updated, complete breakdown and history of the N1 Starfighter, looking under the armor and out to the different variants and uses over 60 plus years, from before the Clone Wars out to the Battle of Exegol. Let's start with its manufacturer, Theed Palace Space Vessel Engineering Corps, which was the in-house or in-palace shipwrights that made their own exclusive ships for the royal family and military.
I mean, these are all handmade, no droids!
That being said, they did not produce all of their parts, especially not the major components like engines and weapons. Instead, it was something like building your own PC, getting the top-of-the-line materials and assembling them on Naboo. Most of these components come from Nubia Star Drives, a company considered to be the highest level luxury brand in the galaxy, both in terms of their mechanical standards, but also praised for their unique and beautiful designs. Everyone across the galaxy knew their reputation.
Oh, not bad, Nubian, huh?
The royal house would make use of the J-type craft like the 327 and Cruiser, which instantly impressed people with a complete chromium plating. a material that had greater blast resistance than your standard Durasteel, and it was easier to clean as well as being better at blocking out electrical interference, perfect for defensive countermeasures. And of course, it let people know that you were incredibly wealthy. And on Naboo, all other ships were banned from using this material, as it became synonymous with the royal ships. It's interesting to note that though C-3PO looks goldish, he and many other droids would have a light chromium finishing layer, likely for the block against electrical interference and resistance to carbon buildup, while Captain Phasma chose it for a combo of all of the traits mentioned, with her chromium being salvaged from a lost wreckage of a J-type ship that was personally owned by Emperor Palpatine. The N1 would measure 11 meters or 36 feet long, or about a Wookiee shorter than an X-Wing, and about 2 meters longer than the droid's AAT. And everything we're about to see, including the chromium plating, totals up to a cost of 200,000 credits. As we go under the plating, start by noting that the fuel tank and sensor arrays were some of the few parts that were crafted entirely by the Theed engineers. It's unclear what type of fuel they used, and as advanced as it is, there's a possibility that it used hypermatter like a Utapawan P-39 Starfighter, but I find that really unlikely, especially with what we see later. More likely it was Tabana gas, which is able to be used in your energy weapons and ion weapons, and is in a majority of ships from fighter to destroyer, or it could have been Malastair fuel or rhodium. Again, likely Tabana, like that produced on Cloud City, and it would get pumped in via the tail that gets docked into a coupling unit that lined the palace hangars. And the electrical systems and data cables were also connected here as well. These units lining each dock likely represent fuel and energy levels, and the electricity goes through the power charge collector, and ship info and updates go through the electromag signal receiver, charging the power node, and then the power cells which energize the bolts for the twin laser cannons, as well as the mechanism that fires the proton torpedoes, which had 2 magazines which each carried 5 torpedoes, or 10 in total that would fire through this single tube. The fuel pumps and hydraulics are also packed into the central area, with multiple fuel lines going out to the nacelles, energized in the ionization chamber. Most Star Wars ships use ion propulsion, a real technology but which is nowhere near as effective yet, and like the twin ion engine fighter of the Empire, almost all ships move forward by energizing a gas and shooting the resulting ions out of the back. This is what causes the blue glow, and the combustion chamber on the N1 is one of those highly customized pieces by the Theed engineers, made to withstand higher temperatures, and they combined it with the ship's iconic finials. Besides the graceful and elegant appearance, they were a stunning piece of engineering that worked to draw the heat off in a way that was said to be more efficient than any other ship, out of a combo of rapidly circulating coolant and just the shape. The need for this was also in part out of an environmental concern, as Naboo had been trying to reduce emissions on their world for centuries, seeing what many other worlds in the mid and outer rim did to devastate their atmospheres, either through war or industry. And that is why the Naboo people are noted for having both this ancient-looking architecture and being environmentalists and pacifists, seeing the negative effects of the warmongering and high industrialization of their neighbors. This efficient engine was a J-type Nubian 221, while the hyperdrive was a Nubian Monarch C4. The sublight engines hit a top atmospheric speed of 1,100 km per hour, or 684 miles per hour, making it faster than the X-Wing but slower than a TIE. Though I'll talk about how it was modified later to be perhaps the fastest ship in the galaxy, but even this model had an impressive Class 1 hyperdrive, with a 1,000 light-year range. Larger fighters like X-Wings and ARC-170s have hyperdrives built in, but many smaller craft like droid fighters or Jedi starships did not have them, and like we saw with the Jedi, they had to use these hyperspace rings instead. The N1 was only limited by the size of its fuel tank, and a way to extend this was to have the diplomatic barge acting like a refueling dock, where the tails could attach just like on Naboo. These engines also have an array of sensors to detect any issues, and towards the front of the nacelle we see the pressure manifold and cluster of rangefinder, targeting systems, and flight sensors, while the comm antennas and receivers line the front ridge. There were no credits spared creating the N1, so the life support systems and shielding are the most reliable you could buy, and then further modified to be optimized with this chassis. While the laser cannons were also shielded and had their own stabilizing field that made it nearly impossible for this weapon to malfunction, neither misfiring or rupturing the barrel. We don't really ever see that happen with other ships, but even if it was a very rare event, like a bad primer in a bullet, the Naboo Royal Engineers made sure their weapon systems had the equivalent of the best trigger, bolt, bullets, and barrel all built in. And then there was the astromech integration. It was not the first to use this system, but definitely one of the most successful, with the R2 unit placed right behind the cockpit, allowing it to operate all the ship's systems, communicate with other R2 units in the fleet, while also carrying out repairs. Naboo loved its astromechs, and used them to repair everything from the larger J-type yachts, where they could magnetize and scoot around on the exterior to repair things even in the middle of combat, while in the N1 it sat right above the data, electrical, and fuel lines, being able to physically manipulate them if need be, though it did most of its work being plugged directly in and optimizing things on the software side. And turning to the cockpit, we see the repulsor lifts that get this thing off the ground were activated with the push of this large button. The pilot has a comfy little headrest pillow, and the ship enters flight mode with the pull of this lever, closing the cockpit's transparasteel bubble, while the control yoke has a central red button that fires the laser cannons. These 3 screens display everything from the status of the shields, weapons, torpedo count, fuel, navigation, and threat detection, and if we look close we can see it provides a detailed picture of a specific target, with these little droidicas popping up. While the center screen shows the location that the autopilot was guiding you towards, and once you are in space you get a targeting system that shows the path of enemy fighters, with that left screen changing between icons displaying statuses but also text from the R2 unit. Also keep in mind these astromechs have much more computing power when plugged into a ship. As you can see, this entire area behind the unit is a computer designed to be integrated with the R2. And just a couple other things to point out before we move on to the variants in history, is the acceleration compensator right behind the cockpit, and the landing gear was located over here. All those touches, from the chromium to the pointed nacelles, handcrafted parts, and fail-proof weapons, may not seem like that big of a deal from the outside. There are tons of cheaper and simpler ships that can do the same thing, but it's the difference between a Camry and a Koenigsegg. One works really well, and better if you measure in terms of mass production or ease of repair, but the features that one might see as a lot of overkill was exactly what was loved by mechanics and pilots all across the galaxy, who could appreciate this engineering marvel and had use of the specialized applications. And speaking of mechanics, we need to look underneath the hangar to see the repair bay in the Theed Palace. Like the Venator, parts of the flight deck could retract to allow the craft to be maintenance down below, while above we see the racks that could stack the N1s up to 3 high, and on both sides totaling around 50, each with the same recharging/refueling banks in the tail plug. The Naboo ancestral architecture style covered everything in brick, but this was a high-tech material as well, being highly blast resistant, and behind the facade was everything you'd find in a Coruscant spaceport, with the central guiding system using tractor beams to gently float the ships in automatically, working in sync with the beacons and enormous comm towers up in the dome. Couple cool things to note here is the ancient Naboo goddess standing outside for good luck, and a detail that the veteran pilots claim that they don't need any of these guidance systems. They can come racing in safely by simply using the waterfall to gauge the winds. As for its history, the first version was actually the N1L light starfighter, which lacked the main finial, and was both less powerful and more difficult to refuel and charge. The N1 would be developed further into the N1T Advanced, with a wider body to house a more powerful laser cannon, and the finial is raised up and off of the main body, perhaps for additional power or a stronger shield projector. There were also 3 levels of the bomber variant, the NB1, 1S, and 1T, which mostly differed in their payload capacity. The G1 was painted green and cost half the price, scrapping the Class 1 hyperdrive and optimizing for longer travel times. Meant to patrol the Naboo solar system, doing long-range patrols that could stay away from a fuel source for up to 2 weeks. And then there was the NX police cruiser, painted blue, and worked with engines and hyperdrives that were about half as powerful as the N1. These units were most often seen by your average citizen, being used by the Naboo Royal Security Forces, while the N1 stayed in the palace and only came out for important ceremonial parades, like a coronation ceremony. But funny enough, this N1 had only been developed a year before the blockade, in the year 33 BBY, with King Ars Varuna ordering their development, something that was at the time considered just a pet project, but it quickly gained the respect of their pilots, and would prove to be his most lasting and valuable contribution to Naboo. It was during this blockade when Anakin and this ship became unlikely heroes. It should be noted that R2 likely piloted Anakin directly into the thick of battle, only to give him controls right over the Lucre Hulk, as R2 had to be in control of everything the entire time. By using the proton torpedoes to destroy the Trade Federation warship, this little N1 entered a mythical status, as details became fuzzier as the tale was repeated, but everyone knew that this unique Naboo ship was a high-end luxury model, with stories exaggerating it as a battleship killer. which is technically true, but of course even a barrage from its torpedoes could not come close to breaking through the shields of warships of this size. Despite that, the tales made mercenary groups salivate at the prospect of owning one, always being a bit of a status symbol as well, and there were multiple attempts to acquire them, some hoping to bribe members of the government, or pay off some pilot to become a traitor, and mercs from Agamar convinced a Naboo expat named Dren Meln to return home and join the Royal Security Forces, where he also became a lover to his commanding officer, all out of a deep undercover plot to secure a squadron of these fighters. He provided the intel that the Agamarians used to set up an ambush, and he thought he had something in place to disable the ships, but when the plot failed and the N1 squad escaped, the mercs made sure to kill Dren Meln to cover up their involvement. By the Clone Wars era, this ship's features had some unintentional but very useful advantages. Part of why they wanted the ship to directly plug in was to keep royal movements a secret, avoiding intercepting data via wireless transmission, so the only source of downloading was right in the security room or when docked on other Naboo ships, which became especially important during the Trade Federation invasion and the subsequent battle with hordes of droid units during the Clone Wars. And that chromium protection from interference was nice too. They would remain in service on Naboo up through the fall of the Empire, being seen in the celebration following news of the Emperor's death. 9 years after the Battle of Endor, we see that Pelimoto had come into possession of one, housing it in Hangar 3-5 on Mos Eisley. We can speculate endlessly on how this happened, and Padme did have a personal N1, but it was all chrome, no yellow paint. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Force would have it where this was the exact ship used by Anakin, it coming back to his homeworld and being used in the canyons of the Boonta Eve Classic pod race course, all may be nods to this connection. As we can see, it's in heavy need of repairs, but that's actually a good thing at this point, as much like luxury vehicles from our world, there were a lot of things that could be improved on 40 years later.
I mean, these are all handmade. No droids. Because this baby's pre-Empire, she's off the grid. And did I mention she can jump into hyperspace with no docking ring?
That being off the grid part was a part of the Emperor's initiative to track the movement of everyone and everything in the galaxy, those chain codes that we saw introduced in Bad Batch.
It's not just ships, they're registering people too.
She understands this is one of the greatest finds in the entire galaxy, and a gearhead's dream to make a souped up one. We see that they go with more speed, but keep this still remarkable hyperdrive system intact, even if you are forced to use old hyperware, the software for hyperspace.
Okay, I'm looking for mostly bolt-on aftermarket speed mods. This is all hand-built custom. I'm guessing we need vintage hyperware if it's going to fit this antique.
She seems to hint at it at least doubling the top speed, and the result certainly looks like it. And we really get to see her expertise working with such a specialized craft, as Motto had to understand the latest innovations.
Trust me, the last thing you want strangling your thrust capacitors is a vapor manifold. I fabricated you this induction intake charger that's going to double your output coefficient.
We see that in lieu of the palace connections, they were able to convert the charging finial tail to work off a gonk droid, while the fuel would be pumped in above the new third engine added right under the cockpit, likely taking up this entire section meant for the astromech and its augmented computer. Remember, the fuel lines and energizers for the laser cannons were in this region, where we now see this raised device that works to power this triple supercharged engine system, as well as the beefier cannons, which are now raised up and appear to be at least medium if not high power. All of this required additional cooling.
Where did they get a cryogenic density combustion booster?
All that state-of-the-art work on the thinning finial nacelles had to be augmented by these cryogenic attachments. This bare-bones approach made it lighter, but also helped to keep everything cooler. And of course, the R5 astromech unit thought they were all idiots for thinking they could operate this thing without its help, as both a navigator and repairman.
You know, I figured with your disposition, you'd want to forego the astromech. Hey! Watch your language around the customers.
And the droid has a point. This normally would be a big problem, but it must be solved by the advances in computing, likely working to include something that just calculated the hyperroute, but none of the additional advantages that a full astromech unit provided. When he takes it for a spin, we still see the same blue glow from the ion engines, and everything in the cockpit seems to work the same, though they did have to add this extra screen to monitor these extra systems, perhaps being solely dedicated to the state of the engines and their heat. As he zips through the canyon and then out of atmosphere, it's obvious that this thing is far faster than your fastest stock ships like the A-Wing or Eta-2. It's interesting to imagine how this will be used by Mando as he joins forces with Boba Fett, with Fett manning the heavy firepower but larger and slower Slave 1, and Din Djarin zipping around at speeds that nobody would expect. The proton torpedo tube is still in place, but it's unclear if he actually has torpedoes, if there is even room left after all these additions, or how he would find them in a junkyard. Though of course, we shouldn't put this past the Jawas. The ship is a big departure from the Razor Crest, a mobile home and gunship like Slave 1, but all Mando has to do is something like Anakin did with the Twilight. It shouldn't be hard to find more spice freighters in this neck of the woods, and that ship did have heavy shields and heavy firepower, while having its own quarters for a crew, and even a hangar for smaller ships like the Jedi Starfighter. A small Mandalorian clan could call this home, and have the power to raid much larger vessels, while hiding the fastest ship in the galaxy, letting it rip out of the back unexpected and acting as an interceptor. There's definitely some amazing potential here. And this isn't the latest existing N1 we see. In 34 ABY, Iden Versio would face off against Janata Security, a private military force that aided the First Order in conquering helpless worlds and kidnapping children to turn them into soldiers. This ship that once embodied the ideals of beauty and peace was now a part of something that struck terror into worlds across the Outer Rim and unknown regions. As JSEC was masterful at modifying and maintaining older vessels, everything from the Nebulon B and GR75 transports to V-Wings and even N1 starfighters. They had multiple units of this vessel that was considered rare even when it was being produced new on Naboo. And one of these N1s, owned by the commander of this kidnapping project, Security Officer Lee Mackay, heavily modified his N1 to take advantage of newer parts that were both smaller and more efficient, leaving him room to install seismic charges. It's unclear how many of these it could carry, but despite using the expert tactic of unleashing these in an asteroid field, Iden Versio still managed to lock on and blow this antique out of existence. The last time we see an N1 was during the Battle of Exegol in 35 ABY, where several of them joined the thousands of ships from across the galaxy that sought to finally put an end to the Emperor. At least in the end, the Naboo people could be proud that their iconic ship played a part in restoring peace to the galaxy, and likely acted as a nice morale booster for anyone who saw that flash of chromium as it raced by. So that's it for the breakdown in history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. In Legends, the chromium was purely for decoration, a nod to a time when their ships did need heavy plating to repel the dangerous electromagnetic rays, as those first primitive starships finally broke out into space. But now shield generators easily protected ships from this. But the royal family wanted to use the chromium plating as a sort of call to their ancient rule, and though this has changed in canon to have a more practical purpose, it's nice that that line about there being so many hand-finished parts actually comes from the old cross-section. I thought it was neat that in this shot you see 3 eras of ships, the X-Wing in red, a New Republic blue variant, and the prequel N1. The full-size prop from Episode 1 was displayed in Boston's Museum of Science in 2005, and would actually hang suspended by wires for several years. There was much hoopla around the question, how can R2 fit into this thing? If the tube is snug around his head, how do his feet fit? Doug Chang, who designed this and many other amazing designs, and who is still working with Star Wars projects including the Book of Boba Fett, said Lucas personally altered the design to cause this problem, all in making it look more sleek, and he loved that it had the chrome look of 50s cars. And so the Episode 1 Incredible Cross-Section book hoped to address this problem by saying that R2 was brought up from the bottom and that his head telescopes up into place. And though not official, they were a cool unlock in the Rogue Squadron games, and would appear in tons of other games as well, all the way up through the new Battlefront 2. Details from this video come from the Cross-Sections books, Essential Guide to Warfare, and even the novel Darth Plagueis, which has a heavy focus on Naboo. But most important of all, remember, you can build anything with enough credits and faith in your Jawas, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerds? This video is all about the core ships used by the CIS. This version of the core ship existed for over 100 years before the time of the Clone Wars, being used by the Neimoidians for trade across the galaxy. It's actually surprisingly tied to Neimoidian culture. Their species are known for being cutthroat in their ambition, with some biologists believing that this is instilled in them from the time as larval grubs, with their parents giving the hives a small amount of food. This caused the grubs to fight to the death for scraps, and this mentality was reinforced in their school system and up through adulthood. They developed these core ships around the layouts of their hives, with different levels being occupied by Neimoidians of different status. The executives and dignitaries would occupy these upper towers, being able to command the core ship from this bridge. As you move down the levels, you go through the lower rungs of Neimoidian society, with engineering decks, mechanics, and ending on janitors and droids. You would never see high-ranking Neimoidians walking around in these lower levels. Because the purpose of this ship is to transport goods across the galaxy, giving and receiving goods from various worlds, it has many loading bays and boarding tubes to accommodate many types of alien ships. For example, this is a docking ring that can accommodate Corellian ships of any size. Its interior space amounted to a cargo capacity of 66 million cubic meters, or 2.3 billion feet cubed. It is hard to compare that to other Star Wars ships since the stat that is usually given is just the weight, but for a real-world comparison, let's look at the largest container vessel on Earth. You could fit about 85 OOCL Hong Kongs into a single core ship, which would come out to 1,820,000 of these 20-foot containers. And there are no stats for how many MTTs, AATs, and C9979s could fit inside of this thing, but just based on the raw space, you could fit 33,000 MTTs. But of course that number would be a lot less since they can't occupy every cubic inch, but keep in mind that they could be stored inside of the C9979 landing craft. Speaking of which, this is a really cool shot where you can see how that ship is transported, where they take off those wide side wings. These would be assembled either in the Lucrehulk or in one of these hangar bays on the side when it was time for some illegal planetary blockade action. This core ship would have to set down in specialized landing pits, with the feet extending out from the ball itself. Its thrust exits via a single massive exhaust, and at the bottom of this pit, there is a 4-mile deep hole into which the liftoff thrust is harmlessly channeled away from the support structure. This is done with real-world starships too, and they're even adding water for sound suppression, though of course on a much smaller scale. To help hold up all of this weight, it takes advantage of a series of massive repulsor lifts. The same tech that lets things float in the Star Wars universe can be used in massive cargo haulers in order to offset the effects of varying weight when the core ship goes in and out of different atmospheres and gravities. There are even gravitational reflectors that line the landing pit, which helps to increase this effect when the core ships are sitting down for long periods of time. If we move back inside of the ship, we can see the enormous reactor, with fuel reserves encircling it on the bottom. And then newer secondary fuel silos were located on the top levels to help address some overloading issues, and there are even these ancillary reactors located on different decks. Though these look like Imperial Star Destroyer shield generators, they are actually just massive balls of fuel. The shields are generated by a series of these cylinders located on the mid-levels. These shields are incredibly strong when inside of the pit, having extra shield cyclers that it draws on, but even when separated, it is strong enough to fend off turbolaser attacks from even capital ships. I know the first time we see one, it is being melted apart by SPHAs, but that just shows how powerful those walkers are. It was getting hit repeatedly by 4 SPHAs just laying into it, eventually cutting the fuel lines to the reactor, which of course cut off its thrusters. Remember, it was just a single SPHA laser retrofitted inside of the Venator's ventral hangar bay that was able to take out a Munificent-class frigate with a single hit. Of course, the core ship was much larger, at 696 meters or 2,283 feet across, meaning you could nearly stretch 2 Munificents across it, and was more than 100 meters wider than the Venator. At 914 meters or 3,000 feet tall, it was about 3.5 Venators high, or nearly a Munificent stood end to end with a Zillo Beast standing on top. All of this required a pretty substantial crew, with 60 Trade Federation supervisors, 3,000 droid operators, and 200,000 maintenance droids that came to replace those lower-level Neimoidian laborers. It could also transport 60,000 passengers, with most of these suites being very upscale to meet with potential trade clients. In order to ensure a great HoloNet connection, they have one of the best hyperwave transmitters money can buy, which is picked up by the transmitters in the main spire. These enormous dishes were added to control the droid army, and are the same sort that are found on the Lucrehulk. Speaking of that enormous cargo hauler turned battleship carrier, after the Trade Federation's blockade of Naboo, the Republic forced them to disassemble the Lucrehulk. But the Trade Federation was able to just detach the core. So they would dump the arms and main engine out in space, travel down to the planet's landing pit, and then just fly back out and reconnect with the body to become a Lucrehulk. We don't have a figure for its top atmospheric speed, but we do get a 300G acceleration, which is 1/10 that of the Venator. During the opening battle of the Clone Wars, we saw that one was shot down by SPHAs, but concurrent to this was a squad of elite clone commandos that were able to infiltrate a core ship, get the launch codes, and then block that signal to all other core ships. By grounding them on Geonosis, This deprived the enemy of a substantial amount of CIS assets right at the beginning of the war. Later core ships were modified, taking it up from 280 point defense laser cannons to 21 quad point defense laser batteries, 48 assault laser cannons, and 3 turbo lasers. But then there were certain variants that had even more turbo lasers added, and dedicated their entire cargo capacity to starfighters. 2 of these models were seen during the Battle of Rendili, where they were able to hold off a pair of Acclamator-class assault ships. It wasn't until a 3rd Acclamator and 5 Dreadnought-class cruisers arrived that these core ships were finally destroyed. Then there were also some variants like Skytop Station, which changed it inside and out to be an enormous listening post. This thing was headed by a crew of expert slicers from the Hyper Communications Cartel. With their expertise in this amazing piece of technology, they could both encrypt CIS transmissions and hack into Republic transmissions sent via hyperwave and on the HoloNet. Another modified core ship was the Unlimited project found on Utapau. This had a ton of listening equipment as well, but also added a variety of landing pads and staging areas, while also operating as a meeting place for CIS leadership. After the Clone Wars ended, unlike most CIS assets that were just destroyed or incorporated into the Imperial military, some core ships were sold off to the Corporate Sector Authority, one of the few places in the galaxy that retained its autonomy under the Empire. As far as I could find in all the sources on the HoloNet, it appears that this is the final resting place for this century-old line of Neimoidian transports. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. It appeared in a ton of video games, not limited to Jedi Starfighter, Battlefronts both old and new, and it was in the comics Republic 67 through 72. It was also in a ton of different novels. And the stats come from the Star Wars Complete Cross-Sections and New Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels. So that's it for the core ship. But most important of all, remember, the core ship ain't weak, it's just that the SPHA's a beast. And the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Acclamator-class assault ship. We'll see the context surrounding its creation, a size comparison, take a look inside the ship and understand how it all worked, and then cover its history and all the different variants from the Clone Wars to Imperial era. Let's start with the context. When a Mune banker named Higo Damask traveled to the extragalactic world of Camino to feel out the possibility of creating a clone army, the most difficult obstacle was to work with the human genome, being an ever unpredictable species, while the easiest part was manufacturing the millions of arms, armor, explosives, and ships and vehicles from the ATRT to Venator. As Kuat Drive Yards and their subsidiary Rathana Heavy Engineering had been in the business of plunging a galaxy into war for more millennia than most species had space travel. As Old Republic Fleet Admiral Ego once put it, quote, "Since the dawn of the Republic, Kuat Drive Yards has been the exclusive supplier of many of our greatest warships," end quote. Roughly 800 years before the Clone Wars, the incredibly mineral-rich wild space planet of Rathana was discovered, and promptly bought up by KDY. Here, the subsidiary Rathana Heavy Engineering would be essentially just an extension of the parent company, layers upon layers to avoid Republic intervention, operating for far longer than any politician, and amassing more wealth than entire star systems, causing many to feel companies like Kuat Drive Yards were the true rulers of the galaxy. Much like the way Higo Damask, secretly a Sith known as Darth Plagueis, would also guide galactic affairs from the shadows. When the cloners placed the largest private order in history in the year 31 BBY, just months after the Battle of Naboo, within the company, all work on these machines of war fell under the top-secret Project Icefang, and they even undertook the arduous task of maintaining what became in essence their own private hyperspace lane, directly from Rathana to Camino, going through the Rishi Maze. Keep in mind that canon novels like Master and Apprentice, and tons of Legends books as well, note the intense drama around systems and their hyperspace lanes, how difficult it was to maintain smaller lanes as celestial objects move through space, and how the Republic often did not put up enough credits to maintain some systems, effectively cutting them off like an old town losing a railroad stop. And so think about the power of Kuat Drive Yards to maintain this private lane on their own. In the stilt cities of Camino, Rathana creations like the ATTE were used in their massive training facilities, while the Mandalorian trainers of Jango's Khoi Valdar worked with the clones to train on these vessels in Kamino in space. I think we often overlook just how incredible this must have been for those Mandalorian mercs, but for a time the entire Republic military was first in their hands. So just imagine the glee these warriors had being able to play with toys of this size. At a length of 752 meters, or nearly half a mile, it was 2/3 the length of the Venator and more than twice the Arquitens, while being 460 meters, or more than a quarter mile wide, which was 84% that of the Venator, or 27 LAATs across. And it had a height of 183 meters, or 600 feet, making it about 69% that of the Venator, or equal to 19 ATTs. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be more than twice the length of the Nimitz-class carrier, 8.5 football stadiums across, and twice the height of the Statue of Liberty. And there's no official stats for this, but the size of the ramp seems to be about 29 meters or 95 feet across. I'm basing that on the cross-section and what we see with the Zillow Beast and vehicles coming down the ramp. Now let's take a look inside, but first we have to get past that armor, which is layers of Durasteel infused with neutronium. Almost every ship used Durasteel in the hull, but the Acclamator is the only known ship to be infused with this energy-dispersing material. Moving inside, let's start our tour with the power systems. Unlike the larger Star Destroyers, the main Hypermatter Annihilator reactor does not protrude, and we can see the frame structure that holds it in place. This ring is the fuel inlet manifold, which connects to these series of hypermatter fuel tanks. And we can see a subsidiary backup reactor located here. This fuel is so dense that it is magnitudes heavier than the rest of the ship. And while this fuel is so energy efficient, the insane power requirements of these enormous ships needed to generate shields, jump to hyperspace, and power these incredible engines means that they did need to be regularly refueled, either at space stations or with things like the Assertor-class replenishment ship, and later Imperial tanker, which have been around for years in Legends. Out of this reactor was this channel that emitted streams of particles out of the thrusters. The main thruster has the emitter split up into 8 electromagnetic thrust vectoring panels to control the direction of flow, while the auxiliary thruster is less powerful but enables the Acclamator to have greater maneuverability. Power generated for the rest of the ship is channeled through this power core, and this chamber is not subjected to the artificial gravity generators, while these tubes would take this energy out to other systems. Moving to the aft, we see these power system cooling neutrino radiator grills, which channel out heat from the reactor, the anti-grav repulsor generator, which is the tech that helps the ship float and get off the ground, and the grills also help disperse heat generated from the hyperdrive. Now this system produced a max power of 2 × 10 to the 23rd watts, while the shielding was 7 × 10 to the 22nd watts, with the thrusters pumping out a max acceleration of 3,500 G, and a top atmospheric speed of 1,200 km per hour or 746 miles per hour, making it equal to the incredibly fast TIE Fighter, and faster than the Venator, which is often praised for how quick it is. While in hyperspace, it's even more impressive for its role, being able to scramble the enormous complement of troops and vehicles across the entire galaxy faster than every capital ship, even every starfighter. It was quicker than Slave 1 in both atmosphere and in hyperspace, with only the Millennium Falcon under Han's modifications at peak being slightly faster in hyperspace with a 0.5 class rating. And this combined with all the fuel packed on board gave it a hyperdrive range of 250,000 light years, meaning it could cross the entire galaxy and back 2.5 times. For easy maintenance at Republic shipyards, the engine could be removed by itself via these engine servicing release hatches, and there was the power system maintenance vents. As for the armament, you can see the 4 heavy missile and torpedo launcher tubes, which could fire the standard loadout of 100 high-yield proton torpedoes and 20 assault concussion missiles. Spread across the surface were 24 point defense laser cannons for taking out starfighters, and 12 quad turbo laser turrets for every other type of ship from transports to capital ships. And when a target did not need to be captured, or if the enemy forces were in bunkers deep underground, several Acclamators would come together to execute a base Delta Zero fleet bombardment. This used the nuclear bomb level power of turbolaser batteries to liquefy rock, turning the crust of worlds into molten slag that would melt through until it reached the enemies. We can only see this one regional shield generator node, but these would have been all along the edge of the ship. And this bridge is much more slender than other Kuat models, and most of the bridge is actually in an area that has no windows, and instead provides tactical information via a holographic display, though there was still this small strip of windows towards the front, while the rest of this entire section was dedicated to sensor arrays. Now, looking at all these decks, there appear to be about 17 in total, having everything you would need for long voyages in space: mess hall recreation areas, storage for consumables that could reach 11,250 tons, equal to the weight of 13,235 dewbacks. There were logistic and strategy conference rooms for generals to meet in, but most of these rooms were the barracks for the 700-man crew, and 16,000 clone troopers. To put that in perspective, that's 8 times the troops aboard a Venator, and 1.6 times that even on the Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer, which shows just how perfect this ship is for its role. Not to slug it out in ship-to-ship combat, but to lead invasions intended to take entire planets. Which means an entire corps could pack into just 3 of these, and still have tons of room left over for auxiliary troops or local allies. And we haven't even talked about the vehicles yet. Along the periphery of the hangar were the 48 ATTE walkers, 36 self-propelled heavy artillery, and 320 speeder bikes. While the majority of the hangar floor would accommodate the LAAT gunship variants, which would be organized into their own landing zones, these alternating numbered rectangles on the floor. And there was a rail system that the gunships could attach to move them to different service areas, along with the descending lift platform that took them to a lower maintenance bay, which could also be used for any of the other vehicles. Ships could enter and exit through several of the side hangar openings, though the main gunship exit was the ventral opening through which LAATs could leave side by side, while the larger carrier would have to exit single file, with the troops and vehicles exiting via the main ramps that open up on each side for rapid deployment, and could be used in concert with the repulsor system to hover in place without landing, so that almost any landing pad could be used even when it couldn't set down, like we see on Kamino. When it could touch down, these 3 enormous stabilizing legs would keep it level on any terrain. And what helps to hold this all together are the acceleration compensators and tensor integrity fields located at the forward and aft, which helps to offset the gravitational warpings of the repulsor lifts and the intense G-forces. Now, the first clone forces ever to be deployed were transported via the at least 12 Acclamators that delivered the LAATs, which would race into the Petronaki arena to rescue what was left of the Jedi Strike Team. After this successful opening to the Clone Wars, a massive military display was organized on the upper levels of Coruscant, showing the might of their new army, a sight so impressive that Masamida was temporarily lost in their beauty. The success of the Acclamator at Geonosis immediately sparked a race for Republic military contracts, with Kuat's greatest rival since the Old Republic, Rendili Star Drives, jumping into the fray and hoping to carve out a piece of the pie with spy ships and starships. But Kuat and their subsidiary Rathana were watching the credits roll in as the war raged on, with 1,000 Acclamators ordered in just the first weeks, at a price of 110 million credits each, which is nearly twice the price tag on a Venator. And there were specialized versions like the Nevuda B, which carried 156 V-19 Torrents used during the Battle of Munilinst. And over the course of the war, almost every invasion would involve Acclamators, with Venators securing the star system and preventing reinforcements from making it to the surface. They would see notable uses on Christophsis, Teth, Seleucami, Kamino, Sullust, and then to Umbara, Kiros, and Naboo. We saw its enormous hangar and cargo capacity used by Commander Wolf to deliver aid to Aileen, and during the capture of the orbital ring of Ringovinda. Though during the Battle of Ryloth, we saw that the CIS tactical supercomputers that were the T-Series droids did find a weakness in this ship, using the fact that the J-1 fired solid projectiles instead of plasma balls like a turbo laser, meaning they were less likely to be absorbed and diffused by the energy shield or the neutronium-infused armor plating, finding the perfect area near the thrusters to incapacitate the invading Acclamators. Toward the end of the war, they would produce the Acclamator 2, which was inferior in every way, from a certain point of view, as it carried less vehicles, less troops, but it did require a much larger crew. That might seem like another bad thing, but when we see that this is a 28x multiplier, I think we're seeing more evidence of Palpatine's strategy to tie the population to the military. I've mentioned this in a lot of Imperial vehicle breakdowns, but the crew requirements shoot up in the Imperial era where no one can really make sense of them. My theory says that this makes sense when we look at things like the Tarkin and Thrawn books that show how the populations were made loyal, that the military was seen as a stable source of income for many otherwise hopeless people of remote parts of the galaxy, as the Empire pitched itself as at constant war with chaos, seen in the form of local criminals and anarchist rebel terrorists. They would make it seem like they were forced to take over businesses like Price's families on Lothal, and citizens would see signing up for the service as the best way to get out of your dangerous and poor city. So Palpatine took massive amounts of citizens away from the criminals and rebel recruiters of their hometown, stuck them in Imperial ships with strict command structures from loyal superiors, and now these people from all over the galaxy saw their success tied to the success of the Empire. Many regular Acclamator 1s were scrapped, or would see the sad fate of being retrofitted into a pure cargo vessel called the Imperial Cargo Ship, something that was the target of rebel attacks, most notably the hijacking of 4 of these in the year 0 ABY. And perhaps these, or other modified variants, are what Darth Vader once described as Acclamators that had become slave ships. though some in their original form still operated in the more remote areas of the Empire, while Kuat drive yards continued to dominate with a line of Imperial-class Star Destroyers, and the Victory, which was considered the spiritual successor to the Acclamator. So that's it for the breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. It was first introduced in Episode 2, with details coming from the Attack of the Clones Incredible Cross-Sections and Complete Cross-Sections books. There are some discrepancies, as they say that the bridge was completely windowless, while in the Clone Wars the depiction has a few windows. And in the original Battlefront 2 we can see it in a frigate role, though almost all other sources have it not used for capital ship combat when it could be avoided. Though of course the armament was powerful and could if it needed to. And then for the details on the context of this ship, there's some from the Darth Plagueis novel, but a lot of it comes from the Essential Guide to Warfare. But most important of all, remember, when your enemy will melt through your planet's crust just to get you, just turn yourselves into the Laser Sword Magicians. And the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerds? This video's all about the Millennium Falcon. Manufactured by Corellian Engineering Corporation, the company that had been making similar looking ships since the time of the Old Republic, most notably in the form of the XS Stalk Light Freighter. The Falcon is a model YT-1300, one of the most popular lines of ships in the YT series. It was intended to serve as your average cargo ship, and because of its cheap price of only 100,000 credits, less than the cost of an X-Wing, and because of the fact that it was easy to maintain and customize, the YT-1300 quickly became the most common used cargo ship in the entire galaxy. This is actually why it was loved by smugglers, and eventually Han Solo, as it was so common that it didn't attract any attention, and if authorities did put out an alert for an old beat-up 1300, they might have to stop hundreds of vehicles at a larger spaceport. Combine this with that easy maintenance, and the ability to make it incredibly fast and deadly, and you see why this was the perfect smuggling ship, acting as the Star Wars equivalent of a sleeper car on Earth. It had a top speed of 1,050 kilometers per hour, or 652 miles per hour, making it as fast as some of the best starfighters like the ARC-170 and the X-Wing, while of course being much larger. At a length of 34.37 meters, or 113 feet, it was 5 times the length of a TIE fighter, and at 25.61 meters, or 84 feet wide, it was 2.5 X-Wings across, and at 8.27 meters, or 27 feet tall, it stood nearly as high as an AT-ST. Its standard armament was mostly aimed at countermeasures for pirates, with 7 flares, 2 laser cannons, a quad laser turret, and 2 proton torpedo launchers, but later owners would install an additional quad laser turret on the bottom, and 3 different types of sensor scrambling tech, specially designed for evading authorities. And since it was a cargo vehicle, it of course had 2 tractor beam emitters, and a 100 metric ton capacity, about the weight of 25 banthas, but this only seems to be referring to the internal cargo capacity, as the front prongs of this ship were designed to carry enormous shipping containers, and it was these larger shipments between orbital shipyards for which the YT-1300 was most used. But let's go ahead and take a look inside of this ship to see where everything was and how it all worked. Starting up at those prongs, we see the freight loading arm, which helped move the cargo into position, with the concussion missile tubes located right above this. A floodlight was located here, and the exterior of this ship was covered in several degaussers, which helped to remove the magnetic field effects that might affect electronics and make this ship more detectable. Then we have one of several sensor arrays, and we can see the landing jets, which were used to make a more stable landing. Another countermeasure was the anti-concussion field generator, followed by a deflector shield generator, which sat right under the deflector shield projector. The cargo hold starts here, and then filled up this section, which also housed the life support systems and another shield generator. This is right next to the cockpit, which was right in front of the airlock, and which also housed the boarding ramp. This hallway circled the interior of the ship, and was modified by later owners to include secret compartments hidden in the floor. After the ramp we have the rear hold, and we can actually see some of the landing gear, which was right across from the engineering station, which helped to monitor the enormous Quad-X power core that generated so much heat that it needed to be dispelled via these 4 exhaust vents, and which had to power the original Class 2 hyperdrive, the same class used in the Imperial Star Destroyers, but which was later improved to the legendary Class 0.5 hyperdrive, that made it one of the fastest ships in the galaxy. The iconic curved blue glow of its sublight engines was actually a very practical design, as this area was attached to the engines via these thrust manifolds, and then contained double layers of these apertures, which gave the pilot incredible control over the direction of the thrust, making this seemingly unwieldy ship actually quite maneuverable in the right hands. Moving from an engineering marvel to the most mundane area, we see sleeping bunks and the kitchen, which was actually installed much later as a wedding gift to Leia. Moving through this hallway, we can see the water recycling units, which sat right under the main sensor array. This led into the main quarters, which had additional sleeping areas, as well as seating, and of course a Dejaric table. Here we can see the subspace radio, and then through this hallway, you could climb up into the quad turbo laser, and then in later modifications, you could climb down into the second quad laser cannon. What's interesting about this second seat is that it had to be placed right next to the fuel tanks, which supplied all of the weapons and the engine, with the main fuel line running right past these areas and up into the main reactor. Of course, this ship is the result of numerous modifications made by its long series of owners, stretching back to 60 BBY. And since the complete history of the Millennium Falcon will be a long video on its own, let's end here with the complete breakdown of this ship, and we will go over the surprising and convoluted history of the Falcon in our next video. So hope to see everybody in part 2, but most important of all, remember, don't judge a ship by its model number, and the Force will be with you. Always. TIE fighters are always changing to meet the needs of their time. What's up, MetaNerds? This video will break down the new Outlander TIE fighter. We'll see why this design makes sense for a fractured Imperial remnant, and even some cool behind-the-scenes facts on how this almost appeared in The Force Awakens. Of course, like all TIE variants, it retains a lot of the key looks and features of the TIE LN, but the most obvious changes are these S-foil folding wings. But why this change? Well, it's important to understand that the TIE fighter was designed with an assumed infrastructure around them. It's cheaper to just build the hangar racks and specialized landing pad equipment once, and have all of that safely on a base or a carrier, instead of building landing gear into each of the countless TIEs pumped out over the decades. The sad truth was that TIE fighters were disposable. Those were the things getting blown up. It's much cheaper to build these permanent catwalk structures in Star Destroyers and Death Stars, or just have a simple set of stairs on wheels that you can roll into place. This low cost, just 3 times a Vulture droid, and less than half an X-Wing, allowed them to be pumped out at such a rate that any destroyed by rebels would be quickly and effortlessly replaced, which had a very demoralizing effect. They are famously weak, and there were even popular TIE fighter slogans like, "No shields, all guts." But I think there's some strong evidence that the Outlander TIE was upgraded. When the Mando latches onto the TIE, it seems like he thought he could just fire through the glass. It would be odd if he didn't think that this was Transparasteel. He must have some reason to think that this would work, so perhaps this TIE was reinforced. If not, I think that certainly the hull was reinforced. One is simply the fact that a Moff wouldn't be riding around in a flimsy TIE fighter of the line, it's just too risky. And proof of this is that these 2 explosives don't set the whole TIE fighter ablaze. It doesn't even sever the wing, it just blows apart some of the top half, as if it didn't penetrate the whole armor, but instead the blast was directed up and outward and tore up the more fragile solar collector array. We also get a glimpse at a really useful detection method new to this model, which shows you when something is placed on the hull, and most likely would have provided other damage reports and tactical information. As the TIE falls to the ground, we see that apparently the ejector seat mechanism was removed. Perhaps this was done to clear out some room for the landing gear. Interestingly, the 3 legs of this landing gear, 2 to the sides and 1 out the rear, are very similar to those of the X-Wing. Some speculate that this, combined with the S-foils, which bring its landed position into this X shape, may point to the Outland TIE being a retrofit that incorporated some X-Wing parts, perhaps captured by Imperial remnant forces. That or Incom Corporation had worked with Signar Fleet Systems to create this variant. Incom originally made the X-Wings for the Empire, so I could see this being the case. Shields and hyperdrives are often the most expensive parts of a ship, and so your standard TIE fighter has neither. And although those might be useful, I don't see any evidence to think that this variant has any either. We don't know for sure how large a force the Moff has, but he must at least have some large transports, if not a capital ship. There's various troops like regular stormtroopers, scout troopers, and death troopers, and even vehicles like speeder bikes and ITTs, all of which points to some sort of carrier. And so this Outlander TIE may still just be a short-range fighter. But remember, the TIE LN was never supposed to be setting down on strange terrain. They were most often in escort and patrol roles, with only occasionally ever engaging enemies. Once the Empire was killed and that well-oiled war machine started to fracture, things had to change. The TIE still had good firepower and excellent speed, so they were still really valuable. But now you would need TIEs that could land on worlds that you wanted to bring under your particular rule, as Imperial warlords took a more direct role in holding on to regional power. So hopefully you see how these small changes really do make a big difference in a time of a fractured empire. As for the behind-the-scenes facts, I just wanted to point out that there is some mechanism that lifts him out of the cockpit for dramatic flair, and conveniently we don't see him actually do the less graceful slide off onto the ground. Also, this design was first seen in concept art for The Force Awakens, created by the amazing Doug Chiang, who was responsible for a lot of the best stuff of the prequels, stuff like the Naboo Starfighter and pod racers. And in this episode we saw that of course the Darksaber, a form of lightsaber, can cut through the hull, which would be true even if it has the thicker hull plating that I think it has. And this is connected to Gideon's past on Mandalore. He was in the Imperial Security Bureau and helped with the siege of Mandalore, and later would become the Marshal of Mandalorian space. So that's it for the Outlander TIE. But most important of all, remember, if this really is a combo of TIE Fighter and X-Wing, then it has brought balance to the Starfighters. And the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is all about the YV-929 armed freighter, a vehicle produced during the reign of the Empire. Manufactured by Corellian Engineering Corporation, this freighter was related to the YT-1300 and YT-2400, and is the last in the line of CEC's popular YV line of freighters, like the YV-666, 250, and 560. Brand new, this ship would set you back 250,000 credits, making it 2.5 times more than the cost of the YT-1300, and more than 4 times the cost of a TIE fighter. At a length of 22 meters, or 72 feet, it was about 2/3 the length of the Falcon, and around twice the length of an X-Wing. Being 13.44 meters, or 44 feet wide, it was about an Ewok wider than the X-Wing, or about 4 Hutts across. With a height of 6 meters, or 20 feet, it was only 3 Wookiees tall, and actually shorter than the TIE fighter. The YV-929 had a top atmospheric speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, or 621 miles per hour, making it faster than other freighters like the YT-1300 and 2400, and it's even faster than some gunboats like the X-4 and the YE-4. The armed freighter had a respectable Class 2 hyperdrive, which made it just as fast in hyperspace as an Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer, but slower than most starfighters. And this ship has very strong Durasteel plate armor, as well as a powerful shield generator, but it also packs an impressive armament. A pair of double turbolaser cannons flank the cockpit area, with a chin-mounted dual ion cannon. Out on these small wings were located triple blasters, while there was also 4 concussion missile tubes, with 2 of them firing towards the rear for pursuing vehicles, though the exact amount of missiles on board is unknown. The YV-929 could be operated by a single pilot, though to run it optimally you would want 3 gunners. It could transport up to 6 passengers, while also being able to carry up to 150 metric tons, a weight equal to 187.5 dewbacks. If we take a look inside of the ship, we can see the narrow cockpit holds multiple workstations for each gunner, followed by a split cargo hold that takes full advantage of the width of this ship. Towards the aft we see the port and starboard docking rings, while the freight loading ramp was located here. The center of this ship had the circuit bay, right next to the lift tube. Going down to the lower deck, we see the crew quarters, followed by the passenger cabins. Towards the bow we find a lounge area, which is conveniently connected to the galley. At the aft of this deck we can find the engineering room, which provided physical access to the ion engines, in addition to an array of data screens. The design for this ship was derived from the main body and cockpit section of the YV-100, but CEC decided to make a radical change with the YV-929. Normally you would buy a base CEC freighter and customize it according to your needs, adding more cargo area or increasing the firepower. But for this YV model they decided to just pump out a light freighter that came out of the box optimized for damage output, being built around these weapons and not just added on later. This is why it was designated the armed freighter, and most likely why the cost went all the way up to 2.5 times the cost of the YT-1300, despite being much smaller. This specialization was in response to the rising tensions during the Galactic Civil War, which saw rebel groups like the Partisans, as well as some Alliance members, blurring the lines between good guys and pirates. If you were trying to transport some cargo across the galaxy, and it was stolen by a bunch of pirates chasing a payday, or rebels funding a movement, at the end of the day you were still out of your goods, and you probably didn't care much about exactly why you were hijacked. So there was a growing need for freighters that could defend themselves, and the 929 was so powerful that it could even defend small fleets of freighters. The only real critique was its looks, earning it the nickname the Flying Brick, and the fact that buying these ended up being a gamble on Imperial whims. The Empire didn't appreciate CEC selling what should have been considered military-strength vessels to the public, and they often fined the Corellian shipwright, as well as outright banning their sales in certain sectors of the galaxy. This meant that YV-929 owners always ran the risk of being detained and interrogated, as Imperials tried to determine if this was a legal pre-ban purchase or from some approved location. This must not have been a very pleasant experience, as the Imperials would always assume that this was indeed a ship working with the Rebel Alliance, and it was just pretending to be a freighter, and if you really were just transporting goods, it had to throw all kinds of delays into your schedule. That being said, it must have been one of the most amazing ships to own once the Empire fell, and Starship fans will always salute CEC's decision to make something as crazy as this heavily armed freighter. So that's it for the YV-929, and the only cool behind the scenes fact is that it was first introduced in Legacy of Starships, but was expanded upon in the new Jedi Order sourcebook, Dangerous Covenants, and the Age of Rebellion core rulebook. Most important of all, remember, if you want a military-grade freighter, just make sure you keep your registration in order, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerds? This video is all about the modified Jedi Starfighter used by Yoda during the Clone Wars. Though based on the Eta-2 Interceptor, it differs in nearly every conceivable way, starting with the overall size. The length, width, and height were all reduced, having the dimensions of the Eta-2. Just look at how much larger R2 appears in Yoda's fighter compared to your standard Jedi Starfighter, a ship that was already known for being quite small. Yoda's Starfighter would have been shorter than a clone trooper, or about 1/7 the height of a TIE fighter. It was barely wider than the Senate, and 1/10 as wide as the ARC-170. Its total length was still less than a Hutt, and less than half the length of a Vulture droid. Even the cockpit design was changed from the Eta-2. Although the Jedi Starfighter does have this elongated sphere that ends in this octagonal window, you aren't crazy for thinking Yoda's looks a lot like a TIE fighter. Kuat Drive Yards, the people that made the Eta-2, worked closely with Wraith Sinar of Republic Sinar Systems. That company had developed the Scimitar around 32 BBY, and a prototype of something called the Advanced Project ship around 29 BBY. This advanced project was to incorporate some of the Scimitar's elements into a cheap, easy to mass produce ship that could escort cargo vessels. There are no images of this ship, but it had a spherical cockpit and vertical cooling vanes at the ends of a 20-meter wingspan. Although it was much wider, it was essentially a proof of concept for the later TIE Fighter, which was actually being produced in 22 BBY. So TIE Fighters were around, even though we don't see them on screen during the Clone Wars. So maybe instead of shaping a new cockpit for this smaller, customized Eta-2, they may have just popped in the eyeball from a TIE Fighter. Or they did just make a custom one that was more rounded off, so that there wasn't all that unnecessary legroom. Either way, the interior has the same data screens as those found in the Eta-2, with similar controls as well. Its light laser cannons must have been either weaker or could fire for a shorter time, since the barrels are smaller than what you see on your standard Jedi fighter, and there wouldn't be as much room for Tabana gas on board. Which also makes me wonder about how long it could go before refueling, because it uses these full-sized ion engines. And a bit of a side note, yes, the Jedi were all riding around in what you could call twin ion engine fighters. But that is true for a lot of other Star Wars ships as well. Yoda's Starfighter had its wings shortened, but still retained the S-foil back panels, which would lift during long flights to radiate heat. With the combination of astromech and hyperspace ring, this ship could get through hyperspace at Class 1 speeds. And I would assume Yoda's was faster than the standard Eta-2, which had an already impressive top speed of 1500 km per hour, or 932 miles per hour. That was faster than nearly everything besides the TIE Defender. And these customizations probably cost a pretty credit, as the high maneuverability variant of the standard Eta-2 cost $320,000, which is 6 times the cost of a TIE fighter, or equal to 16 Vulture droids. I guess it is fitting that such a special ship would be used by Yoda when he went on one of the most profound journeys in all of Star Wars history. It was on this ship that Yoda traveled to his future home of Dagobah, and where the Force itself guided him to the birthplace of midichlorians. Here, the ship was actually controlled by the Force, before Yoda was then instructed to visit the Sith homeworld of Korriban. So that's it for Yoda's Starfighter, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The ship first appeared in the Clone Wars episode Voices, and the history of the TIE Fighter comes from the Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels and the Guide to Warfare. If you look close on the wing of Yoda's fighter, you will see this interesting looking symbol. That is actually Yoda's crest, and it can be found in multiple places in Yoda's quarters. The artist said that he was inspired by the symbol for feng shui when he introduced it in Attack of the Clones. But most important of all, remember, always the Force will be with you. What's up, MetaNerds? This video is all about the Vulture Droid's explosives dropping brother, the Hyena Bomber. If you know your galactic politics and Outer Rim tax history, you know that many corporations were able to have military-grade weapons in order to defend themselves from pirates. This allowed for things like Vulture Droids and homing spiders, but it seems that bombers were a bit too excessive. Like most bans on certain types of self-defense weapons, it gets a bit slippery with the logic. Snail tanks that can fire concussion missiles are okay, but bombers are a bit too much. I think it has to do with bombs being less accurate and way more powerful. So the Trade Federation asking for exemptions to build bombers is kind of like somebody saying they need a grenade launcher for self-defense as opposed to a rifle. So it wasn't until the Clone Wars actually broke out that Bactoid Armor Workshop started to mass-produce Hyena bombers. At a cost of only 23,000 credits, it was only 3 grand more than its Vulture predecessor, and around 6 times cheaper than the bombers used by the Republic, like the Y-Wing. This is one of the best examples of how much more efficient the Geonosian builders were, as it packs in so much more than the Republic manufacturers. Just start with its armament, which includes 4 light laser cannons and a diverse payload of 6 proton torpedoes, 6 concussion missiles, and 4 proton bombs. It's carrying all of that at once, and I know it's not fair to directly compare it to the Y-Wing, a ship that was also meant to function as a long-range, hyperdrive-equipped heavy starfighter, but my point is that the Hyena is an expression of CIS military philosophy. A squad of 2 Y-Wings, 2 ARC-170s, and 4 V-Wings would cost the Republic about 1 million credits. That could buy you 44 Hyena bombers, or if you wanted to keep it equally diverse with the CIS versions of the Interceptor, Fighter, and Bomber, you could have 12 Hyena, 12 Vultures, and 25 Tri-Droids. Of course, they have to contend with the Republic shields and rear gunners, but such a great number of ships that could be purchased made it so that even though none of those CIS ships have hyperdrives, there could be so many of them stationed across the galaxy that their sheer numbers could deal with any Republic threat that popped into real space. And this is made even more practical by the fact that, like Vulture Droids, they can attach to the ship's exterior, or could be neatly lined up inside of ship hangars. Though of course they were larger than the Vulture. At a length of 12.5 meters or 41 feet, it was nearly twice the length of the Vulture Droid, and the exact same size as the X-Wing. But it wasn't much taller, just an Ewok more than its predecessor, with a height of 3.1 meters or 10 feet. Despite this greater overall size and substantial payload, it was still relatively fast. Just 30 kilometers per hour less than the Vulture, with a top atmospheric speed of 1,150 kilometers per hour, or 715 miles per hour, making it faster than the Y-Wing and TIE Bomber. So despite their size, they are still quick and agile, seen here being able to dodge turbo lasers and weave in between the bridges of the Venator. Moments like this show us just how powerful the Hyena is, with its proton bombs being able to blow through the Venator's hull. And other times we see that even when shot down, the resulting explosion upon impact is strong enough for these Hyenas to take out the sturdy legs of an ATTE. But it also has a great AI system. While the precise bombing coordinates would often be directly entered by CIS personnel, if it needed to, it could determine on its own the best target to drop its payload on, and which enemy starfighters it needed to engage with its laser cannons. This level of autonomy is something seen in most CIS fighters, but greater than most droid vehicles. As for loading this thing up, it appears to be done manually by B-1 battle droids. Each of the head units acts as an ordnance pod, with the top section of the main head containing the droid brain and iconic red photoreceptors. I'd assume that this loading could have also been done by some other purpose-made loading machine, but you can see that when resupplying, it can split the wing. Breaking about midway and then separating into a wider four-legged stance, it becomes sturdier and low enough for the B-1 to insert the proton bombs. When they weren't being loaded, they could stand straight up just like a Vulture droid, saving you some hangar space by not being so wide. Vultures can hang like bats from the ceilings of things like the Lucre Hulk, so although we never see this, I do wonder if the Hyena could do this too. When it was time for them to deploy, a droid would activate them upon the orders of a CIS commander. Using audible electronic chattering noises to communicate with each other is where you get the name Hyena. Droids speaking to each other via vocoders is actually pretty common with the CIS, having tactical droids speaking orders to HMP Droid Gunships, with it replying back audibly.
The army will follow. Leave no survivors. Go by your command.
And so we see that starfighters are speaking to each other as well. We even see that a T-Series can speak directly to a Hyena while it's in combat in order to modify its previous orders.
Calculate your flight path to terminate in the main hangar.
This, combined with an ability of the head unit to lift and move independently from the body, allowed it to survey its surroundings and then chatter the location of new routes and enemies to its squad mates. The first time the bomber was used against the Republic was during the Battle of Failene. Here they destroyed all of the Republic's unsuspecting forces. That same year they nearly crashed into the Republic's cloak ship on their way to trying to bomb out Senator Organa on Christophsis. Later, during the Battle of Ryloth, we saw how devastating they can be against a large village. Just a handful of them were able to set this Twi'lek village up in flames in just a matter of seconds. Shortly after that, we got to see the Hyenas nearly kill Mace Windu, but also see just how gangster Wat Tambor was.
We will all perish for the glory of the Separatist Alliance.
And then some were allowed to be commanded by the droid assassin Helios 3D. This IG series droid had his capital ship boarded by Anakin and Obi-Wan, forcing him to transfer his consciousness into a B-1 in order to escape. And speaking of droid consciousness, I wanted to know your guys' opinion on the sense of self that a Hyena might possess. We see that a crashed HMP was able to push through and make one last shot, and we see something similar with a Hyena during the space battle of Sullust. After given the order to take out Ventress, a damaged Hyena bomber tries to fight through its malfunctions and suicide bomb her position. We mentioned earlier that starfighter droids have a somewhat robust AI, so do you think that this is evidence that there is an I in there that wants to complete this mission, or is it just following orders? After Ventress survived, the fight continues on Dathomir, where we see the Hyenas being used first to soften up the witch's defenses before land units are sent in. And the final time we see them is on Scipio. A surprise attack destroyed C-70s and LA-ATs with ease, and then they later engaged the Republic's response team that came to rescue Padme. This engagement on Scipio shows the best and worst parts of the Hyena, with its payload being devastating, but its lack of shields making it easy to pick off with the Z-95 headhunters and other Republic ships. Once Vader cut down the CIS leadership, it is believed that all of the Hyena droids died with the Separatist movement. But we know that Vulture droids were used in great numbers by anti-Imperial forces, most notably on Umbara. So I suspect that some Hyenas are out there somewhere in the galaxy, laughing about the fall of the Republic. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. I'll just start by addressing the animal in the room. No, I'm not aware of any hyenas in the Star Wars universe. We just gotta shut off that part of our brain when it comes to those kind of lore questions. I think it's cool that on Ryloth we see that the ATTE has targeting identification graphical displays, which tell the clones that it is a hyena that is approaching. And it first appeared in the webcomic The Clone Wars: The Fall of Failene. And in Legends, it was first named the Hyena Bomber in the Clone Wars campaign guide, and in canon via Ultimate Star Wars. And the names Vulture and Hyena are representative of the Republic's state of decay. Vultures and hyenas are known for picking from the carcasses of animals killed by something else, symbolic of how Palpatine was actually the one killing the Republic. As for the stats and all that, additional information comes from the books On the Frontlines and the Encyclopedia of Star Wars and Other Vehicles. So that's it for the Hyena Bomber. But most important of all, remember, pour out a Jawa juice for OG Watt, and the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is all about the MC-30C Frigate, a warship used by the Rebel Alliance during the Galactic Civil War. Interestingly, this is one of those ships that breaks the classification rule of the Anaxis War College system, with frigates being within 200 to 400 meters, and this would have actually been at the upper range of a cruiser at 580 meters or 1,903 feet. This would make it a little less than half of a Venator-class Star Destroyer, or nearly twice the length of the Nebulon B. At 87 meters, or 285 feet wide, it was nearly 3 Gazanti-class cruisers, or 2 Jawa Sandcrawlers across. And at a height of 58 meters, or 190 feet, it was nearly 2 ATM-6s tall, but only 1/3 the height of the Nebulon B. As for some real-world comparisons, it was more than twice the length of the Tower Bridge in London, about 4 semi-trucks across, and a little more than half the height of the Statue of Liberty. Its cost of 9,500,000 credits is about 1/6 the price of a Venator and the Munificent-class Star Frigate, while being equal to 158 TIE fighters. With its Class 1 hyperdrive, it was tied with other Mon Cala designs like the MC-90 and the MC-75, while being faster than the ISD. Though it came with shielding, it did have relatively thin plate armor on its hull, but its armament was specially designed to deliver massive amounts of damage. Its 2 heavy proton torpedoes and 6 cluster bomb launchers allowed it to punch through even the largest Star Destroyers, while the 16 medium turbo laser turrets and 16 twin laser cannons provided the MC-30 with the ability to take down starfighters and overload the shields of other capital ships. Although its top speed is unknown, it was reported as being one of the fastest frigates during the Galactic Civil War era, and its armament put it among the most powerful frigates in galactic history. And what made all this even better is that it only required a crew of 820, a little less than the Nebulon B, and in keeping in line with the overly manned Imperial ships, it was 24 times less than the Imperial 2 class frigate, which was only 400 meters, and required an astounding crew of 19,899. Its only real weakness was that thin plate armor on the hull, which helped to keep it quick and cheaper to produce, but left it susceptible to proton torpedoes and bombers. Though the 16 twin laser cannons could cut down squads of fighters, when properly escorted, a squadron of bombers could easily take out this frigate by just making sure they all dropped their payload on the same area. Luckily for the Rebellion, things like the Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer had a standard complement that only included 12 TIE bombers, and its 48 TIE fighters didn't pose too much of a threat. So because of the MC-30C's offensive capabilities, the Rebellion deployed these frequently enough to earn a reputation as a capital ship killer and starfighter destroyer. This kept it in service throughout the Galactic Civil War, and on through the early New Republic fleets. While Kyle Katarn was on Nar Shaddaa in the year 5 ABY, it could be seen alongside GR-75 transports and CR-90 Corvettes. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. This ship was actually developed from the concept art of the Mon Calamari Star Cruisers for Return of the Jedi, and some speculate that this also spawned the GR-75 medium transport and the Requisite-class light destroyer. And very interestingly, the MC-30C may be canon, being seen alongside the Phoenix Home, the modified Pelta-class used in Star Wars Rebels. This image is from the Star Wars Armada expansion, and when asked on Twitter if this brought in the MC-30C, Matt Martin, one of the creative executives for Rebels, stated that though it was not official, he wouldn't count out the possibility that this would be later slated to be the MC-30C in the future. And it was first introduced in Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2, but is most known for its appearance in Empire at War, Forces of Corruption. So that's it for the MC-30C frigate, but most important of all, remember, whether out at sea or out in space, always focus on piercing a ship's hull. And the Force will be with you. Always. If you ever need a getaway vehicle, be sure to hijack an ITT. What's up, MetaNerdz? In today's video, we're going to be talking about the Imperial Troop Transport, or ITT, a vehicle that originates in Legends but has made a big comeback in canon. The specs and even the design for this vehicle do differ between Legends and canon, so let's start with the Legends. This vehicle was first known as the Reconnaissance Troop Transport, or RTT, and it was built by Santh Sinar Technologies, the parent company of all the different subsidiaries that made everything from the TIE Fighters, TIE Maulers, and other ground vehicles like the Sentry tank. The RTT was 6.4 meters long, about 2/3 in AAT, or just over 3.5 seconds. It had a top speed of 150 km per hour or 93 miles per hour, making it 100 km per hour slower than the average X-34 land speeder. Its crew was just a single pilot and a gunner, but in some cases a second gunner would be used. For transport, you could carry up to 6 troops on these outside racks, which also allowed them to fire independently while traveling. Although you do get the extra firepower, these troops would be open to the elements and incoming enemy fire. The rear of the RTT had what was called a prisoner immobilization unit, which could be used to detain both organics and droids. And for armament, the RTT had this turret with 2 light blaster cannons. Now the design of the cannon version does differ, where the front is now more squared off, and they add these 2 extra blaster cannons. And all the cannon versions have transparent steel in the viewports, whereas in Legends sometimes these just appear to be openings. But what does stay the same is that turret packs a big punch, and we see that it can be used effectively against land and air targets. In canon, the Imperial Troop Transport, or ITT, was built by Ubrikian Industries, the same people who gave us Jabba's sail barge and the Bantha II skiff. It also gets an official model number now, the K79S80, and its length is 8.77 meters, now 2 whole senates longer than the Legends version, and about a Jawa shorter than the AAT. It had a width of 4.5 meters, almost 2 Wookiees across, which is a little bit less than half the AAT, while its height of 3.5 meters was about twice that of the TX-225 Occupier tank. The top speed remains the same, and we even learn its weight, 20,600 kilograms, or about 22 tons, roughly the weight of 25 dewbacks. But what's really incredible is this thing's shield generator and thick hull plating. It can take down multiple blows from an ATDP, TIE fighters, and even the Ghost. All blasts that could punch a hole through most vehicles. But we often see the ITT taking hits without even breaking stride. In fact, even in this scene where the Ghost finally causes it to wreck, the actual armor is never penetrated. It seems like either the steering or the repulsors are damaged. It can also plow through the legs of an ATDP, or even push aside another ITT, though again without compromising the armor of either. As for its history, in Legends, the earliest we see the RTT used was in 0 ABY, where Agent Marberez is unsuccessful in capturing some rebel rookies. Then we learn that after the escape pod was found on Tatooine by a dewback squadron, the ITT squad was brought in to hunt down the droids containing the Death Star plans. They found the Jawas that sold these droids at the Lars farm, before opening fire on the Sandcrawler and ordering the Jawas to exit. As they did, the stormtroopers slaughtered them, and then staged it to look like an attack by Tusken Raiders. The RTT would once again be used on Tatooine sometime after the events of A New Hope. Several of them would be present for the testing of the Omega Frost superweapon. During this encounter, the RTTs chase Han and Luke across the Junlan Wastes, before they end up hitching a ride on something all too familiar to the RTT, a Jawa Sandcrawler. As they traveled along, Luke and Han would spot another Sandcrawler directly in the blast of the Omega Frost weapon. This caused everything in the surrounding area, the Sandcrawler included, to be flash frozen. If this weapon could work on the scorching hot deserts of Tatooine, then it could work anywhere. And remember that these massive vehicles are like mobile fortresses containing almost an entire Jawa clan. The two Tag brothers would have a close-up view of the devastating effects of this weapon, but as soon as it was discovered that our heroes were close by, Orman sprung into action and would board an RTT to give chase. The Sandcrawler containing Luke and Han made a direct course towards Mos Eisley. To lose the pursuing RTTs, Luke had an idea. While Han and the Jawas would drop containers of Skyhopper fuel, he would sit atop this massive vehicle and snipe the barrels, causing a massive chain reaction and wall of fire, and even exploding one of the barrels directly under an RTT. That was enough to break through the armor, and the Jawa were happy to get some revenge for those fallen Sandcrawlers. During the Galactic Civil War, we'd see the RTT one more time during the Battle of Trask. These RTTs were actually a variant of the standard version. This kind removed the side racks and had all the troops inside, while also having this extra glass on the side for more visibility. And the last time we see its use in Legends was during the Imperial Civil War in 10 ABY. We'd see the transport being used on Coruscant during the hectic battles between Imperials still loyal to Palpatine and the other Coruscanti that no longer were. The RTTs here would be used to quickly transport supplies and troops across the dense cityscape of Coruscant. Now, the earliest that we see the ITT in canon was a year after the Galactic Empire was formed, in 18 BBY during the Battle of Dak City on Mount Calamari. Here we see something very interesting, but makes absolute sense given the time period. The ITT was transported to the Mon Calamari capital by LAATVs. Another interesting thing is seeing the AT-ATs and AT-DPs being used in this battle as well, which means they were already transitioning out of the Republic walkers just 1 year after the Clone Wars. 14 years before the Battle of Yavin, we see several ITTs used by an Imperial outpost on the planet Kashyyyk. A handful of these came under attack by Saw Gerrera's partisans, the Kashyyyk Resistance, and an AT-AT commandeered by Cal Kestis. A few of them stationed at this base would be destroyed by this hijacked AT-AT. In 11 BBY, ITTs were deployed on the planet Gorse to hunt down the wanted fugitives Hera Syndulla and Kanan Jarrus. They were wanted for an assassination attempt on Count Gideon, and they were actually spotted by an Imperial transport, but Hera was able to set off an explosive, allowing them to escape. The most we would see the ITT would be between the years 5 BBY and 1 BBY on the planet Lothal. Given the ITT wasn't used for direct combat, the ITT would take on a number of roles instead, ranging from standard troop transport duty, prisoner transport, and even carrying cargo and food, such as Nelu runs. And when the Imperials wanted to show off their might, you could also find them in parades. We saw them being used to carry prisoners after an attack on the Samar family farm, which after the war was over was actually used by the family to transport their workers. But the Spectres would hijack many of them over the years. One such occasion was during the Empire Day celebration in 4BBY, where both ITTs and ATDPs participated in the parade. The celebration was cut short as the Spectres sabotaged the newly displayed TIE Advance model, which was the centerpiece of the celebration. Now on the run, they would commandeer an ITT to make a quick getaway, and that's where we really see how resilient this vehicle is, plowing through other vehicles with ease and really taking on a lot of damage. In the year 1 BBY, the ITTs on Lothal would be joined by the TX-225, yet another repulsor craft, but even more heavily armed and armored. During this battle, Hera Syndulla would commandeer an ITT after being shot down, and use this vehicle to rescue other downed rebel pilots. This transport would continue to be used by the Imperial-controlled worlds until the end of the Galactic Civil War, and so the last time that the Imps used them was during the Battle of Jakku in 5 ABY. But even though the Empire was finally defeated, remnant forces would go into hiding across the galaxy, and continue to operate with these Imperial vehicles. The ITT was no exception, and we see one under the service of Moff Gideon's forces on the planet Navarro. Here the ITT would be used to transport a squad of stormtroopers to Gideon's target, the mysterious child. This ITT has some minor details changed from the ones we saw earlier, and actually more closely resembles the Legends version, with that more rounded front and the sunken, forward-facing guns instead of those ball mounts. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The ITT was the very first toy made by Kenner of something that wasn't featured in the movies. This isn't the only Kenner toy to make a comeback in Star Wars, as the INT-4, MLC-3, and MTV-7 have all made comebacks not only in Legends, but are now a part of canon. The toy of the ITT came with this little informational booklet that gave some behind-the-scenes info on the ITT and some information regarding the Sandcrawler. The variant on Trask was first seen in the comic Boba Fett Overkill, and before making its debut in Star Wars Rebels and canon, its first appearance was in the junior novel Ezra's Gamble, set shortly before the events of the Rebel series. What's really cool was that this toy actually had a prototype that differed from how it looked in the final version. The entire front of the ITT was more ramp-like, ending in two pointed edges. The top-mounted round blaster turret is missing, instead replaced by a turbine engine, and it's said that the ride vehicle at Star Tours was based on this early design. But most important of all, remember, ships and vehicles always outlast their faction, and the Force will be with you, always. Let's take a tour of the galaxy's most famous mobile home. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is all about the Jawa Sandcrawler. We'll cover its history and do a complete breakdown, even a tour of this ship, and then close out with some behind-the-scenes facts and all that good stuff. Let's go back long before the Battle of Yavin, when the first of the Sandcrawlers set upon the Sand Dune Seas. It originally started off as a mining vehicle, with its enormous cargo holds carrying materials to the mining camps and then over to the spaceports. Around 4000 BBY, there was a mining boom on Tatooine, and this outer rim no man's land was swarmed by Sandcrawlers made by Corellia Mining Corps and the Zerka Corporation. Each of these models was an enormous vehicle on treads, but the Zerka design didn't stick around. It's unclear why exactly the only variants we see are these Corellian models, but if the Zerka models were inferior, I think it's safe to say that the Jawas would have reduced them to parts. And though hated enemies, the Sand People actually ended up helping the Jawas come into possession of them, as they would often attack any Sandcrawlers that they came across.
Came out of nowhere. Wait, damn it! Here they come again. How did it do that? No way we're repairing this thing while getting attacked over and over. The desert can have it. The Jawas will salvage it eventually anyway. Then we can buy it back and start over. Makes sense to me.
The Corellian version, aka the Digger Crawler, cost the company 150,000 credits, which is the cost of an X-Wing. There were a couple reasons why they went with treads over repulsors. First, it was the most cost-efficient, both in the production side, as even though repulsor lifts are a ubiquitous tech found in all kinds of cheap consumer vehicles, it starts to get pricey with this much larger operation. The vehicle itself already had an incredible weight, but when filled with tons of rock and ore, it just pushes it over the top. And not that the treads never broke down, but they were much more reliable than repulsor tech. When traveling across the Dune Sea, you would often get caught in the raging winds of a sandstorm. These clouds of fine particulates would wreak havoc on repulsor tech, while also pushing around any hovering object. A simple track and some wheels was much less complicated, and when spread over these 8 wide tracks, all that weight is nicely distributed and firmly pressing down, preventing you from getting blown over and keeping the ride stable, if admittedly slow. The top speed of the Sandcrawler was only 30 km per hour or 19 miles per hour, making it one of the slowest vehicles in the galaxy, about half that of the armored assault tank. The hull of this beast was designed to take the continuous pounding of those sandstorms, which also ended up making them blaster resistant. When the Jawas eventually moved into them, they turned it into a sort of castle. The hull would be the walls that surrounded and protected the city from danger, from both raiding sand people and even the mighty Crate Dragon. Being 40 meters or 131 feet long, it was about 4 Jawas longer than the MTT. At 20 meters or 66 feet tall, it was twice the height of that droid carrier. And at 13 meters or 43 feet wide, it was nearly 2 TIE fighters across. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be about 3 school buses long, 4.5 wide and 6 tall, around a volume of 72 school buses. So the timeless Tatooine rivalry between these two species was now between nomads and walled city dwellers. The voluminous interior spaces were intended to fill up to 50 tons of cargo, equivalent to 61 dewbacks, but this area was now segmented into several workstations and sleeping quarters. 6 Jawas would sleep in a space the size of a standard humanoid closet, and there are some reports saying that up to 300 Jawas and 1,500 droids could call this place home. This mobile fortress home would contain everything they needed, with food and drink being acquired through trade. It became custom for about half of the tribe to stay in the hidden rocky dwellings of their ancestors, while the other half was out on sandcrawlers fishing all sorts of valuables out of the dune seas. The settlers had access to blasters and other off-world creations, and so trade was great for everybody. There are no reports of Jawas ever turning these creations on rival Jawa tribes. Instead, quite the opposite. They were said to meet in the desert once a year for a massive swap meet. Sandcrawlers from different tribes would all meet and trade with each other. And this is just speculation, but perhaps the so-called Dune Sea Haggle Day was a tradition created to ensure the strength of the Jawa, coming together once a year to ensure that the needs of the Jawa tribes were met first, before they went out and traded with the growing number of off-worlders. The village-protecting vehicle was propelled by these gyrodyne nuclear fusion engines. Running almost the entire height of the vehicle, these massive vents would expel heat and steam from the reactor. Being fusion power plants, these reactors were the same ones dropped off all those millennia ago, still providing the incredible amount of power needed to keep this thing running. When they did come across something of value, they had a ton of different ways to collect it. If it was a small droid, the side-mounted repulsor tube could extend and pull the droid into the droid bay located on the first deck. These rooms would be strewn with all sorts of oddities, like RA-7 protocol droids, gonk droids, R5 astromechs, treadwells, and tons of other scrap that might be useful in repairing those droids. These could be offloaded when trading via these side hatches with retractable stairways, or just through this main front hatch door. To keep with our castle comparison, you could think of this as the drawbridge to this Jawa fortress. You can see other salvage cranes located inside these upper decks, which processed a wide variety of larger materials, be they hunks of raw ore or ship parts. You can see where the ore would be stored in these bins before being processed by grinders and then scanned by the pre-processing laser, which would identify any valuable metals or minerals. Energy from those reactors would be used to melt down the ore, and it would all flow into molds to make ingots. But this same process could be used to melt down a whole ship, vehicle, or even village. In the year 9 ABY, a Jawa tribe on Arvala 7 would strip down the Razor Crest used by a Mandalorian. This would amount to leaving the bounty hunter for dead, and the Jawa should have been able to tell that this was not some derelict craft long left to the elements. It took everything from paneling, valuable engine parts, even wiring, and computer systems that could all fetch some credits. Robbed and left to die in the desert, the Mandalorian opened fire on the Jawas. We can see how they would lay out their day's bounty for sorting, but when their tribesmen started turning into dust, they ran back into their protective fortress. We can see that even the powerful disruptor rifle shot does not disable the Sandcrawler. Some steam got a new vent, but other than that it keeps going a great distance, though again stuck at that max speed of around 20 miles per hour. When the Mando tries to scale the castle walls, we also see how these side panels could open up like windows, and how lookouts on top would coordinate with the commander. In this split-level cockpit, the tribe leader and his top advisors would direct the navigators. A wide array of sensors could pick up metals from a great distance, with it all being relayed to the Jawa crew via these ancient sensors. There were 46 crew members on hand spread throughout the Sandcrawler as it operated, while the others would be sorting and repairing the salvage tech, operating that forge, or just conducting maintenance. This tribe on Arvala 7 seems to have either had a really great salvaging streak, or their population has overgrown the confines of the hull, as we keep seeing them all spread out when parked, and with these tents on the roof of the Sandcrawler. I think most likely they just have a lot of excess salvage to sort, but it could be that they outgrew it. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. It was unheard of for a Tusken Raider to scale a Sandcrawler, but this bounty hunter knows that if he wants his parts back, this is the way. As the Jawa mobilized, they threw scrap to dislodge him, but ultimately had to rely on their trusty ion blasters. Each of these are simple modifications of salvaged blaster parts, each with varying sizes, and even a triple barrel blaster version. These became popular weapons with the Jawa because they were excellent for capturing droids alive. And back on Tatooine, if they ever killed a human settler, even if it was deserved, that would be hard to convince the other humans. Much more likely was that the Jawa killing would be seen as an act of aggression, and these settlers might start to kill Jawa on sight, like how they treated the Tuskens, who were often killing each other. We also see that even when confronted with stolen goods, the Jawa are not willing to give them back, but instead they use it to acquire a rare delicacy. But how exactly did the Jawa get from Tatooine to Arvala 7? Well, where this new world is in the galaxy is still a mystery, though its out-of-the-way description likely has it as another sandy Outer Rim world. It is not just another name for Tatooine, and this place only has one sun. The only explanation is that either these Sandcrawlers were on multiple desert worlds doing their mining thing, and were just abandoned here as well, with later Jawas that were hitching rides with other travelers moving here and rediscovering their favorite vehicle. Or as many have wondered, could the Jawa be a spacefaring people, either buying large ships or just building them in order to take their treasure hunting to the next level? There's a fan-made ship that was really interesting that we covered in a previous video. If you want to check that out, it's a really fun, plausible creation, and made even more plausible after these black-robed Jawa of Arvala 7. So that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The Sandcrawler has appeared in too many things to list, but the cross-section comes from the Star Wars Complete Cross-Sections book, with additional facts coming from the Encyclopedia of Starfighters and Other Vehicles, the Atlas, and the Essential Guide to Warfare. In a legend story, the way these Jawa who sold the droids to Uncle Owen were killed was with the support of an Imperial flying fortress. And those ancient Sandcrawlers are from the game Knights of the Old Republic. Lucas said the inspiration for the design came from NASA's space rocket carrier, and then for the film they built a scale model of one that used a motor from a model Tiger tank. This motor was so powerful they said it could pop a wheelie and zip around the set. But what has to be the most ridiculous is how the Sandcrawler almost started a real-life war. Filming was done near the Tunisian-Libyan border, and for those close-up shots they built full-scale treads in the base of the Sandcrawler. This massive vehicle on their border had Libya worried, and they informed Tunisia that they were aware of this craft and would mobilize their military if it was not moved. So that's it for the Jawa Sandcrawler. But most important of all, remember, no matter the time or the desert, if you take a man's horse or his starship, you might as well have committed murder. And the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is all about a fan ship that would serve a very important role in the Imperial Navy. It was crafted by unusual suspects, and the lore was expanded on by Slingblade87 over on DeviantArt, so be sure to check out all the related links down in the description. But let's break down this massive battle station, conceived by Admiral Tycon, who saw the need for a mobile space station that could act as both a command post and resupply ship. Seeing this station makes you really appreciate how massive an Imperial Star Destroyer is, as these ships would often act as a command base when policing remote worlds. Your ISD looms in the atmosphere, sending mobile bases to be established on world, and tons of shuttles and TIE fighters that control the airspace in cities. This Tycon-class Imperial battle station just scaled this up, acting as the central hub for the ISDs, and sending multiple Star Destroyers out to police entire sectors. I use the word police, but remember that when Palpatine took over, half the galaxy hated the centralized authority of the Republic, and thus the new Empire, so this was more a way to act as an Imperial anchor, dropping it in systems that still saw themselves as Confederates. But let's take a look inside of this ship to see how it all worked. First off, let's look at the size. It was 19.6 kilometers or 12 miles across, making the Death Star 1 about 8 times wider. This would make it 1/10 the width of the Death Star 2, and 1/34 that of Starkiller Base. But if we're talking volume, it's about 1,000 times smaller than the DS2. To compare it to Earth, the Tycon was nearly as long as Manhattan, and could almost stretch across the Strait of Gibraltar. Now back inside of this battle station, you can see these enormous elevators that connected each of these platforms, moving the munitions, hypermatter fuel, Tabana gas, foods, and liquids, as well as all the other materials needed to run Star Destroyers, that each had thousands of crew members. This central column would also house the shielding technology, along with its hyperdrive, which was rated as a Class 3. That's not the fastest, but it is really impressive for a battle station of this size. Its most notable feature is the docking areas, which could house either 18 Star Destroyers or 36 smaller vessels like cruisers, freighters, or corvettes. There are these 6 larger dock openings which would double stack Star Destroyers and could accommodate ships up to the size of Allegiance-class battlecruisers, a 2,200 meter long ship. Then there were these 6 smaller openings that could take up to a Procusator-class, a 1,200 meter vessel. There was a ring of hangars on the top and bottom, making 12 hangars in total, and this area would house things like Gazantes and other shuttles that could bring countless TIE fighters and AT variants into the battlefront. Now the battle station itself was also well defended, with over 1,000 turbolasers, more than 700 laser cannons and ion cannons, 320 missile turrets, and 360 tractor beams. This meant that although destroying a fully packed Tycon with 18 Star Destroyers would make for a tremendous rebel victory, it wasn't very likely. Thrawn may have loved this method of power distribution across the galaxy, but Admiral Tycon grew frustrated as this idea was passed over in favor of intimidating massive single ships like the Assertor, Vengeance, Executor, and of course the Death Stars. In fact, all Tycon production stops around the time the Death Star 1 is nearly completed, but they were never dismantled and served the Empire years after the death of Sidious. Some would continue into the time of the Imperial remnant, but they did become too difficult to maintain. After all, something has to eventually supply the supply ship, and so the warlords left to rule their fragments of the Empire mostly found it better to command their fleets from their Star Destroyers. So that's it for the Tycon-class Imperial battle station. I highly suggest checking out those DeviantArt links to see all the other amazing Star Wars fan creations. I definitely like the idea behind this battle station, and I feel like it could easily fit into Star Wars material. But what do you guys think of the Tycon? Is it necessary, awesome, silly, or anything in between? Let me know what you guys think and how you would use it in the comments down below. But most important of all, remember, always ask yourself, what would Thrawn do? And the Force will be with you. Always.
That's impossible.
What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will be a complete breakdown of the B-Wing prototype, going from the origins of the B6 up to the production of what would be the ASF-01 B-Wing, the incredibly complex and powerful starfighter that helped to secure a rebel victory in the Galactic Civil War. Because everything about the B6 is canon, it really is such a different ship from the ASF-01. We'll cover that in the next video, because it has quite a long story on its own. But if you truly want to understand the B-Wing, you have to know its origins. So let's go back to 4 years before the Battle of Yavin. The Rebel Alliance was still not officially organized, just a bunch of rebel cells spread throughout the galaxy, but starting to coalesce under the leadership of Bail Organa and Ahsoka Tano. Phoenix Cell was one of the most notable of these groups, who often worked directly with the Clone Wars veterans Rex and Ahsoka. The cell was trying to break an Imperial blockade on the planet Ibar, after getting reports from the citizens that the Imps were attempting to starve the unruly population. The first attempt to deliver supplies was repelled, resulting in the loss of a CR90. They needed something new, something more powerful to punch through the Imperial fleet, but these ships were all the Rebellion had at this time. This is still years before they would even have X-Wings. Luckily, the old clone Rex had an idea. He knew of a genius Mon Calamari shipwright that was hiding out on the planet Shantipole.
It claims to have built a prototype heavy assault starfighter, a blockade buster. Shipmaster Corey will only discuss his ship in person on the planet Shantipole.
The problem was that this planet was infamous among pilots.
Every pilot in the galaxy knows it's a one-way trip.
The upper atmosphere of Shantipole was covered in miles of thick gas that would be ignited by most of the electronics used by ships, while also having terrain that was covered in spires of rock that just jutted up everywhere. Despite the risk, Kanan agreed with Rex that this was their best shot, and he even gets a nice jab at the cowardly A-Wing pilots before she departs.
And no one else is volunteering to go, but I know you will.
Hera was one of the best pilots in the Rebellion. She would need to be the one to go, though she worries that this might just be a waste of time, that the Ibar people were dying as they speak, but Kanan reassures her that this was their only hope.
You want me to spell it out for you? We can't beat that blockade, not without a better ship.
And so they had to put all of their hope into Rex's estimation of this mysterious hermit shipbuilder. Zeb and Sabine would accompany Hera, and because of that volatile upper atmosphere, they need to cut all of the ship's systems, falling into the planet and gliding their way down to Corey's workshop. After their crash landing, a short, elderly Mon Calamari walks out to greet them. And Phoenix Squad wonders why the Sith would anyone want to build ships in a world like this.
The perfect place to test them. If it can fly here, it can fly anywhere.
Corey was happy to show off his creation, a brilliant orange ship that appeared to be just a long strip of metal with no wings. a strange profile that thoroughly confused Zeb and Sabine.
That's a ship? Is it upside down?
But the fishfolk was thoroughly proud and runs down some of the B6's features and weaponry.
High-intensity blasters, ion cannons, and proton torpedoes!
Hera is sold and can't wait to give it a spin, but the Mon Cal shuts her down. He has no idea who she is and has no reason to trust her. This craft represented years of hard work and the sole purpose of his self-imposed exile.
I've waited a long time for the right pilot. I can wait longer.
Defeated and feeling like this was a waste of time, she resigns to just repairing her shuttle, the Phantom. And Corey can't help but get involved in the repairs as well. When he does, he realizes how resourceful she is, and how much she cared about the ship, the rebellion, and the people on Ibar. The old fish decides that perhaps this was time to let his baby fly. To the Phoenix Squad's surprise, this would be the very first flight of the B6.
Better to be down here, wishing I was up there, than up there, crashing back down here!
Systems engaged, its repulsors bring it up off the landing pad. The feet retract just fine, but as it goes over the edge, the ion engines abruptly cut off. Zeb and Sabine watch mouth agape as they think they just saw Hera's unceremonious death. But just then the Bladewing races back into view, soaring through the sky with incredible speed. It's unknown how quick this prototype was. It was noted as being remarkably quick, but the later iteration would only have a top atmospheric speed of 950 km per hour, which was slower than the X-Wing and much slower than a TIE fighter. The prototype's armament included 3 Armec SW-5 ion cannons, 2 Grill SQD-1NK high-intensity blasters, and Red Snapper proton torpedoes. But this was pretty standard stuff, and Hera was getting disappointed. Perhaps the old army man Rex didn't know his starfighters.
I was kind of hoping your ship packed more of a punch, Quarry.
Did you pull the big lever on the right?
This was the main event. The 4 corners of the craft engage a beam that focuses and intensifies into an incredibly destructive laser that melts through anything in its path. There are only 4 things in the galaxy that are known to use this composite beam technology. The beam turret on the LA-AT gunship, the main gun on the SPHA Walker, the Death Star, and this prototype. This weapon definitely impressed Hera, but she does note that its targeting systems could use some work, and this is where we start to see a really cool merger. The ASF-01 B-Wing that would be developed from this prototype was a combination of one of the best Mon Calamari ship engineers and an expert Mandalorian weapons systems engineer.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Never get between a Mandalorian and a weapons package.
Sabine was one of the top engineers in the Empire before she defected, being responsible for the Duchess, an arc cannon weapon that could be affixed to the ATDP, which was ingenious in targeting the alloys unique to the Mandalorian Beskar armor, shutting down their rebellion as her fellow Mandos were turned into dust. So Sabine's touch went into tweaking some of these weapon systems on a platform that was geniusly crafted by one of Mon Cala's best Finns. Because though he was a visionary, there were definitely some practical issues with this prototype.
The energy drain from the multi-cannon firing system killed the hyperdrive.
Yeah, that has been a problem.
The power drain from the composite beam was too much to contain both the weapon and the hyperdrive, so its hyperdrive was shot, but he admits that he couldn't resist upgrading the hyperdrive in the Phantom.
Beautiful, crazy Mon Calamari?
Phoenix Squad would use the Phantom to work as a sort of transport, with the B6 attached to the underside as it was transported through hyperspace. Meanwhile, Kanan tells Hera that they have to continue with their assault on the blockade, as the Ibar people were able to contact them and were reporting massive starvation. Their whole population was just moments away from an excruciating death. The fight would have to start without her, but then the odd orange blade pops into real space and is accelerating right at the Arquitens in orbit.
One ship of unknown design.
I would hardly call that reinforcements.
Sabine would operate the main beam gun. Arquitens' turbo laser is frantically trying to shoot it down, but the expert piloting by Hera gets them close enough for the B6 to open fire. The composite beam works brilliantly, cutting through the durasteel and setting off all sorts of internal power systems and fuel inside of the Imperial vessel. Agent Kallus watches from his bridge in horror, as this weapon gives the rebels a lane to push down to the mountainous regions of Ibar, where the supplies are delivered by the Ghost. On its very first mission, the B6 was so powerful that all Kallus could do was utter the word impossible, and Corey is happy to see his creation was in such good hands. The rebels would make their jump through hyperspace, and Phoenix leader Jun Sato gives even more good news.
It seems Senator Organa has found a shipwork sympathetic to our cause, and willing to manufacture more of these B-Wings in secret.
Under my supervision, of course.
This mission also earns Hera a promotion. She's now Phoenix leader and becomes Captain Hera. So this ship had one of the most impressive introductions to the galaxy of any vessel in history, but it would take a lot of work to turn it into the B-Wing we all know and love. The sympathetic shipworks Organa had been in contact with were slain in Corporal. The company was run by the sentient insectoid species known as the Verpine, and as a general rule, the further your species was from looking human, the worse the Empire treated you. They had been the creators of the Republic's Praxis turbospeeder, and most notably the V-19 Torrent Starfighter. And although these bugs helped fight off the CIS in the Clone Wars, they ended up like so many other companies that watched as the Empire slowly took over control of all of the means of production, and then shifted almost all of their work to Kuat drive yards and Sinar fleet systems. Bail Organa was able to get them to stick out their insectoid necks for the rebellion, pointing out to them that this prototype used a lot of slain and corporal parts, and that by using their facility to mass produce the B-Wings, they could overthrow these human-centered tyrants, along with the promise of lucrative future New Republic contracts. Quarry would go with them to work on Project Shantipole, and Sabine visited the shipyards as well. An interesting note is that the Verpine species were incredibly rare, only found in their colonies on a remote asteroid field, and we have quotes from Sabine describing the species in her sketchbook, while the Rebel manual mentions that she worked with Quarry to redesign the weapons package. This Mandalorian advanced weapons engineer actively took a role in its redesign, but also with input from Rebel leadership, who pointed out that a power and fuel guzzling fighter was not ideal for a small rebellion, a rebellion that was always suffering from limited resources, with the manual mentioning that if the prototype was mass produced as it was, it would, quote, present technical as well as financial challenges. So let's call it here so that this video can be the complete story of the B6 prototype, and the rest of the story of the B-Wing, how it became the most powerful yet insanely complicated starship and bomber of the era, and a full breakdown of its stats and cross-section will all be in the next video. There's a ton of cool details on it from both canon and legends, so it's going to be around 15 minutes on its own. But most important of all, remember, the tricky thing about ruling an empire is that any remote, cloudy planet may contain a fish building a weapon that could topple you, and the Force will be with you, always.
That's the most magnificent thing I've ever seen, Uri.
What's up, MetaNerds? This video will cover the Eclipse-class Dreadnought. And to get this out of the way early, there is a canon version of this ship, which is incredibly important to the survival of the Imperial Remnant and rise of the First Order, but everything seems to point to that just being your standard Super Star Destroyer of the Executor-class. I will cover that in a separate video soon, but this video will be a complete breakdown in history of the awesome Legends Eclipse, the super weapon that was one of the most powerful creations in galactic history, and by far the most powerful of the Galactic Civil War era. And we'll even touch on the short life of the Eclipse too. Well, let's start with its purpose. Admiral Conan Antonio Madi tells us that the Eclipse class, and its sister ship class, the Sovereign, were a part of the Emperor's 100-year plan for the galaxy. When these could come to replace your standard Star Destroyers and even Super Star Destroyers, then Palpatine could be certain that there would be no chance of rebellion, or even extragalactic invasion. So these would act as one step below the Death Star, being more mobile and practical for ship-to-ship warfare, while being able to destroy a city in an instant, or even the entire planet if wanted. Like all of the Star Destroyers, this behemoth would be constructed at the orbital shipyards of Kuat drive yards, officially starting construction in the same year as the Battle of Yavin. The entire ship would be built around the super laser weapon. By this point, the prototypes of the Death Star hidden in the Maul installation were proving just how powerful this weapon was. This green composite beam had blown apart a Star Destroyer in a single blast, disintegrated a rebel-held Lucrehulk named the Fortessa after only firing the beam at 4%. And in this same year they would see it fired at full power, turning the entire planet of Alderaan into space dust. The idea of placing one of these super lasers inside of a ship came shortly after this, seen in Admiral Victor Strang's flagship, the Conqueror. The midsection of a standard ISD was hollowed out to fire this composite beam, but the problem was that this had even worse defenses against rebel ships than your normal ISD. If rebels took this thing out, you lost that incredibly expensive super weapon. So in typical Palpatine fashion, he decided that this weapon should be placed in a vessel that would be large enough to act as a mobile space station. I do wonder if Thrawn would have accepted this as a happy medium, as he thought concentrating all of the resources in a single Death Star was foolish. I'm sure he still would have seen this as overkill, but at least making several eclipses would have been a better way to spend your time and credits, as these could still crack the mantle of planets and leave them in ruins. Not blown to dust, but everything from the seismic to atmospheric activity would turn the world hellish, resulting in the death of nearly every living being on world. So it wouldn't erase it from the map, but I think the psychological effect would be similar, if not worse, as the rebellious worlds would then act as smoldering warning signs to anyone who might have been flirting with the idea of treason. It was determined that the Eclipse would have an incredible length of 17,500 meters, or nearly 11 miles long. That's about 11 Star Destroyers, or an ISD shorter than the Super Star Destroyers of the Executor-class. It's also 117 CR90s back-to-back. It would be around 8,510 meters, or 5¼ miles wide, which is nearly 9 times an ISD, or about 3 Lucre Hulks across. And at a height of 5,910 meters, or 3.7 miles, it was 12 times the height of the ISD, or equivalent to 61 Zillow Beasts. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be about twice the size of Manhattan, and 7 times the Burj Khalifa. Or another way to think of it is that it would be more than half of the way down to the bottom of the ocean. Now, though the super laser was the focus, this gradual sloping of the sides and this sharp bow up front are 2 features designed to ensure that the Eclipse can dominate in a space battle. There are an incredible 550 heavy laser cannons, 500 turbo lasers, and 75 ion cannons all spread out across the surface of this ship, stacked in layers right above each other to make sure that each of these guns could always get their shot on target. And this would be more than 8 times the guns on a single ISD. So this one ship had the firepower of a large fleet without even counting the super laser. A funny way to think of it is that you had that big Imperial fleet over Endor along with the Death Star, and so the Eclipse by itself is like a mini version of all that packed into one single ship. But wait, there's more. It had 100 tractor beams, 10 times the ISD that could bully around Rebel corvettes, and it had 10 gravity well projectors. These rounded parts not being the bulging reactors like we see on other Star Destroyers, they're actually these that we see on the Interdictor. So keeping with that fleet comparison, it would be like if you added to your fleet 2.5 Interdictor-class destroyers, which had the ability to both rip ships out of hyperspace, or prevent the enemy from making the jump into the safety of the blue void. The bridge would be located in your typical Star Destroyer spot, but would have its own unique shape. It contained the comm tower, the communications array, and the main sensor array, a suite of technology that would have been more advanced than most space stations or busy trading ports, as the sheer number of ships that would launch from the Eclipse was incredible, and its intended role as a single ship that could shut down whole rebel fleets and even planets meant it had to account for thousands of variables concerning both enemy and civilian craft. This area also contained a large, specialized team of deflector shield operators, as it's the only ship I've seen that actually identifies a separate deflector shield command. What I find hilarious is that they placed it above the bridge, in the most exposed part of the ship, just a little extra incentive to make sure they were on their toes, and the first ones to die if systems were to fail. The charge for the laser would use the full length of the ship to build up a composite beam, and is something that may indicate that this is the bare minimum length possible. Jokes aside about how Sidious always seems to be overcompensating with his ridiculously large ships, perhaps with this weapon system, the ship really did have to be this big. At the rear, we see the 6 enhanced sublight engines, though what enhanced means exactly is still kept an Imperial secret. This is what gives the Eclipse and Super Star Destroyers their red ion glow instead of blue, which helped to give this city-sized ship a maximum acceleration of 940 G, which is 4.5 times slower than a TIE fighter, about 1/3 that of a Venator, and about 76% that of the Executor-class Dreadnought. And its hyperdrive was on par with most ISDs, rated as a Class 2. So this thing can get across the galaxy quicker than most cargo ships, and even tied with some starfighters. Now as for its complement, there were enough ships here to black out binary star systems. No normal TIE fighters, just specializing in the elite TIE Interceptor for an anti-fighter role, and bombers for an anti-capital ship role. 50 squads of interceptors, totaling 600 individual ships, and 8 squads of bombers, totaling 96 ships. There would also be a vast number of shuttles, not just used to travel from capital ship, or even down to a surface, but actually to quickly travel across the Eclipse itself. It also contained 100 AT-ATs and 5 prefabricated bases. You can see that these bases were not simple war tents, but massive fortresses that could lock down a whole city. These craft would be contained in hangars scattered around the ship, and you can see in this one cluster just how many hangars there were and how they were all stacked on top of each other. While the ventral side of the Eclipse contained the larger aft launch bay that could take in things like gunships and corvettes, while this fore launch bay was large enough to take in a Victory-class Star Destroyer. It would have been overkill, but I imagine it wouldn't have been too good for Rebel morale to see this sort of super-duper Star Destroyer give birth to a baby Star Destroyer, when you know that the baby was more powerful than most things in the Rebel fleet. Now, as you might expect, to run all of this you needed a large crew. which might as well be called a population, as the Eclipse was really a city in its own right. Some reports have the minimum crew as low as 88,500, but fully operational it would need 708,470 crew members, of which 4,175 were just operating the weapon systems. They would be accompanied by 150,000 troops, and a Royal Guard Legion, a Comp Force Assault Battalion, which was a unique combo of special forces but also bordering religious zealots, and their intense love of the Emperor and the New Order. They were known to be Palpatine's eyes and ears everywhere they went, keeping officers and admirals in check. It also had Imperial sovereign protectors, the elite of the elite chosen out of the standard royal guards, and they would only answer to the Emperor. To feed all these people, it had storage of 600,000 tons of material, which is the weight equivalent to 750,000 dewbacks. And it was said that there was enough consumables on board to last them all 10 years. Just to give some comparisons for that, the population of the Eclipse gets close to that of the entirety of San Francisco, and around 4 times the total population of Tatooine. It's equivalent to 143 Nimitz-class carriers, and more than the total active duty of both the US Army and US Navy combined. While the cargo would be roughly equivalent to 24 large container ships. It should also be noted that the entire ship was covered in this reinforced black durasteel and quadranium alloy. This of course helped with incoming attacks, but could also be used as a weapon of its own with that bow. It was purpose-made to smash into enemy capital ships and space stations. Think of how ridiculous it would be if you were in your secret rebel base in some remote part of the galaxy, and had the sun eclipsed by this thing as it emerged from hyperspace, and just plowed through your facility without firing a shot. We also have to mention how it could break through planetary shields in a single burst. Though its one-shot sniping of enemy capital ships is impressive, it's the planetary shield breaking that really impressed admirals. Because the orbital bombardments from Star Destroyers work, but they just take a lot longer, giving the enemy time to escape through secret passages, prepare for defense, or call in reinforcements. Or in extreme cases, you have what happened to Thrawn, where rebels had set up a series of shields that could absorb the blast long enough for the other shields to regenerate. This layer creating something that effectively could not be taken out by anything that the ISDs had. So it could shoot your capital ship down, it could blast through your planetary shield and destroy your entire city, or it can just plow through your ships and space stations. So the Eclipse really did have it all covered. Its construction started in 0 BBY, and Palpatine would visit the construction site of the Eclipse often. Located over Kuat drive yards and with a powerful Imperial fleet on constant guard, this was one of the safest locations in the galaxy. Thus, the Emperor would use one of its rooms as an important meeting location and place vaults full of valuable information. It might seem odd to set up in an unfinished ship that is still currently under construction, but we actually saw the same thing with Darth Vader, who was living in the Executor and even training his apprentice Starkiller, all inside of his Super Star Destroyer while it was being built. At the same time, the Eclipse 2 was also being built over the core world of Biss, while the Tarkin superweapon was also being completed. That started out as another prototype Eclipse, but was converted into this platform that still hosts the similarly powerful super laser. One of the most powerful criminals of the Galactic Civil War era was Tiber Zahn, and he had an intricate network of spies that alerted him to this monstrosity being built over Kuat. He kept an eye on it for 4 years, but that planetary defense fleet over the Empire's primary shipyard never showed any signs of weakness. It wasn't until the Emperor's death during the Battle of Endor that some Imperial forces were finally being pulled from Kuat. Without missing a beat, Zahn led an attack to try and raid the Eclipse, drawn by the rumors of the secret vaults of the Emperor himself. As he arrived, he was met with a well-known smuggler turned rebel general.
What is your purpose in this sector?
We heard of the Alliance's glorious victory at Endor, and have come to join.
The rebellion wanted to use the confusion over the death of the Imperial head of state to launch a quick capture of the Imperial shipwright world, and they were willing to take the help of Zahn and his consortium forces. Together they were able to create an opening for the crime boss to board the still unfinished Eclipse. Though much of the hull was still not completed, the super laser was fully operational, showing that the Imperial engineers had created a deadly masterpiece. Its green laser was not only taking out Star Destroyers in a single shot, but it had remarkable accuracy. The targeting system at the bow of the ship allowing it to strike anything within a wide circular arc, hitting ships that are off to its sides, and pinpointing single craft out of a cluster. An Executor-class Dreadnought, the Annihilator, would show up, only to be one-shotted as well. In a previous attack on Coruscant, Zahn was able to secure the passkey from the Imperial archives, and with it, he finally had access to these mythical vaults.
There is more wealth in these hidden vaults than even I can imagine.
may have been tempted by the power, but Zahn knew that the credits were all in information, and that there was no way he could make off with this ship.
I've no need to keep the half-constructed Eclipse, and it presents a target even the rebels couldn't miss.
But you should never underestimate rebel incompetence. The Imps would be able to secure the ship and retain control of Kuat until 8.5 ABY. But more than 4 years after the Battle of Endor, the ship was still not completed, meaning that it took longer than the Death Star project. The New Republic would finally launch a large enough invasion of Kuat that most of the Kuat employees and loyal Kuati had to pack inside of the Eclipse and make the jump to Biss, the core world where Palpatine was still secretly ruling his empire, defying death through his mastery of cloning tech and Sith alchemy. From this new body, he would oversee the completion of the Eclipse in Eclipse 2, and the ship would act as a mobile command post for the Empire, where the Imperial Remnant would plan their war strategies. A year and a half later, in 10 ABY, Palpatine would make his first major offensive against the New Republic, deploying the World Devastators to Mon Cala, which really shows his hatred of the fish folk, as Mon Cala was going to be the second target of the first Death Star and the first target of the DS2. Though this battle would result in an NR victory, the Eclipse went on a terror streak throughout the galaxy. Word spread that this was the personal flagship of the Emperor, and so every time it showed up, everyone was scrambling to just flee. Frustrated at this, the next attack would be on the Republic headquarters at Dasucha 5. Using its vast array of comm systems, the Eclipse was able to flood every frequency with the Emperor's message to Leia. The rebels could not get a distress signal out, and so Leia gave in to his demands. Luke was being pulled by the dark side, and was at the Emperor's side throughout this whole campaign, originally hoping to bring down the Emperor from within his operation. But when Leia came before them, she was able to convince Luke that they could fight him together. To show just how powerful the dark side was, Sidious created a force storm, a ripping torrent of pure dark side energy that was set to consume the NR fleet. But together, the children of Anakin were to focus on the light, creating a wave of power that turned the storm towards the Emperor's prize ship. The two Jedi escaping just moments before the decade-long creation was ripped into space debris. But the Emperor's spirit would incarnate once more. Again leading from Biss, he was able to complete the construction of the Eclipse 2, taking it to the homeworld of the Sith on Korriban, and nearly destroying an NR fleet during the Battle of Onderon. Here, Lando and R2 would work together to take control of the ship's hyperdrive systems, and the galaxy's longest-lived hero would save the day once more, with R2 recalculating the ship's hyperdrive to have it emerge at the exact coordinates of the Galaxy Gun, another one of the revived Emperor's planet-killing superweapons. When it popped into real space, the collision was instant and catastrophic, bringing a final end to the Eclipse line. This would also mean the near extinction of the Royal Guards as well, with those on board being the last alive, though a few, including Kirkanos and Karnor Jax, would carry that legacy forward. And this explosion also sent a Galaxy Gun shell at Biss, destroying the world and killing all of the Emperor's remaining clones. So that's it for the Eclipse, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. A lot of this footage was gameplay from people playing on YouTube with different mods of Empire at War. All of them are linked down in the description, as well as the sources on some of the fan art used. It was originally introduced in Empire at War Forces of Corruption, and I just wanted to point out how absurd it looks on the minimap. The designers based the look of the bow and how it was used on the rams of ancient Greek and Roman ships. And there are a ton of discrepancies across different lore books, and even how it's seen, with the Eclipse 2 ending up with more engines, and a lot of those mods had different amounts as well. The length is off from the Dark Empire sourcebook to the complete encyclopedia, but what was presented is what is most consistent. The majority of the works have the same stats, and so those are the official ones listed and what I used. Additional information comes from the Essential Guide to Warfare, Starships of the Galaxy, and the Imperial Handbook. If you liked the video, please hit that like button and leave a comment. It really does help with the YouTube algorithm. And subscribe if you want to see more. But most important of all, remember, there's always a bigger ship, and the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerds? This video is all about the Assertor-class Star Dreadnought, a relatively rare class of Imperial Dreadnoughts. Its manufacturer is not listed, but I think it is safe to assume that it was a Kuat Drive Yards production, most likely finished at Fondor shipyards, like we see with the Executor-class Star Dreadnoughts, also known as the Super Star Destroyers. The cost was an incredible 1,100,000,000 credits, equal to more than 7 Imperial-class Star Destroyers, or 19 Venators. There are some ways in which I think this is a great deal, which shows why you save credits by buying in bulk, as it is nearly 10 times the size of the Imperial class, and has psychological effects that might greatly outweigh the cost. but I think there are some other ways in which Thrawn's rule might apply. At a length of 15,000 meters, or 9.3 miles long, it was about 2.5 ISDs shorter than the Super Star Destroyers, and about 441 times the length of the Millennium Falcon. At 7,500 meters, or 4.66 miles wide, it was twice as wide as the island of Manhattan, or 75 Zillo Beasts across. While at a height of 2,437.5 meters, or 1.5 miles high, it was about 3 times the height of the Burj Khalifa, the tallest structure on Earth, or about 2 Venators standing end to end. It was equipped with an incredible amount of shield generators, which dotted every surface of this ship, giving you a sense of the enormous scale of the Assertor. It was equipped with a Class 2 hyperdrive, the same found in both the ISD and the SSD, and though its atmospheric speed was unknown, perhaps because it was never used to enter atmospheres, and built completely in shipyards out in space, but we can expect that it was properly accelerated via these 28 enormous aft thrusters. I couldn't resist doing another size comparison here, but these larger thrusters were around 225 meters in diameter, meaning they could completely swallow up a Pelta-class frigate, and almost an entire Arquitens. The engine array is one of the most interesting design elements of this ship, with even more staggering than the Super Star Destroyer. And this staggered effect is also seen on the dorsal side as well, which had its weapon emplacements just higher than the level before it, so as much firepower as possible could be directed forward, without having to worry about shooting parts of your own ship. As you would expect, there are a ton of weapons on here, so let's work through this long list. We have 40 quad turbo laser batteries, with 20 each on the port and starboard sides, 30 quad battleship ion cannon batteries, similar to the massive cannon on Hoth, were also split up equally on both sides. Along this ridge there are 10 twin heavy turbo lasers, and 30 quad light turbo laser batteries split up across the bow, port, and starboard. These were assisted by the 20 medium ion cannons, and 60 turret-mounted quad laser cannons, split up equally with the 90 concussion missile launchers. The ventral side is listed as having 20 twin ion cannons, but we can see that there are a ton of other weapons here as well, so the overall number stated may be a bit low, but either way, it also had 20 heavy tractor beam emitters. Staying on the ventral side, we can see the enormous hangar bay, which carried 120 starfighters, and an unstated number of shuttles, gunboats, landing barges, and AT series walkers. To keep all of this running, it required a crew of 125,000, while being able to transport 20,000 troops and 145,000 tons of cargo, a weight equal to 87,879 Rancors, allowing this ship to stay out in space for a total of 3 years. As for its history, it was introduced in the year 2 BBY, making it concurrent with the Rebels TV show, but not yet built during the time of the Solo movie. It was employed like a Super Star Destroyer, as a massive command ship that would manage an entire sector, not just directing the movements of smaller ships and Star Destroyers, but also just by itself acting as a terrifying and intimidating deterrent that you could place near a planet to remind its local governments and citizens that they could have the entire surface of their planet melted in a mere matter of minutes by an orbital bombardment. The Assertor-class was often flanked by the Mandator-class, a pre-Clone Wars era ship that was about half the size of this behemoth, and which lived on in the line that produced the Mandator 4, used by the First Order, but it was also paired with the 7,200 meter long Bellator-class, nicknamed the Fast Dreadnought, as it carried 2 reactors and a relatively lighter cargo and armament so that it could quickly respond to Imperial emergencies. The head ship in this series, named the Assertor, along with its sister ship the Wrath, carried out an attack on an unknown planet, where it did use this world-burning tactic known as Base Delta Zero, in a fleet alongside an Interdictor-class, and a bunch of Imperial 1 and Imperial 2 Star Destroyers. To address what I call Thrawn's rule, loosely summing up his military philosophy as being against large dumps of resources into single structures, I think it's safe to say that the Chiss would disapprove of the Assertor. Although many Imperials praised it for a power output equivalent to 400 Imperial 1 class Star Destroyers, and it may have had an enormous psychological effect seeing this floating overhead, we see again and again, with both Death Stars, and even the Executor being knocked out by a tiny A-Wing, that in a galaxy full of people, some will be brave enough to challenge you, and if they can just get lucky once, you just lost your entire massive ship. Basically, you can say that Thrawn is making this point, that every ship or structure has to worry about the same set of threats to its destruction. Material failure, like bad concrete on Earth, construction errors, someone just put it together wrong, human error, in which someone accidentally destroys your ship, traitors, who carry out intentional sabotage, and the most obvious, your enemies, that coordinate the efforts of millions to try and find any flaw in your precious station. Everything from a TIE fighter to the Death Star has to worry about this same set of problems. But obviously, a TIE fighter that just falls apart mid-flight isn't going to affect the Empire. But a downed Super Star Destroyer or Death Star just cost you ridiculous amounts of time, materials, and men, which is all beautifully ironic, since losing these kinds of ships provides your opponent with an immense psychological boost, inspiring a galaxy against you, the exact thing you thought you were suppressing with these super-sized structures. An additional point I want to make is that the likelihood of these catastrophic events increases when you run an empire on fear, as you just increase the pool of people that hate you and who spend their life trying to bring about your demise, and increase the likelihood that manufacturers or personnel in your own ranks will turn against you. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. I wanted to point out that there is a real world parallel for the issue of using fear to make people build ships for you, where this eventually backfires, with the Yuan Empire's invasion of Japan. Myth says that a divine wind, a kamikaze, saved Japan from the invading Mongols, but most historians believe that this was a combination of logistics issues and rough seas, but definitely made worse by the subjugated Chinese shipbuilders, who were being ruled over by their arch rivals, and intentionally built these ships with structural flaws. And the Assertor should be an amazing inspiration for all you meta-nerds out there, with your own fan-made designs, as this was originally fanon, made by Ansel Isao, but was later worked into the Essential Guide to Warfare, and accidentally worked into the Imperial Handbook, as the Executor was erroneously described as being an Assertor-class ship. So that's it for the Assertor-class Star Dreadnought, but most important of all, remember, failure to keep your Corvette away from its engines may result in the complete evaporation of your ship, and the Force will be with you. Always.
Blast, this is why I hate flying.
What's up, MetaNerds? This video is all about the Delta-7 Aethersprite-class Light Interceptor, commonly known as the Jedi Starfighter. It was manufactured by Kuat Engineering Systems, a subsidiary of the larger Kuat Drive Yards that seems to focus on the company's few starfighter products, being the manufacturer of the Republic's V-Wings, Eta-2 Interceptors, and decades later even the early RZ-1A Wings. The cost of a new Delta-7 varied widely depending on which version you wanted. The standard model was 180,000 credits, which is 30k more than the later T-65 X-Wing and 3 times that of a standard TIE fighter. If you wanted the most expensive, high-speed variation though, it would cost you 385,000 credits. That's 85k more than even the elite TIE Defender. However, even your most successful spice dealer would be hard-pressed to buy any type of Delta-7, as you're not going to find them at your local dealership. Designed by Walex Blissix, the same man responsible for designing the Victory-class Star Destroyer and many other vessels crucial to the Republic, he worked closely with the Jedi Order to develop ships that were built around their Force abilities. The cockpit was laid out especially to cater to Jedi pilots. The controls were simplified, so that the ship would respond instantly as the pilot sensed the next action through the Force. Many had their standard seats replaced with special meditation chairs to make those long flights across the galaxy a bit more bearable. Everything about its design was intended to make it the fastest and most nimble ship of the time. The frame tried to have one of the smallest profiles possible, at only 8 meters or 26¼ feet long, 3.92 meters or nearly 13 feet wide, and only 1.44 meters or just under 5 feet tall. This made it about a Senate longer than a TIE fighter, a third as wide as the X-Wing, and 1.5 R2 units tall. If it was trying to keep the peace here on Earth, the Delta-7 would be about a mini-me shorter than 2 Honda Civics, about 2 Civics wide, and about 1.5 Vespa scooters tall.
We haven't got much time. Anakin? Anakin, do you copy? This is Obi-Wan Kenobi.
The ship was so small that the original version could not even fit a standard astromech droid. Instead, they had to make the R3D and RP4 models, which were hardwired into the ship as targeting and navigational aids. The powerful sublight engines bolted onto the small frame were the secrets to its speed. Fitted with 2 J-44 Jet Force sublight engines, the Interceptor had a maximum acceleration of 5,000 G, and had a top atmospheric speed of 1,260 km per hour. That was over 200 kilometers faster than the T-65 X-Wing, 60 kilometers faster than a TIE fighter, and only 40 slower than its successor, the A-Wing. But there were 2 main trade-offs with this incredible speed. First was deployment time. Due to their compact size, the J-44 engines and unusually small reactor tanks would need to be refueled every 5 hours. Similarly, the fighter's small size limited its life support systems, limiting it to only storing 5 hours worth of airtime. Another trade-off was that, unlike most starfighters of the time, the Delta VII had no built-in hyperdrive. To get around this, each one had a Sleer 31 hyperspace ring that the Delta VII could dock with when the pilot needed to leave the system. This actually helped compensate for the fighter's limited range, because when it was docked, it also refueled those sublight engines and refreshed its air supply. With the hyperspace ring, the Delta VII had an impressive Class 1 hyperspace rating, equal to most other starfighters like the X-Wing, but even faster than most capital ships, with the Class 2 being on most CIS and Imperial Star Destroyers. The Delta VII was designed and built when the galaxy was still at peace, and as such sported the diplomatic burgundy-red paint color, which symbolized diplomatic immunity, and is seen on a lot of official Republic ships like the Consular-class cruiser. And for defense, it featured a Surplex J4 deflector generator, but as seen with Obi-Wan's dogfight with Jango Fett's Slave 1, it could not take many hits. The fighter was armed with a pair of Tameco SDS-85 dual laser cannons, but it was never really intended to participate in heavy combat, just your occasional space battle with local pirates. And for those early years of deployment, that was more than enough. Replacing its predecessor model, the Delta VI, it would enter into service at least as early as 32 BBY. Qui-Gon would take his personal blue version on a mission to discover how to retain his consciousness after death. Yoda was also seen to have a customized, smaller version that he could fly on his mission to Vragadar. 4 years later, Master Depa Billaba would use her Delta VII to escort and defend a relief mission from some pirates. By 27 BBY, Obi-Wan Kenobi had enough experience flying these things that he transitioned to the two-pilot civilian model, the Delta 12 Sky Sprite, a ship that he and Anakin flew to the Outbound Flight Project before being recalled. Master Saesee Tiin, one of the Order's premier pilots, was unsatisfied with the standard Delta VII's already impressive capabilities, so he customized two to his own specifications. He installed 4 additional quad-pulse laser cannons behind a pair of breakaway panels in order to provide an increase in its firepower when entering flight mode. He also managed to fit a Class 3 hyperdrive into its frame, but as this was as slow as a Gazanti-class cruiser, he would still prefer the hyperdrive ring when he was in a hurry. Jedi Master Adi Gallia would test flight one of these modified Delta VIIs when fighting Captain Kavik Toth.
Nice work, Master Gallia. The prototype is quite effective.
And I was only flying at half speed.
Due to its successful performance, the remainder of these fighters in the Jedi fleet were modified to Saesee Tiin standards. A full demonstration of the Delta VII's capabilities and limitations will be seen when it was used by Obi-Wan to investigate the assassination attempts on Senator Amidala. The fighter was able to go from Coruscant to the far-off Camino, but would fall short in combat over Geonosis. Despite its speed and maneuverability, and the pilot's strong connection to the Force, Jango's Slave 1 kept close and managed to blast through the Starfighter's shields. Kenobi only managed to survive by releasing the ship's spare parts like chaff, intercepting the missiles and faking his death while he hid out in the asteroid belt. Early into the Clone Wars, it was determined that the original Delta VII, developed and intended to serve in peacetime, would be phased out of use by the Jedi. Taking the lessons learned over a decade, Kuat Systems Engineering would develop the upgraded Delta 7B. The primary distinction between the two was that the newer 7B featured a centered droid socket, allowing it to fit a full-sized astromech unit. Any other distinctions were kept confidential by the Republic, but it may have been inspired by Anakin's Azure Angel, a ridiculously upgraded Delta 7. Not all Jedi would choose to upgrade to the 7B, or even the later Eta-2. As we see, Master Plo Koon would be flying his personal blue and white Delta 7 during the capture of Cato Neimoidia, where he was shot down by his wingmen during Order 66. Delta 7s would be a rare sight in the galaxy after the Clone Wars, but some were acquired and refitted for use by the Rebel Alliance. Wedge Antilles would notably find and repair an abandoned one on Geonosis after his X-Wing was shot down during the retreat from Hoth, proving just how accurate and durable the fighter's design was. Even 30 years later, Antilles was able to use it to take out several squadrons of TIE fighters, TIE bombers, and TIE interceptors. And through some really genius plot engineering, they even found room for a ton of Void 7 seismic charges, capable of taking out Imperial escort carriers. Antilles was able to find a still operational hyperdrive ring, and would take this fighter to rejoin the Rebel fleet. The Delta 7's design and concept would have such an impact that it would influence a ton of later starfighter designs. The concept of a small, lightly equipped fighter would go on to inspire the Republic V-Wing, which actually is the inspiration for the TIE Fighter series. While X-Blissix would deliberately base the layout of the A-Wing on the Delta 7, which we can really appreciate if we take a look under the panels. Like on the A-Wing, the Delta 7 had the fighter's shield generator and its accompanying radiator directly behind the cockpit. providing maximum protection for the pilot and life support systems just in front of it. Moving forward, we can see that the Delta 7 had deflector shield power hubs positioned along its length, which let the pilot angle the deflectors as needed, just like the later A-Wing. The peacetime Delta 7 didn't have the sophisticated sensor jamming equipment found on the A-Wing, but it did have a whole suite of advanced sensor and communication equipment up in the nose that was powerful enough to send a clear, real-time transmission from Kamino all the way to Coruscant. Working back, we can see that the main reactor was tied directly to the ship's set of dual laser cannons, but the use of hoses to supply Tabana gas shows that these were still standard plasma bolt weapons, not the more advanced pure laser weapons found on the later RZ-2 A-Wing. Few details are provided about the engine systems, but we do see that they have this electromagnetic nozzle built into them, which allows for some thrust vectoring. So that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Originally, it was designed to be a stormtrooper fighter and used during the Battle of Geonosis, and the wedge shape was meant to foreshadow the design of the Star Destroyers. And there's an error in Episode 2, where inside of the cockpit we see that the display screens are using the Star Wars 76 script, not Arabesh. Additional information comes from Star Wars Complete Cross-Sections, the art of Episode 2, and the Clone Wars Campaign Guide. But most important of all, remember, flying is for droids, and the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is all about the CR90 Corvette, also known as the Corellian Corvette, Rebel Blockade Runner, and the Alderaan Cruiser. It was manufactured by Corellian Engineering Corporation, the same people that gave us the Millennium Falcon, and the Baleen-class heavy freighter. Brand new, this ship would cost you anywhere from 3.5 million credits to 2,700,000 credits, a cost equal to 58 TIE fighters, or about 5 times the cost of the Slave 1. At a length of 150 meters, or 492 feet, it was about 1/11th the length of the Imperial-class Star Destroyer, and around 5 Millennium Falcons long. At a width of 48.6 meters, or 159 feet, it was wider than a Sandcrawler, and at a height of 32.6 meters, or 107 feet, it was as tall as an AT-ST riding on top of an AT-AT. With a top atmospheric speed of 950 kilometers per hour, or 590 miles per hour, it was faster than a TIE bomber, but slower than a Y-Wing. This was all achieved via its 11 high-output ion turbine engines, in addition to its Class 2 hyperdrive, that was equal to that found in the Imperial-class Star Destroyers, but slower than the Venator. It came equipped with shielding that was 8 times as powerful as that found in the X-Wing, and while most ship hulls were made of Durasteel or titanium, the CR90 was made of ferromagnesium ceramic, which made it about 16 times stronger than the TIE fighter. As for its armament, this ship had 2 dual turbo laser turrets, one on the ventral and dorsal sides, with a pair of single turbo lasers on the starboard and port side of this ship. The CR90 also contained 8 standard escape pods, along with 4 armed max-capacity escape craft, while having customizable options to allow for the docking of a single starfighter, or 3,000 tons of cargo, a weight equal to 750 banthas, while also externally docking 3 A-Wings. Other variants allowed for this transport to carry up to 600 passengers, while normally requiring a crew counting anywhere from 30 to 165 people. But a very helpful design feature is that it could be piloted for some time by a single person, something demonstrated by Han Solo and Wedge Antilles. But let's take a look inside of this ship to see where everything was and how it all worked. Starting up at the cockpit, we can see there was a forward airlock docking hatch, which led right into the cockpit for quick evacuation in case of an emergency, instead of having to run the length of a football field in order to get to those side airlocks. The officer's briefing room was located here, followed by the captain's quarters and main computer room. This hallway would take you past the computer power substation, leading you into the officer's quarters. If we head down this main hallway, we pass by the access ladders to the turbo laser turrets, and we see that each of these guns is manned by 2 gunners. These hallways circled the tech stations and conference chamber, while being lined on each side with escape pods. We then arrive at the elevator, which brings us up to the dignitary suite, where Princess Leia was residing on the Tantive 4 during its fateful trip. This stateroom had a private chamber, along with a sitting room to talk with guests, in addition to what appear to be data screens and HoloNet terminals. While putting your dignitary at the top of the ship might seem like a bad idea, this was the most heavily defended part of the CR90, with extra plate armor, and these 4 single turbo laser turrets. Even better, these turrets doubled as those 4 armed escape pods I mentioned earlier, and although it isn't stated here, there are some escape pods that have hyperdrive capabilities, so I could see a plan where dignitaries and their guards would pack into these, fend off attackers until they jump through hyperspace, and then form up into a deadly little group of escape pods. After the elevator, we find the formal dining room, below what appears to be some sleeping quarters. This next corridor is where Leia gave the Death Star plans to R2-D2, and then we can find the portside airlock that was breached by the TIE boarding craft. Each airlock had magnetic safety shield generators to contain atmosphere in the event of a breach, and then if we look above this section, we can see the air tanks. This area was beneath the primary sensor array, and was followed by the main reactor. This blast damage is from the Star Destroyer that crippled the Tantive V4. As you can see, it was a very well placed shot that ended up overloading the shield generator and damaged parts of the power system, forcing the crew to shut down the reactor. How this system worked is that each of these engines was fed by a series of pressurized fuel cells that supplied radioactive gas into the turbines, where this gas was ionized by electricity supplied by each of these engines' power feeds, a process that accelerated the ions through the thrust nozzles. Steering was achieved by varying the amounts of thrust that were generated across each of its 11 engines. As for its history, the CR90 was one of Corellia Engineering Corporation's biggest hits, alongside the YT-1300, and was seen as an improvement upon the previous CR70. A modular interior allowed for extensive customization, with especially popular aftermarket packages, creating things like the Vanguard C-20. The cross-section we looked at was a dignitary ship, often used by a lot of senators, but there are others with modified interiors to make it more of a cargo transport, troop carrier, light escort vessel, or even civilian passenger liners. 2 ships, the Nightcaller and the Constrictor, had one of the more rare variants, which worked in a small hangar bay to carry a few starfighters. Many owners also upgraded the armament, in some cases having as much as 8 turbolasers, 6 laser cannons, and 4 ion cannons. One of these modders actually helped to inspire the design for the successor of the CR90, the CR92A Assassin-class Corvette, which was specifically designed for combat, packing 6 dual turbolaser turrets. During the Clone Wars, Senator Bail Organa used the Tantive V4 to travel to Toydaria and negotiate relief efforts for Ryloth. Some CR90s were stationed on Belderone, and at least 2 were in the Bottijeff Defense Forces that were crushed by then Commodore Thrawn when Bottijeff tried to secede from the Empire. Leia would travel to Lothal on the Tantive V4, and several CR90s made up parts of the Rebel forces, including one used by Ahsoka, 3 that were used to rescue Kanan Jarrus, and the 5 that were under the command of Jun Sato. When the Pelta-class frigate that operated as the flagship Phoenix 1 was destroyed, the CR90 The Liberator became Santo's new flagship. The Tantive V4 was docked in the Profundity during the Battle of Scarif, being able to escape in time to jump to the Tatooine system. Once Vader and the Star Destroyer the Devastator caught up to her, this ship was tractor-beamed into the Imperial-class's hangar bay. The Imperials would disassemble and destroy the CR90, with Imperial-controlled media reporting that this ship had been ripped apart by an asteroid storm. Later, there would be CR90s present during the Battle of Endor and the Battle of Jakku. Legends history is similar, but has this ship being used by the Imperial Navy as well as the Rebels, and the crime lord Tiber Zan also used many CR90s, which made it so the Empire tended to stop these vehicles frequently, but like the YT-1300, their ubiquity made it very difficult to isolate the Rebels, smugglers, and pirates from the civilian or company-owned ships. After the Empire fell, the New Republic continued to use these ships until they were finally phased out, with the last time we seeing one being used in the year 137 ABY during the evacuation of Dak, and then in the building of the Secret Retreat. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The ceramic plate armor of the CR90 seems to be inspired by ceramic composite armor used on many modern tanks here on Earth, including the M1 Abrams. This ship was originally intended to be the Millennium Falcon, but the art team decided that it was too similar to Space 1999's Eagle Transport. This makes the name of Han Solo's ship even funnier, because it's like the team said that we shouldn't be taking from Space 1999, so they added a year, making it a Millennium, and just changed the bird from an eagle to a falcon. The concept art was changed to include the Hammerhead cockpit, and was put into the opening scene. In Revenge of the Sith, many have pointed out that the ship appears to be too short, something that had to be fixed with the creation of the CR70, and the retconning that this ship was the Sundered Heart, not the Tantive V4. And in order to create the sounds for this ship, they combined the World War II AT-6 propeller-driven racing airplane with the sounds created by a Boeing 747 jet plane. So that's it for the CR90 Corvette, but more important than all that, remember, never fly without escape pods, and the Force will be with you, always.
Foolish Republic scum! Your puny torpedoes are no match for my thermo shields.
What's up, MetaNerds? This will be a complete breakdown of the Providence-class Dreadnought, one of the most important ships in the CIS Navy. We'll look at everything from firepower, complement, capacity, and how it shaped the Clone Wars. Specific ships like the Invincible, Lucid Voice, and Invisible Hand, and even how the scraps of these ships would come to haunt the Imperial era, an attempt to destroy Tarkin's rise to power. This capital ship was both designed and constructed by the Quarren of the Frigate Volunteers Engineering Corps, with collaboration in some parts coming from Rendili Star Drive. The Quarren shared their home world DAC with the Mon Calamari, and like the old phrase says, coral sharpens coral, or something like that. And just as the Mon Calamari were famed for being the best engineers in the galaxy for most of history, so much so that their prowess would end up providing the Rebel Alliance with a powerful edge, their rivalry drove the Quarren to be excellent shipwrights also. At the time of the Clone Wars, the tension between these two species came to a head. Mon Calamari had always seen themselves as the more wise and peaceful of the two, and the galaxy seemed to agree, with almost all political power and wealth ending up in the hands of the fish folk, not the Squidbillies. So it's a small-scale example of what happened to the galaxy as a whole, with the secession of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, and Dooku knew that the Quarren would make for a natural ally. This secession occurred about 2 years before the war officially broke out, and while the founding of the Frigate Volunteer Engineering Corps is stated at 22 BBY, we can assume that construction of these massive warships began at a time when it was still illegal under Republic law. Mon Calamari shipyards could pump out a Star Cruiser in 6 months, and the Empire at its peak was claiming anywhere from 3 months to 2 years to build an Imperial Star Destroyer. So let's say around a year for a Providence, likely constructed in those years leading up to the Battle of Geonosis. The Quarren shipyard was located on the planet Pamant, which already had a several millennia-old colony of anti-Calamarians, and these Pamant docks would be a main shipyard for the Confederacy, producing almost all of the capital ships, including the experimental Malevolence. The Providence cost 125 million credits, while it seems that the larger version, that is twice its size, like the Invincible, cost 400,585,000 credits, which is more than twice the Imperial Star Destroyer. Powered by 3 Crevield 4 radial ion engines, which were made by Nubia Star Drives, the producer of most of Naboo's ships. These top-of-the-line engines reached a max acceleration of 2,500 G and 70 megalight per hour, with a top atmospheric speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour, which made it faster than almost all starfighters, and would leave other capital ships in the dust, while being more than twice the Venator, which was known for its speed. And though the Venator was quicker in hyperspace, the Class 1.5 hyperdrive puts the Providence right in between the Venator and ISD. To achieve this, the entire aft section was filled with primary and auxiliary reactors, while there were also subsidiary reactors and hyperdrive fuel silos located towards the bow, right below the command bridge, which provided a 180-degree view of the battlefront, and was packed with the best sensor and navigational equipment credits could buy, as well as a suite of dedicated computers to track everything going on inside of the Providence, track the starfighters connected on the surface of it, and of course how they were deployed out in space. With scanners that could reach out to search through entire solar systems and send out encrypted messages through hyper relays all across the galaxy in an instant, with incredibly complex arrays filling up this spire, an area that was connected by 5 turbolifts, with the uppermost part of the spire containing the private quarters of the warship's commanding officer. On Dooku's Providence, they nicknamed it the Wizard's Tower, as he would set it up like a meditation chamber. And just like how Sidious could choke out people via holo, Dooku would try to radiate his will into populations through a unique form of propaganda that combined force suggestion and high-tech broadcast equipment. In the Old Republic times, there was the practice of battle meditations, where powerful force users could increase the will of their fighters.
Bastila is no longer using her battle meditation against us. The tide has turned.
So it's interesting to wonder if the Providence was ever used for this purpose during the Clone Wars. Like the rounded shapes of the Mon Cala craft, the Quarrens used a streamlined modular design to construct the Providence, with a large cylinder at the center, and then more tubes to circle around that one, cutting away where they connect to create a really powerful and aerodynamic design. A unique geometry that dispersed the weight better than most competitors. And just because they spent a lot of time in space, all warships were still designed to travel through diverse planetary atmospheres as well, with emergency deceleration panels that can be used to rapidly slow down, so that if you wanted to, you could take full advantage of its speed and slam the brakes with a combo of reversing the thrusters. And this isn't explicitly stated anywhere, but most ships could also go underwater, especially the Mon Calamari design, and so it's reasonable to think that's true for the Quarren designs as well. This hull is also covered in hundreds of smaller sensors and comms that work to communicate with the droid starfighters, that could connect to just about anywhere on the outside of the ship for quicker deployment, or if the mission required them to pack on short term while you really filled up that hangar.
General Grievous' ship is directly ahead. The one crawling with vulture droids.
But besides that, the standard complement was 120 vultures, 120 tri-fighters, 10 Hyena bombers, usually all lining the hangar and connected to overhead racks, while right underneath this section is where the 160 MTTs, and roughly 280 vehicles in any combo of AATs, Hailfire droids, OG-9 Spider droids, and M9 432 Crab droids. With all these land vehicles usually packing into a C-9979 landing craft that transferred down to a planet's surface like with the Lucrehulks. The 900 crew members included organic officers, but was mostly droids, while it could transport 48,247 passengers, which is how these things were used for a great PR role when they evacuated whole settlements from the lawless pirates or corrupt Republic forces. And along with them, they had 1.5 million deactivated, stored battle droids packed in as well, with a 18,000 metric ton cargo capacity, which was used to move war materiel or relief aid for CIS worlds. The weapon systems and shielding were powerful enough to match, designed to be so strong that a single Providence could maintain a planetary blockade through expert use of the Starfighter complement, speed, and firepower. Many of these guns were charged at a higher rate, and the number of guns in each battery were designed to pierce through the deflector shields of most ships out there. With its 14 port and starboard heavy quad turbolaser cannons, 34 dorsal and ventral turret mounted dual heavy laser cannons, 12 port and starboard twin light point defense ion cannons, and 2 forward-mounted battleship heavy ion cannons, as well as 102 proton torpedo launchers, with each carrying 3 torpedoes. And then you had 12 heavy flak guns and 10 heavy tractor beam emitters placed along its port and starboard side, which all makes for a brilliant and great purpose-built dreadnought. Remember, it is incredibly fast, and its speed would be shocking to even the most veteran pilots out there, something that forced the Republic to play catch-up early on in the war. All these heavy-rated weaponry are for punching through capital ships while leaving the anti-starfighter role to the point defense cannons, using less energy since they are just ion cannons, and so they could leave an enemy starfighter or vessel dead in space, letting the vultures or hyenas blow them to bits, allowing for the Providence to focus on the main enemy craft. The 2 heavy ion cannons are forward-facing, for a full steam-ahead attack that would short out the enemy shield generators and unleash its proton torpedoes, with that large forward beak-like rostrum for ramming into a ship if the need arose. If the enemy was to the side, the heavy cannons could overwhelm the shields, and let the port or starboard tractor beams keep the target in place for a barrage of torpedoes and then let the droid fighters swarm and envelop them. While on defense, this enormous credit investment was protected by a state-of-the-art thermal shielding, which was able to handle long barrages of even heavy turbolaser fire. Now there were some variants like the Providence carrier, which enlarged this hangar, likely stripping away the passenger and maybe even the B-1 droid troop sections, as well as the simply named larger model, which is almost exactly double the size of the standard version. At 2,177.35 meters long, or 1.35 miles, it was nearly twice the Venator, longer than an ISD, but still half that of a subjugator. Having a supersized version of the same ship might seem odd, but they did the same thing with the Requisite too. And the standard size Providence was actually shorter than the standard Requisite, despite being more powerful, while being less than half as wide as a Venator, and about 1.5 times taller, though that height is mostly in these spires. And if it showed up here on Earth, it would be between the height of the Eiffel Tower and Empire State Building. You'll see as we look through its history that it is often the command ship of large CIS fleets, being the home base using its vast array of sensors and protective cloud of fire to act like a fortress, a wall other CIS vessels could retreat behind if need be, and from which the commander would coordinate the entire mission. Though none of the major CIS capital ships would be present during the Battle of Geonosis, or more accurately the evacuation of Geonosis by CIS leadership, days later General Worm Loathsome would head the siege of Christophsis, in the CIS's hopes to cut off the Republic access to the Corellian Run, sending a fleet that included 23 Munificents, 6 Lucrehulks, and a Providence to coordinate them all. While the General would lead the fight planet side, this particular Providence was the Invincible, the flagship of the infamous Admiral Trench. Republic Admiral Yularen recognized the Harch Admiral from before the war, at a time when Trench was the commander of corporate fleets. His command of this supersized Providence is evidence that he was the best admiral in the CIS, Anakin would attempt a rescue mission to Christophsis, and Trench showed why his style paired so well with this powerful dreadnought.
The command ship is bearing down on us!
Though the command ship, he sees that he can crush this smaller fleet of 3 Venators and 3 Pelta-class medical frigates. It's obvious that they are attempting a blockade run, not trying to clear out the entire blockade, and so he uses the ship's speed to close the gap in hopes of forcing them to retreat. The sheer firepower of the Venator demanded respect, so it isn't that Trench thinks this trio can't do anything to him, but by being so aggressive with this larger variant, he can make the Republic Admiral realize that there was no hope at just blowing through a gap in the blockade. Best case, they would lose most of their ships just engaging this single Providence. When Kenobi arrives with his Venator, the Negotiator, he assures his Padawan that they had a secret weapon, and they need to retreat for now. Frustrated, Skywalker does comply, and Republic forces retreat behind the moon. T-Series droid TI-99 recommended they pursue, but Trench disagrees.
They are escaping. Should we go after them? No! Our orders are to blockade, not chase. I have won this round. Recycle the shields and let the cannons reset to a full charge.
He knows the biggest advantage is the thermal shielding, and the power of those heavy cannons and torpedoes. The prototype stealth ship would emerge from behind the moon and pass right by the Munificence on its approach to Christophsis, while Trench was ordering the bombers to be launched to finish off Bail Organa's Republic forces. This worked to pressure Kenobi to rush to Bail's defense and engage, which leads both Skywalker and Yularen to agree that Kenobi was wrong here, that Trench was baiting him, and though Skywalker is the only one crazy enough to think to use the stealth prototype against this supersized dreadnought.
Sir?
You heard me, Admiral.
What are you doing?
And even Trench is surprised.
This is unusual. What can they be planning?
Minutes later, he can tell something is off, and spots the ship the second it decloaks.
There! A cloaked ship!
The Republic knew to target the command bridge right up front, but the shielding did its job.
Your puny torpedoes are no match for my thermo shields.
While the cannon fire tries to hit them, and Trench can tell by this expert piloting that his enemy is a Jedi pilot, not a clone. The ship was able to go stealth again, and Trench knows he just has to wait, while also launching some psychological weapons.
You have an impressive new vessel, but I warn you, I have dealt with its kind before.
Whether it is personal cloaks or these cloak shipping technologies, there have been a long history of their use, but they were never that widespread. Trench's experience defending corporate space was invaluable, seeing all sorts of odd tactics and technologies from various star systems, and he's likely the only person on either side to have had history taking out cloaked ships.
Maybe he's tracking the magnetic signature.
The only way to test this theory was to let the missiles get a lock on them, and when the clone engineers confirmed that it was via magnetic signature, as the stealth ship turns towards them, the smaller craft was not as easy to hit with the heavy turbo lasers, and was so fast that within seconds it was barreling towards the bridge, and Trench knew his only hope was with the shielding.
Raise the shields!
We cannot. The shields are still recharging.
Made to slug it out in capital ship battles, the enemy ship wasn't supposed to be able to close the gap in between shield generation, something that proved fatal when faced against the brazen tactics of a smaller, faster craft. And once the Invincible was out of the fight, the blockade quickly became disorganized and the Republic was able to protect their allies on world. A year later, the CIS was going on a war crime spree, using smaller fleets anchored by a Providence to conduct hit-and-run attacks on Republic medical space stations throughout the galaxy. It might seem like an odd role for the powerful Dreadnought, but morality aside, it was a creative use of its overwhelming power and speed, popping out of hyperspace, blasting right through whatever shielding it had, without much concern for smaller defense forces, and then slipping away through the blue void. Grievous would lead the assault on Kamino, but not from the Invisible Hand, though this unnamed Providence would take up the intended role as a command ship for the overall fleet, serving the same role during the Battle of Sullust, where Sidious ordered Dooku to execute his assassin. The CIS ships focused their fire on this Providence in an attempt to kill her. They're again seen using their overwhelming power to capture Even Peel, and later used to capture Adigalia by boarding her Venator, before blowing it apart with this same trio of ships tactic that we saw with the hit and runs on medical stations. This isn't confirmed, but perhaps smaller Providence-led fleets were launched to blitz any Republic assets caught lacking a sufficient fleet. Intel Sidious often leaked to Dooku, so these ship trios were acting like special forces, assassins/kidnapping squads. When the Umbaran seceded and threw in with the CIS, an enormous fleet was rapidly deployed here to establish a blockade, which, though not perfect, the blockade greatly restricted the forces that were able to make it on-world, causing the Battle of Umbara to be one of the bloodiest for the Republic, with officers on the Providence coordinating the dozens of support craft that filled the skies. And though in the Battle of Dathomir we don't really see much of the orbital support, Dooku and Grievous weren't playing around when it came to ending the Night Sisters, sending a fleet with 4 Munificents, 2 Requisants, 2 supply ships, and a Providence, all to end a tribe of witches with no navy. When the CIS developed an encryption module that allowed them to crack Republic transmission codes, they placed it inside a powerful Dreadnought with a full fleet of support, connecting the module to an excellent suite of sensors and hyperwave transmitters to try and track Republic movement all across the galaxy. The super tactical droid Otto was the commander of this fleet and had his prize tech stolen when D Squad infiltrated the Providence. By 20 BBY, Grievous's well-honed blitz method got him the greatest win yet, destroying the flagship of his archenemy Kenobi when they swarmed his ship and forced the Jedi to set it to blow after being overwhelmed. A year later, we see 5 of them in defense of Ringovinda, and Dooku would arrive in his personal fleet to force Clovis's hand in a move that would end up pressuring the Republic to take control of the banks. When Skywalker's fleet arrives, Dooku fled, and what could have been an epic but deadly space battle was avoided. In the final months of the war, it would act as the command ship for Grievous's assault on Maul's Shadow Collective, and then Trench's final battle over Anaxis. The Republic shipyards here were some of the most important in the galaxy, and after escaping death over Christophsis and surviving the Battle of Ringovinda, his new flagship, the Invulnerable, was leading the assault with 2 other Providence Dreadnoughts, 7 Munificents, 2 Requisants, and 6 Omni support vessels. This assault would last for weeks, with Trench's secret weapon being the strategy algorithm designed by Rex and extracted by Echo, the clone who was thought long dead but had been reduced to a husk, a biological computer hooked up to a CIS system that would mine his mind for valuable Republic intel. When Echo was recovered, and Skywalker with Clone Force 99 were able to sneak onto the flagship, Trench was finally killed, and the Jedi used the Providence-class's self-destruct feature to turn its sheer size and reactors against the fleet, igniting a chain reaction as debris from the Invulnerable barraged all the allies in its path. In what would prove to be the final days of the war, space battles were increasing along major hyperroutes, and reinforcements were sent to crush Plo Koon in the 442nd Siege Battalion's push to liberate Cato Neimoidia, which was followed by the single largest battle of the war, when over 1,000 CIS craft, led by Grievous upon the Invisible Hand, took this blitz tactic to another level. Just like how it worked to take out med stations and kidnap Jedi generals, scaled up, the principles were the same. The relatively untested Coruscant home defense fleet was quickly rendered useless, as Grievous barreled through the orbital defenses, down into the atmosphere, and captured the Supreme Chancellor. Getting him back into the Invisible Hand, the supposedly most powerful man in the galaxy was now in restraints, at the mercy of Grievous and Dooku. Just as Sidious planned, the Republic's Open Circle fleet, along with Kenobi and the Chosen One, would arrive just in time to cut off the CIS escape. After navigating through clouds of droid fighters, they were able to deactivate the deflector shields that protected the hangar, and make their way through the ship. Dooku didn't realize that his beheading was also right in line with the plan, but the broadside volley from the Venator Gwalara shook things up, blasting through the massive dreadnought and setting off proton bombs to create a chain reaction that caused the repulsor fields and power systems to fail, sending the ship into a nosedive as it was no longer countering the gravitational effects of Coruscant. And you can see a glimmer of the shielding struggling to keep up. As it plummeted, loose ships and massive MTTs were launched across the hangar, but reversing the stabilizers and Grievous's quick call,
"Fire the emergency booster engines!"
did help to level out the ship, and he used the in-ship security features like ray shields and droidicas to help capture these Republic VIPs. While the fight in the command bridge resulted in Grievous's escape through the window, forcing an emergency viewport wall to engage to seal the room, and the cyborg would get away by launching all of the escape pods at once, in order to minimize his odds of being shot down or captured. But as the Invisible Hand kept barreling through the atmosphere, more systems were failing, and the entire aft section rips away, leaving only that original central tube that the rest of the Providence tubes are built around. This main section is expertly set down by the galaxy's best pilot for what only could be described as
another happy landing.
While Coruscant celebrated the heroic rescue of their beloved leader, roughly 250,000 people were killed by the falling debris of the Invisible Hand, mostly this main back section, which could have easily taken out several skyscrapers. And symbolic of the charade of war, once the dust cleared, the Emperor was on his throne, and Republic and CIS craft all went to the same grave, on the junkyard world of Bracca. Enormous efforts went into dismantling all sorts of ships, and this is a breeding ground for corruption and black market opportunities. The Invincible and Lucid Voice ended up here, and with some clever and covert movements, Birch Teller's rebel group were able to Frankenstein themselves a smaller but still powerful version of a Providence. This was long before the Unified Rebel Alliance, and this group was light years ahead of other resistance fighters who were using an odd laser cannon or have a good slicer in their midst. This Teller Providence was 920 meters long and had 12 turbolasers, 10 point defense ion cannons, and 6 proton torpedo launchers. Perhaps even if they could have stolen more than this, they likely wanted to keep it as streamlined as possible, so that they actually had enough fuel and munitions to use it. Pure efficiency, it must have been the most powerful rebel craft sailing the stars at this time, 14 BBY. Throw in that the Empire wasn't expecting anything like this, and you can see why they were able to get away with Grievous's old strategy for some time before it came to the attention of Tarkin. Because outside of that firepower, their comms and sensor jamming suites were still functional, and used to cut off communications for backup, stop the spread of propaganda, and slice into hollow-wave transmitters to broadcast the true events of Imperial war crimes, stuff the news would never cover. While other times their armament was used to just blow up the hyperwave transmitters, there must have been countless rebels that would have been indirectly saved by these efforts, without even knowing who Birch Teller was or what his gang was up to, just thanking the force that stormtrooper backup never showed, or some TIE fighter patrol peeled off to deal with this mysterious communications failure. But with the attack on Sentinel Base, the secret Death Star construction facility that Tarkin was in charge of, he would get to figuring out who this enemy was, and knew that some of the IDs from the Clone Wars era must have still been in these Frankenstein parts.
Analysis of data received by the Command Center's friend or foe indicator confirms that the capital ship is a downsized version of a separatist Providence-class cruiser carrier, modified with modules taken from CIS frigates and destroyers, which the SEPs, usually mounted aft rather than forward, appear to have come from the cruiser Lucid Voice.
And as you might expect, Tarkin made sure that they would pay, and this respectable foe was added to Tarkin's long list of vanquished enemies, with the ship being destroyed in 14 BBY at the Gulf of Tatooine. Though there was at least one more Providence, this being the dedicated carrier variant that came into the naval forces of the Alliance to restore the Republic, the now unified Rebel force, and it was painted with their bold red color. So that's it for the breakdown. As for behind the scenes facts, this original cross-section is actually a source of a lot of canon material, like having the first mention of the Lucid Voice, as well as a ton of other details on how the ship works. The design was inspired by Zeppelins, and this sound was meant to reference the unique Zeppelin sound. Some depictions in video games put the bridge all over the place, from being in the center to the top of the spire, and this is one of the few ships or vehicles that had their stats dramatically changed from Legends to canon, almost double the speed, but my points earlier about it being surprisingly fast still stand, and even in Legends it was still faster than the Venator. And if you want to look into it more, a lot of these details come from these books. But most important of all, remember, the Force has a love of irony, so make sure your ship has a humble name, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will cover everything from the arms and armament, strengths and weaknesses, history and impact on the galaxy, pulling from all these resources to understand the Arquitens-class light cruiser. The capital ships of the Grand Army of the Republic had been in production for years before the Battle of Geonosis, and while there is no official start date, it is only the Acclamator-class that was available in huge numbers when the Clone Wars began. But the Venator and Arquitens would be flying away from the Kuat Drive Yard's assembly lines within weeks, and would quickly be seen in every theater of the war. At a cost of 4 million credits, it was only 7% the cost of the Venator, and about half a pelta and 1 million more than the Consular. At a length of 325 meters, a 135 meter width, and a height of 56 meters, it was more than a quarter the length of a Venator, 1/3 the width of an Acclamator, and about as tall as 5.5 ATTEs. Its max acceleration of 1800 Gs makes it more than half the acceleration of the Venator, powered by the same trio of engines that are in the Consular class, giving it a top atmospheric speed of 750 km per hour, making it relatively slow compared to just about all other capital ships. And this difference in colors from the engine has no official explanation, but is believed to be from a different fuel source. Much like how the different types of Tabana and blasters can be blue or yellow, some ships of the same exact class are shown with different orange or blue engine glows. And while its Class 2 hyperdrive rating puts it about average in general, keep in mind that this time of the galaxy had some of the fastest capital ships in history, with the Venator having a Class 1, something usually only seen in starfighters, and the Acclamator had an incredible Class 0.6, which put it in the league of the Slave 1 and Millennium Falcon. Its shielding was generated by projecting layers of deflector shields like an onion, with the hope that the outermost layer could be refreshed by the time it took you to work through all these layers. The hull itself is likely built in the same style as other Republic capital ships, with layers of overlapping Durasteel plating. But there is a quote from Grievous mentioning that it is well armed with a thick hull, though whether it's significantly more thick than the others is unclear. And the arms he's mentioning came in the form of 4 turret-mounted twin light turbolaser batteries, 4 heavy port and starboard quad laser cannon batteries, and 4 variable munition launchers for torpedoes and missiles. Though some would pull off the ventral laser cannon trick seen in the Venator, something General Skywalker came up with and first implemented, which used the laser from the SPHA to melt through ground positions and enemy ships. The unique feature is that all these weapon batteries could be retracted into the hull for a more streamlined profile during atmospheric flight. But I would imagine they would also do this so that they could keep them from being damaged when passing through toxic smog or highly electrically charged alien atmospheres, or through the ice and rocks of planetary rings and asteroid belts. Why risk damaging the weaponry when you can safely put it behind the durable armor plating? Inside, the bridge looks to be about 10 meters deep and 20 meters wide, with panels providing all sorts of battlefront data and comm stations to reach allies in nearby systems, even all the way back to Coruscant with hyperwave transmitter technology. And though it looks like this door is connected to an elevator, it seems like it's just a hallway, which must connect to the elevators towards the rear. And the pilot's cockpit itself actually looks like something you would see in a freighter, with these 2 captain chairs in this cove. While it hosted a total crew of 100, including the enlisted troops inside, but could also accommodate 100 passengers, and had a cargo capacity of 1,200 tons, equal to the weight of 1,472 dewbacks. This weight was usually used for rations, not canned dew meat, and it would be used during blockade runs to help resupply Republic bases or help out local populations. And its complement of starfighters from the Clone Wars era is oddly unknown. But since we know that the Imperial era one had 3 TIE fighters, 2 Lambda-class shuttles, and various speeders, it must have had space for a combo of smaller fighters like the Delta and Eta, or it could be used for just a few ARC-170s, maybe some new class shuttles, and perhaps even LAAT gunships. Now it is called a light cruiser, but it is classified as an escort class like the Pelta and Charger, not a true cruiser like the Venator and Dreadnought. During the rescue of Ethkoth and the space battle of Seleucami, Kenobi would use his Arquitens, the Surrogator, to lead an assault with a trio of Charger C-70s in order to distract Grievous's flotilla while Skywalker's team boarded the flagship. While he taunted Grievous, the rest of the Republic fleet popped out of hyperspace.
The enemy ships are faster and more maneuverable. I suggest caution.
As the Chargers zipped around the CIS capital ships, Kenobi inched the Arquitens closer, prompting Grievous to think that he had outmaneuvered the Jedi.
Get me a tractor beam lock on Kenobi's ship and prepare a boarding party.
Kenobi tells Cody that this is to make sure Grievous was focused on them. And moments later, the complex series of tractor beam projectors that lined the requisite class were able to force a docking, and the space battle was about to turn into an intense close-quarters firefight. The 212th boys were in position to ambush the boarding party, but the agility of the commando droids overwhelmed them, and forced a reunion with these Clone Wars rivals. Sabers clashed and the fight spills into the bridge, where the blades would slice through crucial computer systems. And after Grievous tactically withdrew from the fight, the Requisite opened up and destroyed the Arquitens' engines. Eventually the docking tube would break off as well, and the ship was experiencing a chain reaction of failures that would take the lives of these brave clones.
The reactor's been breached! I can't lock it down!
But they would get their revenge from the grave, as enormous chunks of fiery debris crashed into the CIS ship and hit the C-9979 Grievous was using as an escape ship, forcing a crash landing and near capture down on the surface. The Arquitens would prove crucial elements to all major fleets, using their smaller size and powerful weaponry to position themselves in perfect spots to disable and destroy much larger CIS capital ships. Being seen during the defense of Camino, the Battle of Sullust, and Admiral Barton Coburn used them expertly as a mobile attack platform, so that Wolfpack could use their jetpacks to free the Togruta in the slave processing facility on Kadavo. Later they can be seen during the Battle of Ringovinda, and even after the war they would serve the Imperial Navy, spreading peace by destroying separatist holdouts, pirate startups, and using that laser attachment to slice through rowdy civilian centers whenever they spoke out against their leader. This was the story on Imperial-held Umbara, the location of one of the most powerful and earliest rebel cells led by Night Swan, using Republic weapons and vehicles alongside hacked battle droids and Vulture droid starfighters. During the pacification of Umbara, a young Thrawn might have been killed if it wasn't for the expert application of the Arquitens, the Thunder Wasp, which was able to destroy the Vulture droid transmission station and force these rebels to retreat. As Night Swan continued his campaign against the New Order, Thrawn would come to truly respect this rebel, when even he was surprised by the unorthodox defense of an island outpost. The rebel dropped his shield cycle to disable all 3 Arquitens with a perfectly hidden ion cannon, forcing the imps to hold off, and the shield generator proved so powerful that it was impervious to the Arquitens' bombardments. But Thrawn's quick thinking to direct all the cannons to sweep towards the island caused an enormous wave, which flooded the outpost and short-circuited the generator. A battle that showed everyone the genius of both Night Swan and Thrawn. The Chiss would finally get the upper hand once he had his flagship the Chimera, an Imperial 1-class Star Destroyer that Night Swan had calculated his feat could overcome with this perfectly launched ambush. Thrawn had his 3 Arquitens, but filled their center and sides with repair barges to make it look like the Chimera was protecting them. But once the Rebel fleet was between the Imperial ships, the barges exploded to release dozens of TIE fighters that quickly overwhelmed the Rebel forces and secured an Imperial victory. A couple years prior to 4 BBY, the Imperial Navy recalled every Arquiten still in service across the entire galaxy, bringing them to Kuat drive yards to undergo a refit unlike any other Republic ship. The refits would cost 1 million credits, changing the armament to 4 turret-mounted twin light turbolaser batteries, 8 quad laser batteries, and adding a medium tractor beam projector while keeping the 4 launch tubes. It would lose 95 meters in overall length, and they put a superstructure over the engine array, while the bridge too was also altered in its shape. The side-mounted turbolaser batteries were swapped out for 8 escape pods, and towards the bow there was this lateral entry for jump troopers. These were dubbed the Arquitens-class command cruisers, and they used the space in between the prongs to perfectly dock the Sentinel-class Shuttle and Lambda. Late into the Imperial era, the Rebel groups were learning sneaky ways to use the Imp's strength against them, with one famous incident being seen during the attempted capture of the Shadowcaster, where Sabine and Onyod let a shuttle filled with explosives be caught by the tractor beam and pulled near the command ship. Once it exploded, it destroyed the projector and forced the Imperial crew to focus on managing the damage and allowed the Rebels to escape in their main ship. While one of the lowest uses of this proud Republic craft came in the form of the Akresker jail. As Dr. Afra described it, it was, quote, 8,000 tons of wrecked warships held together with an attractor node, hauled about by a cruiser on string. The Empire used these hulls of ships like prison wings, and they would house what was called the Convict Army, or Akresker Penal Legion, which were all kept in line via implants and hub droids. If you got more than 10 meters away from the droid, your implant would explode. If you chose not to fight, your implant would explode. And so you had to rush the enemy position as a literal crime wave, with heavy losses and no chance at you joining up with the enemy that you were sent to slaughter. But one day, without warning, the crew quickly abandoned ship, jettisoning away on those escape pods, and the drifting Arquitens smashed into the prisons. Many were killed while others were stranded, and when the Empire came back around to set it on a collision course with a planet to liquidate this entire project, Vader intervened with his executor Imperial Star Destroyer, holding it still with his tractor beams so he could hunt down his old ally. But when he couldn't capture Dr. Afra, he let the prisons smash into the world, killing all the prisoners and any unlucky life caught down below. After the Battle of Endor, the Empire was scrambling to maintain order, and an attack on Fondor shipyards would create a major shortage of these cruisers from then on out. But at least one was seen on Vardos and Takodana as late as 5 ABY. And with the ones still remaining, or at least those sections still available, the Imperial Remnant forces under Moff Gideon would create another heavily modified variant of the Arquitens, called the Class 546 Cruiser, using these same 3 engines, but adding these 4 secondary sublight engines, giving it a much greater top speed and acceleration, making it an even better fast attack cruiser, like a mix of Arquitens and Acclamator. They filled up more of this gap, while hollowing out the interior for enormous hangar sections, allowing the nimble TIE fighters to exit via port, starboard, or be accelerated via the launch tube at the center, right in between those prongs, creating a unique set of challenges for anything it came across, and was perfectly adapted to this time of a fractured galaxy, where TIE fighters might still be plentiful to come by, and responding to New Republic scouts and local warlords was best done with quick, overwhelming force. So that's it for the Arquitens-class light cruiser. As for behind-the-scenes facts, we can assume that this is one of Dave Filoni's favorite ships, inspired by concept art from Episode 3, because everything he touches seems to get a variant. Being introduced in the Clone Wars, you get the Command Cruiser in Rebels, and the Mandalorian gets the 546. A lot of these stats come from the Dawn of the Rebellion roleplay sourcebook, Ultimate Star Wars, and actually the Star Wars Build the Millennium Falcon, which is packed full of stats on a ton of other ships as well. If you like this video, you'll be sure to like these videos. Likes, comments, and shares are the best way to help me out. Subscribe if you want to see more, check out the membership, but most important of all, remember, if you want to see more variants, just make sure Filoni gets more shows. And the Force will be with you, always.